To kick things off, our story shows the MC having a chat with his boss. The reason? He needs 2 days off for a family emergency. He even promises that when he gets back, he'll make up for all the lost time. But the boss doesn't seem to give a darn, completely glued to his phone. He does reply, but only to say the company isn't just handing out days off, unless it's for special cases like a wedding or a funeral. Then again, the reason he's so focused on his phone is kinda understandable, you know? Apparently, since he's the money guy, he can even afford to send some nice little gifts. Our main character tries to argue his case, explaining that his mother is very sick and in the hospital, and she needs someone to look after her. He begs for an exception. Turns out the boss, without even looking up from the screen, just asks if he doesn't have a father or another relative to take care of her. Back on the phone screen, we see a woman thanking her big brother, Manhwa, for the gifts. Seeing how things are going, the MC starts to get anxious, realizing his boss couldn't care less about his problem. In the boss's mind, the MC is the one who needs to make sacrifices. He says that when his own father passed away, he was right there, clocking in for overtime in the middle of the week, and he even brags about where that got him today. Even so, the MC insists, trying to find a solution, but the boss is completely inflexible. Finally, the boss loses his patience and says that if the MC is finding things so difficult, then there's the door. Then the boss stands up and lays some hard truths on him. He says the MC was only hired because the company was desperate for people, so he shouldn't be ungrateful and waste the opportunity. Giving the MC a pat on the shoulder, he finishes by saying the market doesn't wait for anyone, and neither does that job opening. The choice is to stick it out or get out. A short time later, we see a shot of someone lighting a cigarette. And there he is, taking a smoke break, our very own MC. But in the middle of the haze, he gets a call. On the other end of the line, his father calls him Hang Xing Wang, and we finally learn the poor guy's name. His dad asks if he has time to come back home. At the hospital, a nurse approaches his father to talk about the medical bills. She explains that the hospital has been flexible, but if the payment is delayed any longer, things are going to get ugly. Awkwardly, the father promises he'll sort it out soon, but the nurse reminds him that he said the same thing last week. If they don't handle it this time, the patient will have to be discharged. With nothing else to do, his father just agrees. Then he gets back on the phone with the MC, asking him to repeat what he said because he was distracted. Xing tells his dad that he'll be back in a few days and that he'll help with the medical expenses. However, his dad tells him not to worry, because he's already borrowed some money from friends and relatives, and his mom's insurance will also help out. The MC doesn't like that idea one bit and asks his dad not to borrow money from relatives, assuring him that he'll cover the rest himself. His father argues that he just graduated and that city living expenses must be high, but the MC insists it's fine, that he has the money, and then hangs up. Looking at his bank account, Xing reflects that he's been working for a year and a half. With a monthly salary of 5,000, he managed to save a good amount by sharing an apartment, doing some side gigs with video editing, and eating cheap. In total, he saved up 50,000. With his head down, our boy calculates that those 50,000 should cover his mom's medical costs for a good while. As he leaves the boss's office, he thinks about how, in his more than 20 years of life, he's never done anything out of the ordinary. Today, however, he made a decision. There are plenty of job opportunities out there, but his parents can't wait, so he quit. I mean, that wasn't the boss's office, it was the HR department. Looks like he wasn't leaving, but rather going in to handle the paperwork. 20 minutes later, our boy is officially unemployed. With the unemployment rate through the roof, quitting without another job lined up is an act of pure guts. And then, out of absolutely nowhere, the famous little system makes its appearance. The notification says that for going against expectations on basically telling his job to shove it, he earned a reward of 88,888 wons. Completely confused, the MC doesn't get it at all. A system? Money falling from the sky? The first thing he thinks is that someone nearby must be watching TikTok at full blast. Xing then wonders what that interface floating in front of him is, and the system instructs him to check his bank account to confirm the reward. The rule is clear: the more he satisfies himself, the more money he'll receive. Suspicious, the MC pulls out his phone. When he opens the banking app, he sees the money really did come through. His balance is now over 138,000. Even seeing it, he can't believe it. The first thing that comes to mind is that it must be some kind of scam. It just doesn't make any sense. It's impossible. It's way too much cash to just show up out of thin air. But the system insists that he shouldn't doubt it after all. He just awakened his power. Now all he has to do is start enjoying it. If he wasn't seeing it with his own two eyes, the MC would never believe it, but the numbers are right there. The dude literally just awakened a system. After the shock wears off, he starts to accept the idea and believes he can take advantage of this new reality. Just then, a girl shows up and asks what he's thinking about. And between us, Mr. Artist, what's with that camera angle, my dude? Well, this right here is Gawain, a streamer with 8 million fans and another big name at the company. She wants to know if the MC has finished the script for her next stream. Funnily enough, instead of Sheng, she calls him Zhao, and the narrator is already predicting the guy's name is gonna change out of nowhere. Getting a little close for comfort, she asks if he's done what she asked. Turns out the MC, with his eyes locked on a very specific spot, doesn't quite hear her and asks what he was supposed to have done. Noticing his embarrassment, Gawain eases him, asking if he's finally opened his eyes to her charms, making the MC even more flustered. Leaning in even closer, she repeats that she asked him for a few more scripts. Gawain is the main influencer the MC used to manage, known as the sexiest dance goddess. Sheng then apologizes and informs her that he just quit, so someone else will be in charge of her scripts. Surprised, Gawain asks why he made such a sudden decision. While packing his things, the MC reflects that Gawain only treats him well because of his excellent scripts. Now that he's quit, they'll each go their own way. Her boy now seems to have a much clearer perspective on things. However, the girl who loves two T's gets close again and asks if he really wants to leave, saying she prefers working with him and doesn't trust anyone else. Our boy, his mind already made up, states that he's completed all the resignation procedures. Using all her charm, she asks if Xiao is really going to leave her all alone. But our boy sees right through her act. She's only loyal because he makes her a profit. Calmly, he replies that he just wants to take an extended vacation. But the little troublemaker doesn't give up and throws herself at him, asking which company he's going to und if they'll be competitors now. Visibly uncomfortable, our boy tries his best to hold it together, thinking about his grandma, his aunt, and his mom to stay focused. Suddenly, he remembers that with the system, he could become a billionaire. What kind of beauty couldn't he have access to? For sure, dealing with the situation in front of him seemed like way too much work. So our MC decides to break the mood in the most brutal way possible. He blurts out that her nose looks a little crooked and might need some maintenance. Obviously, the comment catches the girl completely off guard. "What do you mean, crooked?" she asks, shocked. Then, she pulls a mirror out of a very strategic place, and she starts analyzing her own face in disbelief, thinking that it's impossible. After a good look, she starts to think that maybe it really is crooked. With her stream about to start, she needs to fix it as soon as possible. At that moment, the system pops up again and congratulates the MC for refusing to be a pretty woman's lapdog, rewarding him with another 23,000 and some change. Immediately, he checks his phone to see if the cash came through. And wouldn't you know it, my friends, the money was already there. The MC is definitely starting to like this little game. Now this is true freedom. With that, he even comes up with a new life motto: be yourself and refuse to be a simp. And hey, that's a little tip for all you guys watching, you know? Gawain, having composed herself, thanks the MC for the heads up, saying she hadn't noticed. Since he's leaving, she wishes him good luck and a bright future. He finds that strange. Shouldn't she be furious for having a flaw pointed out? Instead, she's surprisingly calm. It's clear she's faking her sincerity. The girl continues her act, saying that since they were friends for a long time, she'll take him out for a farewell dinner, and if he can't find a job, he should just send her a message. For a moment, our boy even starts to think that maybe she was being sincere before and that, deep down, she's a nice person. Xiao replies that he should be the one paying for a farewell dinner, but she insists, saying his salary isn't that high and he should save his money. But our boy, now loaded with cash, says that since he's leaving, they don't have to be cheapskates. Besides, as she said herself, they might work together in the future, so it's a good investment. Gawain cracks his smile, commenting that even though he's leaving, she feels like she still doesn't really know him. Yeah, our boy, if you keep making her smile like that, the tables will turn. Remember the saying, make her laugh until she forgets you're broke. Some time passes. Now, we see our boy finally heading home. Normally, he'd take public transport, but today with money in his pocket, he decides to do something different and call a taxi. And not just any taxi. Today, he's ordering the most expensive one to enjoy the cash that's rolling in. Until now, a taxi was practically a luxury item in his life, and then it arrives what we could call the supreme level Uber Black. I take that back, this thing is way beyond an Uber Black. Overjoyed, the MC celebrates that the luxury car arrived in less than 3 minutes. The scene cuts to a few days ago, showing the MC leaving work late at night, with no one to split the fare with. But that was just a flashback to show the quality upgrade. Today, the man is on another level. With total class, the driver opens the door and invites the boss to get in. In that same vein, the system pops up again. The message says the user is feeling generous for taking a taxi without even looking at the price. As a reward, he pockets another 50,000 wons. Inside the car, the driver asks if the destination is really the pancake shop, and the MC confirms the itinerary. With that, the driver steps on it and continues the trip. Settled in his seat, our boy notices how comfortable the luxury car is, unlike anything he's ever experienced. A short time later, the car stops in front of the shop. Our boy then steps out of the vehicle, ready for the next chapter of his new life. Our MC is now glowing with confidence. After all, his pockets are full. I mean, he's not a millionaire, but compared to before, the man is rich. Once inside the shop, the owner of the stall immediately recognizes the MC and hits him with the classic the usual, a pancake with no egg and one sausage. But our boy surprises her and says no. This time, he'll have it with 2 extra eggs. Okay guys, that sounds a little weird to say the least, but I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut so we don't get in trouble with monetization. To complete the upgrade, he also asks for 2 real sausages, not that mushy stuff that just pretends to be sausage. In that moment, he reflects on the lean times with a salary of 5,800 went straight to rent, leaving him with 20 a day for food at most. That's why the 8-1 pancake, always without an egg, was his only option. But now the man has leveled up. His meal jumped from 8 to an incredible 15-1s, and he's already feeling like a tycoon because of it. The funniest part is that everyone around starts looking at him with envy, proving that it's all just struggling 9-to-5ers there. At this, the system congratulates him once again for shocking the whole crowd, giving him a reward of 20,000 wands. To him, everything feels amazing, unsatisfying, and for good reason. The guy farts and makes money, burps and makes money, breathes and makes money, breathes and makes money. And the dude, all hyped up, already announces that next time he's going for FIV eggs. During his college days, the MC was so broke he could barely leave his house. After he started working, he was still short on money, and now he was short on time too. Because of that, he doesn't even know what normal people do for fun. Suddenly, a giant building catches his eye, probably a shopping mall. That's when it hits him, something important. Actually, he remembers what he forgot. Now that he has money, he can just go to a mall and spend it. Speaking of remembering things, he realizes he owes going to dinner. The problem is, a fancy restaurant requires a proper dress code, and his current look won't get him past the front door. That being the case, it's high time to go shopping. And the guy is already aiming high, wanting to go straight to the most expensive store without even looking at the others. But the dummy doesn't understand why all the store names are in English. Let's hope he doesn't go into one of those, because if he does, well, you can imagine the dent in his wallet. With so many options, he's not sure which store to choose. He even gets annoyed that there isn't an Adidas nearby, but he ignores the DIVOS right in front of him. Apparently, that one won't do. Faced with this, he sees no other choice but to enter the store that's right in front of him. The time has come to ditch this broke mindset for good. And since life loves a bit of irony, out of all the options, he walks right into the one he shouldn't have. The sales associates notice a customer arriving, but one of them refuses to help, saying she's busy. In reality, we know full well she did a complete scan of the MC. He's wearing fake sneakers, cheap clothes, a second-hand phone, and to top it off, his hair is a total mess. With that resume, obviously nobody wants to help him. He starts to wonder if anyone is actually going to come talk to him. Yeah, our boy, looks like this one's not for you. You should have picked another store. Losing patience, he blurts out to the associates that he's tired from work and just wanted to buy something in the 15,000 range to get it over with. Seeing that no one is moving, he warns them they're wasting his time and that he's heading to the store next door. Upon hearing the amount, the associates' expressions change completely. In the blink of an eye, they all surround him, ready to help. In that moment, he realizes that money really does talk louder than anything else. A little while later, our boy appears with a whole new look. He notices that the service for people with money is first class. You don't even have to carry your own bags. The saleswomen do it for you. One of them even tries to convince him to come back at the end of the month for a jewelry event, but the MC just says he'll go if he has time. The assistant also asks if he'd like them to ship his old sneakers to his house. With total class, he replies that no, that won't be necessary. Politely, she thanks him for his purchase and wishes him a good day. As he leaves, our boy overhears two young women talking about how expensive those stores are and that they can't afford anything there yet. In his head, the MC agrees that the prices are indeed pretty steep. And of course, the system wasn't going to miss out. A notification pops up, congratulating the MC for blowing the equivalent of 3 years' salary in one go. For this feat, the reward is 660,000 1s. Now the man is happy, because he's figured out the system's logic. The more he spends, the more he earns. With that, he's one step closer to becoming a millionaire. The plan is to work harder, which in his case, means spending more. Tough life, huh, guys? The scene then shifts to a fancy restaurant with a very exotic Western vibe. And there he is, our boy, looking all glamorous and dazzling, according to the story's description. Our hostess greets him and informs him that she'll take him to his private room. He immediately thinks that he probably arrived too early, but the hostess explains that the VIP area is separate, and there he can rest, sample some desserts, and wait for his guests in complete comfort. The MC reflects that he's never been treated like this anywhere. Well yeah, our boy, you've never even set foot in a place like this before. Upon showing him the VIP area, the hostess informs him that there are desserts and teas on the table for him and that if he needs anything, he just has to ring the bell. With that she leaves, wishing him an enjoyable meal. Our future millionaire then goes to the window to enjoy the city view. And yes, he's very high up on the 40th floor, a view he's never had before. He starts to think that when a person has money, they can truly enjoy the best services the world has to offer. Basically, you reach heights that others, like mere 9-to-5ers, can't even dream of reaching. On top of that, our boy knows that his wildest fantasies can finally become a reality. But amidst the luxury, he remembers his family and the promise he made. He immediately transfers 100,000 wones to his father. To keep his dad from freaking out over the amount, he makes up an excuse that he found a really good part-time job. Whoa. Hold on. The scene just switched to something a lot more interesting. Not just interesting, but pretty steamy too. The camera cuts and shows Galwin in the middle of a live stream, sending a shout out to her #1 fan, saying that everyone misses the rockets he sends. Basically, she's asking for some gifts. She continues to tease, asking in her own special way. Back to the MC, he mentions that he sent the location and name of the restaurant to Galwin, but since she didn't reply, she must be streaming. And that's exactly right. And guess who the #1 fan sending rockets is? Yep, the MC himself, the Sly Dog. Galwin then says goodbye to everyone, ending the broadcast and promising more for the next day. As soon as the stream ends, the first thing she does is take off those high heels. Next, she sits down to rest for a bit after all. The poor girl worked hard. Her friends show up asking where she's going for dinner, but she tells them she already has plans for the night. One of her friends, being nosy, immediately asks which sponsor she lined up for the night. Manhwa jumped to the worst conclusion. Galwin tells her friend to stop talking nonsense and explains she's going out with an acquaintance, Xingwang, RMC. One of them comments that Galwin can't seem to get over him, even after he left the company. The other one asks if something is going on between them. The girl, however, shuts it down, telling them to stop imagining things, as he just helped her a lot when he was her manager. Without a second thought, the friend invites herself along. And you know how it is, guys. The classic third wheel exists, and it never fails. To make matters worse, Galwin even says it's fine, accepting the unwanted company. Galwin tries to explain it'll be something simple, but if the place is expensive, they'll pay for themselves, so they can just treat it as a group dinner. The first friend agrees, and the other, not wanting to be left out, decides to go too. This is turning into a field trip. The one in the back seems to have bad intentions, thinking to herself that the MC is a poor guy who could never afford an expensive restaurant. Galwin then says her goodbyes, arranging to meet them in the parking lot after she takes off her makeup. Sometime later, the trio of girls is gathered in the parking lot. Galwin casually pulls out her car key. And for anyone who thought she drove a beat-up sedan, you were dead wrong. The lady only drives brand new luxury cars, my friend. The friend next to her complains that contracts are hard to come by and she could never afford a car like that. Galwin suggests she try becoming a dance streamer. The girl immediately shoots down the idea, saying it's too tiring. Her plan is to wait for a soft-hearted fan to take her abroad. Basically, she wants a sucker to fund her life overseas. The redhead then comments that her friend, saying, is complaining for no reason, because in their line of work, it's already a win not to have to get involved with sponsors. Saying defends herself, asking what's wrong with having dreams. The other one just replies that if she wants to dream, she can keep dreaming. Interrupting the argument, Galwin pulls out her phone to check the location the MC sent. When she sees the address on the map, she looks visibly surprised. The redhead, already making fun of it, imagines the place must be so cheap that her friend is shocked. Galwin then reveals that it's the Lingwei restaurant. That's the one, located in the famous King Cham building. It's a super famous restaurant with 3 Michelin stars, where the cost per person is no less than 3,000, not to mention how hard it is to get a reservation. In shock, Sang asks if the location is correct. Could Hanga gotten rich overnight, and is that why he quit? The redhead, skeptical, argues that the restaurant must just be in the same building, but on a less fancy floor. Galwin scolds her, telling her not to be so quick to judge, because he's not that type of vain person. Determined to find out for sure, they stop dawdling, get in the car to go there and uncover the truth. With that, it's time to floor and hit the road. A short time later, the girls finally arrive at the building's parking garage, arriving with that certain flair, dangerous as always. As soon as the car stops, the 3 of them get out. Still unsure, the friends ask Galwin to confirm the place. Can you imagine the embarrassment of getting there and having to turn right back around? Galwin agrees and says she'll call the MC. But the phone rings, and nothing. With a mocking little smile, the redhead immediately blames Galwin for getting involved with a guy who just wants to show off. Trying to smooth things over, Galwin comments that maybe Xingwang is just busy. Of course, the redhead doesn't miss the chance to provoke, saying it's obvious he wouldn't answer just to play a prank on her. Sarcastically, she suggests they go up and check for themselves. Without much much of a choice, Gawon agrees and they head to the elevator. Inside, however, Gawon is a nervous wreck. She knows that if the MC is really at that restaurant, the bill will be astronomical, and it'll probably fall on her to pay it. Finally, they arrive at the restaurant's imposing door. Discreetly, Gawon peeks inside, trying to find any sign of the MC. In her head, she can't understand for the life of her why he isn't answering his phone. After all, she's already called several times and so far nothing. At that exact moment, a hostess appears from behind them and asks if they have a reservation. Before Gawon could answer, the redhead jumps in and says yes. A bit awkwardly, Gawon informs her that the reservation is probably under the name Hang. The redhead, meanwhile, is loving the confusion, eager to see how Gawon will get out of this tight spot. To everyone's surprise, the hostess just asks them to follow her, informing them that Mr. Hang has been waiting for quite some time. The redhead, with a look on her face like she just bit into a lemon, can hardly believe it's true. Not understanding a thing, the girls start to follow the employee. As she walks, the redhead glares at Gawon, agreeing with envy that she's the number one and always comes out on top. In her thoughts, she accuses the MC of being too ambitious, thinking he's just wasting time and money to impress her. Does Gawon even like guys who pretend to be rich? She wonders. Back to reality, the hostess guides them to another elevator. She then presses the button for the 40th floor. Worried, Zhang whispers to Gawon that there might be a mistake, explaining that this elevator is exclusively for VIP clients. The chance of it being our boy is practically zero. To make matters worse, the minimum spending to enjoy the view and service is at least 10,000, probably per person. The jealous one continues to stew in her own venom, as always. She's already cooked up a theory that the MC is a trickster who saw a reservation with the same name and decided to take advantage of the situation. However, to put an end to her curiosity once and for all, the elevator doors open on the 40th floor. Elegantly, the hostess opens the door to the VIP room. To their disappointment, the place is empty. Our boy isn't there. Zhang, who's no fool, takes the opportunity to snap a few pictures. Since they're here, the least they can do is document it, right? She comments that what's important is creating content, eating is just a detail. Since the main dining area doesn't allow photos, the private room is a golden opportunity. With a picture like that on her story, no one will ever suspect she didn't eat a thing. As for the jealous one, she's all stressed out and refuses to take any pictures. Zhang, on the other hand, is on cloud 9. She's never been to such a fancy restaurant. The catch is, she hasn't even had dinner yet. And the million-dollar question, where's the MC? Anyway, Zhang is soaking up every second, because she doesn't know when she'll get another chance like this. Impatiently, the redhead asks Gawon if he still hasn't replied and says that if this is all a misunderstanding, they should let them know right away. Just then, the hostess knocks on the door, calling for the MC and announcing that his guests have arrived. Gawon, already bracing for embarrassment, starts to say that maybe they made a mistake. That was exactly what the redhead wanted to hear. But then suddenly, a little foot appears from behind the sofa. And of course, it was the man himself, Hang. He apologizes, explaining that he accidentally fell asleep. He kindly asks if they waited long. Turning to the waitress hostess attendant, he tells her they can start serving now. This woman has more roles than an intern at a small company. Zhang can hardly believe that's really the Hang they know, all dressed in designer clothes. That jacket alone costs around 40,000. The redhead is fuming with rage when she realizes the MC's entire outfit is from Louis Vuitton. Silently, she wonders since when Gawon got so lucky. Noticing the extra guests, the MC greets the girls, recognizing Zhang right away. But the other one, he can't seem to place at all. So, she introduces herself as QXNUO, also known as the resident hater. Awkwardly, the MC apologizes, explaining that he just woke up and is still a bit out of it. To top it off, he blurts out that she looks a little different without her social media filters. Trying to play it cool, QXNUO says it's because her makeup is lighter today. But inside, she's absolutely steaming. Gawon explains that she was leaving work when her colleagues asked to tag along, and she figured the MC wouldn't mind. Before he could answer, the waiters arrive with the food. And the first delicacy of the evening is a rare steak, obviously paired with a good wine. Looking at her reflection in the wine glass, Gawon wonders why the MC is doing all this. Even if they split the bill, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Zhang comments that they're in the presence of a second-generation rich kid and asks if that's why he quit, to take over the family business. But Gawon, just as confused as she is, replies that she has no idea. Meanwhile, observing the table, the MC thinks to himself how anyone has the guts to eat those tiny portions that look more like leftovers. Our resident streamer then asks if she can take a picture of the dish. Our boy, ever so generous, replies that it wouldn't be a problem at all. She can snap that picture to her heart's content. So, she whips out her phone and gets the shot for her Instagram. The redhead, still suspicious, insists on asking Gawain what's going on, but again, she replies that she has no clue. Their relationship was never more than professional, so where the MC got all this money from, not even a higher power could explain. Gawain starts to consider the possibility that the MC is a low-key, pragmatic heir. And hey, the narrator's English is on point, isn't it? Maybe. This time, he just didn't want a girl to pay the bill and decided to show off his financial might. Suddenly, he calls the waitress over and asks if they have anything more down to earth, like a proper, hearty dish, maybe some beef stroganoff with shoestring potatoes. The waitress, trying to be helpful, suggests a rack of ribs with black truffles drenched in a salmon roe sauce, among other dishes with equally weird names. As the MC himself says, just hearing those names makes his appetite disappear. Losing patience, he orders 2 crabs and 2 imported steaks. Sang is dumbfounded. It's the first time she's ever seen someone order so directly in a restaurant of this caliber. A place where you, me, and our buddy will never set foot. That super annoying woman, QXNUL, grumbles that if he wanted that kind of food, he shouldn't have gone to a French restaurant. This woman is really starting to get on the narrator's nerves, seriously. She once again doubts he's an heir, thinking he seems more like a newly rich guy who hasn't gotten used to luxury yet. Looking at a few more options, the MC decides to order barbecue skewers and, to everyone's shock, grilled kidneys. Yes, folks, GRILLADKIDNEYS. The waitress, embarrassed, explains that they only prepare items from the menu and, unfortunately, they don't have those options available. Unfazed, he asks to speak to the manager, as he is not at all satisfied. The woman agrees and asks him to wait a moment. But on the inside, she can't believe he's serious. A short time later, the manager himself appears. He arrives apologizing, reinforcing that as a French restaurant, they only serve French cuisine. The hater loves the situation, thinking the MC is making a fool of himself by ordering barbecue in a place like this. At RMC, now with money to burn, is not giving up on his barbecue, even if the restaurant is French. To resolve the stalemate, he gives an ultimatum: he'll pay $300,000 for the meals, and if the manager can get him the grilled kidneys and barbecue skewers, he'll leave a $50,000 tip. The manager's jaw hits the floor, and so do the girls. With a completely changed expression, the manager guarantees he'll get the order, even if he has to man the grill himself. He even asks how the customer likes his meat cooked. Our boy smiles, satisfied with the man's sudden change of mood. The manager then asks the MC to sit back and relax, because from now on, he will personally take care of everything. The truth is, the MC is doing all of this for a system mission. If he follows the plan, he'll earn a reward of $500,000. And obviously, when money is on the line, our MC will face down anyone if he has to. Back at the table, he comments that a dinner should be for relaxing and eating whatever you feel like, and asks if the girls don't agree. Sang raises her hand immediately, wholeheartedly agreeing, especially when the food is free, right? Just then, the waiters start bringing out the new dishes. The MC's precious skewers finally arrive, even with a little chili pepper on the side. All it's missing is some toasted cassava flour to be perfect. Impressed, Zhang comments that money really can buy anything. And of course, she pulls out her phone because the picture is always more important than the food. The MC then invites the girls to join him in this unusual barbecue dinner in the middle of a French restaurant. In the next scene, the table is practically empty, with only the remnants of the feast left. Politely, Heng excuses himself, saying he needs to use the restroom. As soon as he turns around, the girls start gossiping about how expensive the clothes he's wearing are. Zhang asks why such a rich guy would be working at their company. Could it be to get closer to Gawain? She, however, replies that she's not that charming. Zhang then concludes that, being a second-generation heir, he probably just wanted to experience a bit of ordinary life. Taking the opportunity, the jealous redhead prods Gawain, asking if she isn't even a little moved by the situation and if she doesn't like him. On the same vibe, Zhang agrees with the idea. After all, the MC turned out to be a filthy rich guy, super generous, and even treated her to a dinner like that. So, if you stop and think about it. Then the redhead, whose name I've already forgotten because they only said it once, insists that Gawain is way to calm. She throws out her theory could it be that her friend already knew about all the money and kept it a secret. That wouldn't be fair. Gawain, once again, denies everything, explaining that they aren't that close. And because of that, there wasn't even time for any feelings to develop. She reinforces that she has no intentions with our boy and that she had no idea how rich he was until that night. According to her, at the company, he was always professional, modest, and very hardworking, often staying late. Basically, he seemed just like any other regular employee. Not giving up, the redhead asks if Gawain doesn't think he might just be faking it. And man, this girl is getting annoying, huh? Does she really think the MC isn't rich? The guy just blew a fortune in front of her and she insists it's all an act. How do you even fake that, girl? Where would he get that much money just to pretend? Personally, I prefer Zhang's theory that the MC was actually pretending to be poor. But the redhead, determined to prove her point, decides to investigate to find out if the MC really comes from a rich family. Seeing the scene, Gawain questions if this is really necessary. After all, he's paying for a super expensive dinner for them, and doubting him like that doesn't seem right at all. However, the redhead thinks Gawain is being weighed and naive. She reminds her friend that, as a popular streamer, she has a lot of value, and getting close to her would bring him many benefits. In her head, this is exactly how manipulators operate, which would make the whole situation very dangerous. Gawain, for her part, replies that she has no intention of developing anything for the MC because of his money, which, let's be honest, leaves a little opening for other reasons. But the redhead cuts her off, saying she doesn't need any more talk, just for the others to follow her orders and ideas. Sometime later, the group is already back in the garage. Not just the girls, but the MC is with them too. Meanwhile, Gawain is hoping the MC isn't bluffing because if he is, she's the one who's going to have to cover the whole bill. Trying to break the ice, Zhang asks the MC if he's dating anyone. Our boy replies that he's not, stating he's been single since birth. Surprised by the answer, Zhang asks if he's being serious. He explains that he's always been very focused on his career, so he's never had time to think about relationships. On the other hand, he actually thinks that was a good thing. Can you imagine grinding all day at work just to come home and get screwed over by a woman? Doesn't sound like a good deal. But the truth is, he just can't get a girlfriend and doesn't want to admit it. Noticing the time, the redhead springs into action. She comments that it's still early and suggests they continue the night at a bar, offering to buy a few drinks. Our boy, of course, likes the idea. Why not go to a bar, right? So, they all get in the car and head to the next destination. Looking in the rearview mirror, Gawain notices that the MC seems deep in thought. The worst part is that his expression makes her thoughtful too. The MC's thoughts, of course, are about money. Now that he has capital, why not open his own entertainment company? With that goal in mind, meeting some celebrities would be a great idea. Arriving at the bar, the redhead announces that her money is only enough to buy 2 drinks for each of them, as the prices there are pretty steep. She then asks if that's okay with everyone. Obviously, everyone agrees. With everything settled, they enter the bar. Our boy is excited as he never imagined he'd have the privilege of visiting the famous Few Bar, a place frequented by many celebrities. Once inside, the question arises, is this a bar or a nightclub? For sure, that place is anything but a quiet little bar. In the middle of the crowd, the MC feels completely out of place since he's not used to all that commotion. The redhead announces that she'll have a margarita and that the rest can choose whatever they want. One asks for a non-alcoholic drink, the other a pink lady, and the party starts rolling. But our MC's order was still pending. He thinks for a moment, and replies that, for him, anything is fine. At this, the redhead orders him a Long Island iced tea. Zhang immediately finds it strange, asking why she ordered such a strong drink, suspecting she wants to get him drunk to get the truth out of him. The redhead, not paying much mind, just replies that they're in a bar, and a bar is a place for drinking. In the background, we see the crowd going wild. Out of nowhere, the redhead mentions she knows a bartender who makes some special drinks, a bit more expensive, but that she wants to try them. Gawain scolds her, asking if she doesn't know when to stop, but the other one retorts, saying that if the MC is pretending to be rich, why not teach him a lesson? With her plan in mind, she calls out for Hang, and again, the darn translator decided to change the guy's name. It's different every time. You're killing me, boss. I can't work like this. The redhead fails, as the MC pretends he can't hear her. Finally, he turns and asks if she called him. She then says he looks bored and suggests they played ice. The MC seems interested and asks how to play. All excited, the crazy girl gets up, saying she's going to heat things up. Her little game is pretty simple. If the MC loses, he has to take off a piece of clothing. If he doesn't want to, he pays a forfeit of 10,000 won-s. Faced with the proposal, the MC just smiles. He reminds her that, as a former operations manager, he knows all the information about her, including her skills. He knows she's an expert at dice and asks if her intention is to trick him into spending money. Caught red-handed, she immediately gets defensive. Our boy then backs her into a corner, saying he knows exactly what she's thinking. A simple guy who earned 5,000 a month, with no future and looking poor, is now wearing Louis Vuitton and paying for expensive dinners. She thinks it's all a front. He says he was going to let it slide so as not to expose her, but he realized she saw him as an easy target. But he's not stupid and clearly noticed her looks of disdain. And with that clapback, the system appears again. The notification says that for refusing to fall into the trap and not being played for a fool, he won a whopping 1,899,000. However, he admits he didn't come from a rich family. The redhead, victorious, nudges Gawain, saying she was right all along. But the MC smiles and tells her not to be hasty, as he's not finished yet. Although he's not from a rich family, our boy has plenty of money. Therefore, he makes a counter-proposal, 300,000 for her to leave there without a single piece of clothing on. So, does she take the deal? Completely embarrassed, she calls him disgusting. Gawon stands up to mediate the situation, saying that XNUO was just joking and that the MC shouldn't take it the wrong way. But XNUO doesn't stop and doubts he really has 300,000 to spend. At that moment, the MC shouts for the entire bar to hear tonight. He's spending 300,000 on drinks for everyone, and he's not leaving until everybody's wasted. To prove it, he holds up his gold card and announces he's paying for everything on debit. In the next scene, the MC's little gold card swipes without a hitch, and now he's feeling like the real owner of the place. Immediately, the crowd starts to cheer for him. After all, who doesn't want free drinks? Of course, the system wasn't going to be left out, rewarding him once again. He won the equivalent of 2 times the number of the beast, and I'm not gonna say the number, folks. Let's just leave it at that. XNUO was in shock to see that the MC really paid 300,000 for everyone's drinks. He then walks past her and says that, although he knows she despises poor guys like him, that doesn't give her the right to disrespect him. To him, people like her are like ants, and those who only look at others' wallets are the easiest to humiliate with money. After a comeback like that, a guy's gotta sit down and take a deep breath. The girl also sits down, but now in complete silence. The other two look at each other, thoughtfully. Unable to stand the tension, XNUO gets up, makes up an excuse about having an appointment, and leaves. She walks out of there downcast and crying. After a humiliation like that, there wasn't much else to do. But the MC didn't feel a shred of pity. On the contrary, he calls the other girls to continue the night, since the tab is paid. Out of nowhere, a woman approaches and recognizes Gawon, commenting that her stream today was weakened, that she must have come there to drown her sorrows. The stranger continues to provoke, saying that her #1 fan was missing. Gawon, having lost her patience, replies that she's off the clock and doesn't want to talk about it. Ignoring her request, the girl touches Gawon's face, teasing her even more. Annoyed, Gawon removes her hand and reinforces that her business is her own problem. From a distance, the MC watches the whole drama unfold. The girl, who seems to have no sense of danger, sits down near them and announces she's going to start a stream right there. Already live, she tells her followers she ran into Gawon at the bar and asks if they want to see a streamer battle, a live PK. She says Gawon doesn't seem very excited and asks her followers for help to convince her. Gawon's phone starts blowing up with notifications, with everyone asking her to participate. The rival is confident she'll win, as her biggest sponsors are watching. Her goal is clear, to become the #1 dancer on the platform. Suddenly, Gawon gets a call and steps away to answer it. And guess who it was? Her boss, ordering her not to miss the opportunity to do the stream, even though she insists she's not in the right condition. With little choice, she agrees and says she'll participate. The cheeky girl continues to provoke, announcing on her stream that Gawon is coming for the battle. She asks if Gawon is really going to participate, and with little choice, the girl agrees. And with that, the streamer battle begins. Immediately, the two start dancing for their respective audiences. Sang, who is watching the stream closely, notices that the rival is receiving a lot of rockets and yachts, while Gawon is falling behind. Seeing the advantage, the rival decides to provoke even more to encourage more donations. Gawon's audience doesn't understand why her performance seems so weak and uninspired. The competition is getting more and more intense. Observing the situation, our boy also takes out his phone and joins the broadcast. He immediately realizes there's a dirty game being played to destabilize Gawon. The people on the stream also notice that she seems tired and deduce that she was forced to participate. But just when defeat seems certain, a lone rocket appears on the screen. Gawon is astonished to realize that he has arrived on the stream. Instantly, she perks up, thanks her brother, and promises to try harder. From that point on, a shower of rockets begins to fall non-stop. The rival doesn't like seeing the tables turn one bit. She starts to suspect that Gawon has some secret donor. Even so, the competition continues at full throttle. The girl, whose name we still don't know, gets stressed seeing the absurd amount of money being spent. Gawon thanks everyone for the flood of rockets, but even she starts to wonder if it isn't a bit much. On the other side of the screen, the MC questions if there's really a reason to keep this up. And of course, the system pops up again, informing him that for being extravagant beyond comprehension and spending money like water, he's earned another 5 million in rewards. Zhang, seeing the scene, comments that it doesn't make sense because even Gawon has stopped dancing. But the mysterious donor keeps sending gifts. And as everyone expected, the one behind it all is the MC, mashing the rocket button non-stop. Gawon, for her part, can no longer believe the surreal number of rockets she's receiving. At that moment, the scene cuts to a WhatsApp group, literally the Big Shots group. One of them says he can't let the situation be in, that he's going to help Shuyi. With one click, he also sends a little rocket. The girl breathes a sigh of relief with the arrival of reinforcements and thanks them for the gifts. She comments that her #1 fan is very rich, generous, and has even asked her for some private videos. Because of that, she's sure he won't miss the chance to play the hero. But there's one small detail, right, folks? The dude is competing directly with our MC. After receiving so much support, Gawon's performance performance does the Onaidi, and now she's much more energetic. The system, loving to see the MC blow through cash, congratulates him with another 10 million. And with this spectacular comeback, Gawain is declared the grand champion of the battle. But even with the victory secured, the MC doesn't stop and sends another 1,000 rockets all at once. Faced with this, the system, not having much else to do, just throws another cool million into his account. Gawain thanks everyone for their support, especially the one who made her the champion. However, she makes an appeal, saying that everyone worked hard for their money and that they shouldn't waste so much of it on her. The humility in her words moves everyone on the stream. As for her opponent, she's seething with rage. All her effort was for nothing, except to make Gawain even more famous. In addition to fame, Gawain gained millions in donations on thousands of new viewers. But remembering that the manhwa is about the MC, we go back to him, who thinks it's getting late and decides to go home. Before leaving, however, he addresses Miss Lu, and we finally find out the rival's name. He tells her not to be discouraged, as he found her performance very good and that she is famous and rich donors, so she should keep trying her best. Saying, right behind, comments that the MC's words probably just made the girl even more furious. And yes, she hit the nail on the head. After such a long and emotional night, everyone finally leaves the bar. The scene then shifts to outside. Zhang comments that the rival's plan went down the drain and asks if the others saw the look on her face at the end. She says the night was enlightening, as she got to see the platform's biggest tycoon in action firsthand. But she finds it strange that Gawain isn't the least bit excited. Gawain replies that she doesn't feel worthy of so much support, as she's never seen the donor and feels uncomfortable with the absurd amount of money he spends on her. Zhang, ever the pragmatist, says that it doesn't matter and that if it were her, she'd already be getting close to this generous donor. No sooner said than done, she announces she's going to send him a private message. Seconds later, she sends the message, and the MC's phone pings, notifying him that he's received a new message. Hearing the sound, the two of them look back suspiciously. Zhang asks if that isn't the notification from the XIA on his platform and notes the coincidence she just sent a message and he just received one. The whole situation becomes very awkward. The MC asks why they're looking at him like that, stating that it's just a coincidence. He justifies himself, saying that since he just left his job, he's still receiving a lot of messages from the platform and asks them not to get the wrong idea. Gawain thinks about it. She knows the MC spent a few $100,000, but the person who donated on the stream spent millions. The MC agrees, saying that's exactly it. He has a little money, sure, but spending millions in a few minutes is a bit much. Zhang, still skeptical, says that the donor's name has hang in it, just like the MC's. What if it's him? Trying to change the subject, Gawain asks where the MC lies, offering him a ride. He declines, saying he lives in the opposite direction and will take a taxi. Suddenly, someone calls out for Gawain, and it's the MC's sleazy ex-boss. He comments that he found the background of her stream familiar and that, luckily, he managed to find her outside. Gawain's expression makes it clear she's not at all happy to see him there. Noticing his ex-employee is present, the boss starts to mock the MC, saying he can only be there at Gawain's invitation since he's broke. Gawain cuts him off, explaining that, actually, she was the one who depended on him today, as he was the one who paid for dinner and the drinks. With this revelation, the guy is in complete shock. In disbelief, he asks if Gawain is serious, accusing her of having fallen for the guy and covering up his lies. He says he already knows everything. The bar tab was paid by a mysterious person, so how could the MC have paid for the drinks? Then, the boss comes up with his own theory. The MC is one of those broke guys who use their smooth talk to win over girls and get money out of them. But Zam intervenes, confirming that it was indeed the MC who paid for all the drinks that night. Annoyed, the manager asks who gave her the right to speak. He turns to Zhang and humiliates her, saying she thinks she's all that just because she has some fans, but that they're all fake, bought by the company. The revelation, of course, leaves the girl in shock, and he continues, stating that the company spent a fortune buying fake followers for her. He calls her useless because she doesn't generate any profit, and says she should learn from Gawain, who earned millions in a single night. He humiliates Zhang so much that she breaks out in a cold sweat, paralyzed with anger. Then, the creep turns to Gawain, asking if she hadn't said she wouldn't do any more dance streams. He congratulates her on her excellent work in the money she made for the company, and makes her an offer if she agrees to a few more little things. He can get her a transfer to TV. Leading in to touch her, he reveals that the little thing is just spending a night with him. But before he can lay a finger on her, our MC steps in the way. He tells the manager to show a minimum of respect. The manager mockingly retorts by calling the MC a loser and asking if he's trying to play the hero. He questions if this hero can offer her resources and money. Since the answer is obviously no, he tells the MC to get lost. Faced with the threat, the MC backs down. Gawain then warns the manager that if he touches her one more time, she will terminate her contract with the company. He laughs, doubting she has the guts to do it. He reminds her that she signed a 5-year contract and that if she terminates it now, she'll have to pay a penalty of 10 million. Can you afford that? He asks. She retorts, saying she earned millions for the company just that night, and that with her savings, he shouldn't doubt her ability to pay the penalty. The argument cuts the guy off at the knees. To retaliate, he starts calling her all sorts of names, obviously none of them good. He gets close and says that even if she pays the debt, the company won't leave her alone. After all, no company will let its cash cow go that easily. If she leaves, her name will be put on a blacklist, and she won't be able to work anywhere. But to his surprise, the MC steps in front of her again. In the calmest way possible, he drops the bomb since she can't leave. The solution is simple: heal by the entire company. That way, it's not Gowan who's leaving, it's the manager. Now the manager really felt the impact of that answer. Even so, he tries to keep his composure and with pure mockery, says the MC is impressive. With a cynical little smile, he says he'll be waiting to see it. After all, in his head, how could a broke nobody buy a company like that? In any case, the manager has been annoyed enough for one night. Without further ado, he simply leaves, fuming. Turns out that Zhang, after the humiliation, is still pretty shaken up. In her mind, the agonizing doubt were all those followers really fake? Her sadness, of course, catches her friend's attention. She starts to wonder if everything was a sham: the money, the donors, the followers, all hired by the company. Gowan runs to her and, holding her hand, assures her that of course not. She insists that the creep only said that to put her down. Therefore, Zhang shouldn't get upset over the words of that scumbag. From a distance, the MC just watches the scene of friendship. Gowan then turns to him and thanks him for all his help that night. She also thanks Zhang for helping to clear things up. Zhang replies that it was nothing and that if it weren't for Gowan, she wouldn't even have known how much the manager despised her. With renewed anger, she finally explodes and calls the guy a jerk. Gowan then turns to the MC and says they are just colleagues, and that he didn't have to do so much for her. He replies that it's alright, as he had hated that guy for a long time anyway. A small smile appears on Gowan's face upon hearing that. Then, she extends her hand and, saying she doesn't know if she'll see him again, wishes him great success in the future. For some reason, the gesture seems to surprise the MC. Even so, he shakes her hand and tells her to take care as well. With the goodbyes said, the girls get into the car, and they drive off, leaving the MC behind. Pulling out his phone, the MC finally realizes that in his rush to send rockets, he didn't even notice the flood of notifications. The balance on the screen is simply absurd: 109 million in the dude's account. Now he can officially consider himself a millionaire. With this new reality, he thinks he needs to hurry up and buy a plane ticket to go back home. Without wasting a second, he's already on the airline website. The train ticket he used to take was much cheaper, costing only 300. But today, luxury speaks louder, and he buys the plane ticket anyway. The price of the ticket is a mere 4,001s. At this, the system rewards him with the motto not the best, but only the most expensive, and more money enters his account. Shortly after, the MC finally arrives at his dorm room, ready to sleep, and between one transition and another, the sun finally rises. Even with the light hitting his face, our boy is still knocked out. However, the peace is shattered when someone starts yelling that it's time to pay the rent. The shouting wakes the MC up instantly. He thinks it's always the same story a week before it's due. She already starts her drama. The woman yells for Hang, telling him to pay up and stop pretending he's not home. And the worst part, this whole spectacle is happening at 6 in the morning. Losing her patience, the woman keeps banging on the door until the MC answers. Looking sleepy, he finally opens the door. The landlady immediately starts chewing him out, complaining that he always forgets the rent and asking if he can't be more responsible. But the MC, without saying a word, simply pays a full year's rent all at once. The woman, upon seeing the notification, is completely startled. The message on the screen confirms 10,001s have been transferred. She can't understand how he paid for a year all at once. Just yesterday, she had to fight with him to get the month's payment. Looking at her phone, she notices he sent an extra for 100. But the MC says it's fine and that she can consider the extra a service fee for not being bothered while he's sleeping anymore. Then, the guy closes the door in her face. The woman is left completely confused, but if I were her, I'd be jumping for joy: a year's rent in advance and a 400 tip. Without a second thought, the MC throws himself back into bed, remembering his flight is only at 10, so there's still time for a nap. His roommate on the bottom bunk, Drozili, asks if he won the lottery, but the MC is already deep in dreamland, folks. It's then that the little system pops up with a heck of a notification for having surpassed himself by paying a year's rent. The reward is nothing less than a villa in Swan Bay. That's right, the dude won an entire villa. Obviously, the sly dog wakes up instantly. He's completely shocked by this sudden news. Looking at the keys that materialized in his hand, he processes the information. It wasn't a house, it was a villa. And just one tiny important detail, we can't forget the MC started the day with 39,000 and went to sleep with 84. $1.5 million in his account. Not bad, right? After news like that, our boy gets dressed in a flash. Now the guy is so excited he's turned into a monkey, jumping out of bed. And to top it off, he lands in a superhero pose. His friend asks where he's going in such a hurry, and he says he's going back home, straight to the airport, and that he won't be back anytime soon. The friend still asks if he's not going to pack, but he replies that he doesn't even need to. The scene then cuts to the MC's parents. The father mentions that Hank called to say he was coming back today and that he sent $100,000. The mother doesn't understand what kind of part-time job pays that much. She hopes it's nothing illegal, but the father reassures her, saying they know very well the kind of son they raised. At that exact moment, our boy arrives at the hospital. The first thing he does is ask how his mother is feeling. The mother says she's fine and complains about him coming, since his father had told him he didn't need to. The father hands him an apple and asks how work is going. Without beating around the bush, our boy tells them he quit. Shocked, his parents ask if he really did that, but then they support him, saying they raised an excellent son and that he will certainly find a better job soon. Our boy gets emotional with so much support. After all, his parents are his safe harbor. And look, MC, I wanted to say I understand you, but in my case, it's just my mom. My dad went out for cigarettes and still hasn't come back. That's the harsh reality. Nothing you can do about it. He then asks his father if the medical bills have been paid. The father tells him not to worry and that he will return the $100,000 as a young man like him needs the money more. But the MC insists the money is for them and asks who his father borrowed from so he can pay it back right away. The father reveals he borrowed from some relatives. Hearing this, the MC gets furious, asking if he borrowed money from his uncle and aunt. Stressed, he leaves the room, telling his father he's going to pay the debt immediately. But his father grabs his arm, saying he'll pay it back himself as soon as possible and that the MC doesn't need to worry, as it's not fair for him to work so hard and give all his money to the family. Hearing the argument, the mother starts to cry, blaming herself for the whole situation. She laments that the MC has to grind away in the big city just to pay her expenses, imagining he's living a miserable life there. But the MC smiles and says it's not that hard, that she's just imagining things. He reassures her, saying it wasn't that difficult to save up the $100,000 and that he came to make sure she gets the best medical treatment possible. With that settled, he announces that he's now going to his uncle's house to pay off this darn debt. Sometime later, the MC is already outside the hospital. Hopping into a tuk-tuk, he gives the address where he wants to go. I don't even know if that's the right name, but tuk-tuk fits, don't you think? The problem with taking this princess carriage is that the all-bumpy road makes it shake more than a blender. Annoyed, Hank asks the driver if they weren't going to fix the road. The driver then explains that they did do some repairs, but it ended up worse than before. Apparently, some of that famous embezzlement of funds happened, and the result was this whole mess of potholes. The MC complains, saying that things are already tough around here and the guy still managed to pocket public money. He reflects that if his family hadn't been financially stable, he probably wouldn't have had a good education and would have been stuck in that place for the rest of his life. Finally, our MC arrives at his aunt and uncle's darn house. What makes the MC absolutely livid is that their property is huge while his dad's is just a tiny plot. Turns out, those crooks swiped almost all of his grandpa's cash, and when it was supposed to be split, they snatched up the biggest share. And let's be real, anyone would be ticked off knowing they got ripped off. I gotta admit, I even have an aunt just like that. But anyway, the MC just wants to get this mess over with and pay back the darn $50,000. So, he goes up and knocks on the door. And to his surprise, the one who answers is a beautiful cousin. Hang finds it strange right away, wondering what Yangju is doing at his uncle's house. Apparently, she's not his cousin. He starts to wonder why she's there. Yeah, our boy, why would a dangerous woman like that be at your uncle's house of all places? But the answer comes right away when his darn cousin shows up. Then we find out the real reason. Our MC gets it in a flash, and now everything makes sense. Even so, he walks right past them and asks if his uncle is home because he came to pay back the darn debt. The girl starts to wonder why the MC is acting so cold. In her head, he must have some unresolved feelings. But with a little pat, this mysterious cousin gets the girl's attention. He asks why she's eyeing the MC after all. She's about to become his wife. The girl, however, says she's just looking to see how pathetic the MC is. Even living in the big city, he's still a loser. To top it off, she even blurts out that the countryside is much better. Once inside the house, the MC goes straight to his uncle. Seeing his nephew approach, the uncle introduces him, saying he's a city man now. Then the uncle's friends, curious, immediately ask if the MC is making good money over there. The nosy cousin immediately cuts in, saying, oh yeah, the MC makes good money, working like a dog to pull in $5,000 a month. To add more fuel to the fire, the cousin even asks how much of that $5,000 the MC manages to save at the end of the month. But the MC couldn't care less about the taunt. He cuts the small talk and tells his uncle he's there to pay the debt. The problem is the guys are more focused on the card game that's going on. The uncle, playing the nice guy, tells Heng not to rush, that he understands the family's difficulties. Deep down, he's just thinking about the interest that'll rack up, so it's all good for him. Even with the MC insisting on paying, the uncle continues his act, saying he doesn't need to be so polite and that he knows how hard he grinds in the city to support his family. Our MC just replies that it's fine, but he's paying the debt either way. Seeing his insistence, the uncle finally agrees and asks his son, Diekai, to get the little notebook from the shelf. Diekai still drops that line about how they're all family and there's no need for so much pressure. With his phone already in hand, the MC says he's transferred 51,000, already including the interest his uncle tacked on. Instantly, the uncle grabs his phone to check if the money really came through. Everyone is surprised when he sees that the money was indeed transferred. Shocked, he asks the MC where he got all that cash. Already turning to leave, the MC replies that he got it from working in the city, duh. Diekai immediately assumes that must have been all of the MC's savings and that he's now spent every last penny. Then the girl offers to walk the MC to the door, saying they're family now and he needs to get used to it. The MC just agrees, thinking it's a great idea. The girl gets closer to Hang, saying that they'll be family now and that he doesn't need to be hung up on old feelings, acting like he doesn't know her. She continues her little speech, reminding him that they're childhood friends and that she knows he likes her, but that she's always seen him as a little brother. Hearing all this nonsense, the MC is simply speechless. Our boy then turns around. Him? Like her? He tells her straight up to look in the mirror. And in all honesty, folks, this girl is not on our MC's level, not at all. The girl is outraged, asking if he really said that. The MC lays it all out, asking what she's talking about. Childhood friends. At most, they were acquaintances who played together as kids, but now she acts like she's all that. He adds that he thought she was a better person, but in the end, she's just another gold digger. And he finishes by saying she's good at pretending, but whatever, because it's not his problem anymore. The girl, completely delusional, says she gets it since the MC can't have her. Now he despises her, but she warns him that, in the end, she'll be his sister-in-law, so the past has to stay in the past. Our MC just realizes she's gotten it all completely wrong. But seeing he's already wasted enough time and to avoid turning this into a soap opera, he simply turns and walks away. His attitude, of course, deeply irritates the girl. Angrily, she steps in front of him. She asks who he thinks he is, thinking he's better than everyone just because he was good in school, and she warns him that he's dead wrong. She admits to his face that she looks down on the poor and loves the rich, so what? With his uncle's family, she'll live in a giant house and eat the best of the best, while he'll be rotting in a shoebox in the city. And to make it worse, she hits below the belt, talking about his mom. She says a hospital is a bottomless pit and that it's useless for him to spend 50 or 100,000 because it won't do any good. In the end, she says he should be grateful she's still being polite. The MC, completely fed up, asks if the crazy lady is done with her show. He describes her as someone who lives thinking she's the center of the universe, that everyone is crazy about her, then finishes by saying that not even the frogs in the pond are that delusional. Irritated, the girl points her finger in the MC's face. To end the conversation, he tells her to stop acting like a sicko and take a real look in the mirror to face reality. And as always, the little system pops up. The notification says the MC was as sharp as a razor and made a clean cut. As a reward, he gets an apartment in the city of BIU. The crazy girl keeps pointing and complaining nonstop. Tired of the nonsense, the MC gently takes her hand. Then he turns her finger back at herself and tells her to stop blocking his path. And with that Sigma move, he finally goes on his way. Just then, a car flies past him at high speed. The vehicle ends up splashing mud everywhere. And obviously, it was the slimy cousin behind the wheel. He still plays dumb, saying he didn't even see the MC and apologizes. He brags, saying he's on his way to visit a construction site, where, by the way, he's the big boss now. But since he doesn't have time for inferiors, he says his goodbyes. But not before dropping one last taunt. If the MC needs a job, he just has to look him up, because there are some bricks over there waiting to be carried. With that scene, the MC finally understands why the roads are such a mess. Looks like it's time to serve up a dish of justice for the people. Sometime later, we're in front of the city's construction department. We see a man saying goodbye to the MC, telling him he's welcome to come back for a cup of tea anytime. Our boy says his goodbyes, assuring him that he definitely will. Next up, the system announces that the host has served justice, and as a reward for reporting corruption, he's earned 100 property deeds. The MC is startled, asks how many deeds the system said. Did he hear that right? The system confirms it was 100 deeds, and it even asks if he thought that was too little, explaining that the rewards are based on his actions. Quickly, the MC apologizes, saying he's not blaming the system. The problem is that the system is getting more and more bizarre, and it seems like all the wealth in the world is going to end up in his hands. In the next chapter, the MC is already at the hospital, giving an apple to his mother. Suddenly, a doctor enters, announcing that the surgery was a success and that, since her vitals are normal, he's going to arrange for her discharge. But the MC questions the decision, remembering that the surgery was yesterday and that she should be kept under observation, not discharged so soon. However, the doctor insists that he said what he had to say she's being discharged. He even asks the nurses to help the patient pack her things. With a fruit knife in his hand, the MC asks what was that he said. His mother, seeing the situation, calls out his name, worried. The doctor, playing dumb, repeats that the patient has recovered and he's going to free up the room for another one. With a thud, Hank slams the knife into the table. The doctor gets worked up, shouting that he has a knife in the hospital and threatening to call security if he doesn't drop it. Seeing the commotion, the MC's mother gets up, saying she'd rather go home so she doesn't spend any more money. The doctor agrees, saying that his mother is the sensible one and that a good son should listen to her. Turning to the nurses, he asks them to make sure everything is cleaned up, as he doesn't want any trace of poverty and bad luck around. Hearing that, the MC gets furious. He tells his mom he needs to step out, and she asks him to be careful and not to cause any trouble, as they are ordinary people. The MC reassures her, telling her not to worry, because he's not going to solve anything using force. In the next scene, the doctor is already in his office, talking on the phone. And guess who this jerk is chatting with? Clearly with that slimy cousin who nobody can stand. But the doctor didn't count on one little detail. Our boy was right outside, listening to everything. He already figured it was a case of bribery, but now he was sure, if they want to play with money, then so be it. He decides to test if money really can make the impossible possible. In the next scene, we're already in the hospital director's office. Hearing a knock on the door, the director says to come in. Seeing that it's Hang, he asks who he is and what he wants. Our boy, very calmly, just replies that he's an ordinary patient. The director, impatiently, tells him to go to the front desk because this isn't the place for that. But then the MC drops the bombshell he's there to donate a building to the hospital. The director, not paying attention, says that's fine. Just go to the front desk and they'll handle it. He's too busy to pay the MC any mind right now. But that's when it hits him and he processes what he heard donate a building. He asks if the MC has any idea how much it costs to donate an entire building. Sizing up the guy's simple clothes, he suspects this is all just a prank. But our boy confirms that he already knows all about it, has looked into the costs, and that it won't be a problem. Then he asks if they can get the process started. In the next chapter, our MC lays it all out, saying he knows the hospital is always swamped, totally packed with barely any room to spare, and that it'd be a game changer to have a dedicated spot for post-op patients. Closing the book, the director admits it's impossible to please everyone and that the lack of beds is a constant complaint. However, he thinks this whole corruption story is a bit of an exaggeration. Then Hang fires back, explaining that he knows the director isn't to blame for the bed shortage. The problem is that some people are taking advantage of the situation to make a dirty buck, saving the few available beds for their special connections. At that moment, the director stands up, already losing his patience, and states that he's been in charge for years, just like the other doctors, and guarantees he's never accepted a single cent in bribes. Then the MC drops a bombshell on him, explaining that his mom was fresh out of surgery and needed to rest. But the doctor just forced her discharge to make room for another patient. To make matters worse, he knows the new guy only had a sprained ankle and was stealing a bed from someone who actually needed it. In disbelief, the corrupt doctor yells that it's all fabrication because even with the ER at full capacity, they would never discharge someone who just had surgery. However, he challenges the MC, saying that if he wants to stick to that little story, he'd better come up with some solid proof. It's at this point that our MC drops the line, "Say no more, my man. Just take this recording and press play." On that recording was the entire compromising conversation between Kai and Dr. Lee. Even so, the doctor tries to squirm his way out of it, questioning how he could know if the recording wasn't a fake. Cool as a cucumber, the MC replies that even if the recording was a fake, the building construction wasn't, and he'd take care of that. And just like that, he calls Chief Engineer Kang and asks if he has a moment to discuss the construction of a new building for the municipal hospital. Right after, he asks if Kang could swing by the hospital director's office just to iron out a few details. After hanging up, the young man turns to the director and asks if he has a minute to hear from Chief Kang, just to confirm the call was for real. After that, they could schedule a formal meeting. Agreeing, Director Yu picks up the phone. As he introduces himself, the director starts to hear the voice on the other end, and Kang congratulates him, saying he's one lucky guy for getting a new building on the house. Finally, the penny drops for the blessed director, and he realizes he's talking to the real engineer Kang. In a hurry, he says he gets sent and that they'll schedule a chat later, quickly hanging up to deal with the more urgent mess. With both of them seated again, the MC asks if the director believes him now and demands an answer about the recording, arguing that if he can donate a whole building, why on earth would he fake an audio clip? With that, the MC thinks to himself, if one building isn't enough, am I going to have to donate two? Standing up, the young man states he has no other requests, only that he expects the director to punish the corrupt individuals as they deserve. Before he leaves, the director asks him to wait and asks for the boy's name. With a humble air, Hang replies that he's just a simple guy from a family of farmers and that his name doesn't matter. But if you want to write something down, you can call me the messenger of justice. What's with that line, my dude? Get a load of this guy. The very next second, the director is already on the phone. He orders them to immediately bring the most recent discharge records, as he's going to check every single one personally. A short time later, a nurse calls for Dr. Lee, telling him the director wants to see him. Yikes, dude, it looks like things hit the fan, because the guy is already on his knees. Desperate, he begs the director not to fire him, claiming he has elderly parents and a young son to support. The director isn't having any of it and retorts he has a family, right? But what about the patients he harmed? Did they not have families too? Eye doctor with no morals like him can go find a job somewhere else. At this point, the scene cuts to Deakai and the MC's XX-ish, that long-lost love, whose name, honestly, isn't even worth remembering. She's so irrelevant. She's commenting that Deakai's career is taking off and that they'll soon buy a house in the city. Wait, weren't they supposed to be the rich ones? Suddenly, someone throws the door open, shouting Deakai's name. A really ticked-off dude walks in, complaining that Deakai said he had connections and even bribed doctors, but as soon as his wife got to the hospital, she was sent home. Now he's the one in hot water, barely able to get into their room because his wife is absolutely furious. Completely clueless, Deakai stands up, spilling water everywhere. Quickly, Deakai asks for a minute to call his partner at the hospital and figure out the situation. Well, but when he picks up his phone, he realizes things have gotten ugly. The phone tells him that the number he dialed simply no longer exists. In the next scene, we're already in the Hang family's yard, where a ton of construction materials are being delivered. Hang's mom, worried, asks if all those materials weren't super expensive. The MC reassures her, saying the hospital paid for everything and they didn't spend a dime. It was a form of compensation because of the corrupt doctor who was punished. Without a second thought, the MC's mom just accepts the explanation and says she gets it. Out of nowhere, someone arrives shouting Hang's name. It was Deakai, furious, saying he spent $10,000 to get a room for his brother at the hospital and now all that money has gone down the drain. The MC's mom gets confused and asks what Deakai is talking about. Before Deakai can continue, the MC finds the situation perfect because the idiot just admitted to the scheme. The young man then confronts him, saying that for a long time he wondered who could have kicked his mom out of the hospital right after surgery. In the end, it was his dear relative who paid $10,000 to boot her out of there. Realizing his blunder, Deakai tries to play it cool, denying he got his mom kicked out and saying it's normal to be discharged after getting better. Next, Deakai accuses the MC of dropping the act. He questions if the hospital would have done all that for him if the MC wasn't pulling strings behind the scenes. Calmly, the MC defends himself, explaining that everything was a courtesy from Director Liu to compensate for the corruption scheme that affected his mother. Outraged, Deakai asks if he's supposed to swallow that lie, reminding him how hard he and his brother worked to build their connections at the hospital. With a smirk, the MC questions his logic. It makes no sense that a poor guy like him, who makes less than $5,000 a month and can barely pay rent, would have the power to mess with a big shot like Deakai. Turning his back, the MC suggests that maybe it's just karma, because some people think dirty money can solve everything, but that's not always the case. Leaving the property, Deakai screams that all the poor folks in his family are gonna kick the bucket. The MC, however, couldn't care less, thinking about how pathetic his threat is. Worried, Hang's mom comments that Deakai seemed furious and asks if he might try to harm them. Full of confidence, the young man replies that he'd love to see him try. A few minutes later, two cars approach at high speed. Deakai, who is still nearby, recognizes one of the cars as belonging to Manager Kang, the engineer. And it wasn't just a lookalike, my friend, it was his car. Kang gets out of the car carrying a chicken and a fish, thanking Hang profusely for his help with the road in the building, saying it was out of this world. Playing it down, the MC says that Manager Kang is degenerate and that he just helped him with a broken down car on the road earlier. Kang gets the hint and agrees, realizing the MC wants to keep his identity a secret and not take credit for the building and the roads. Putting an arm around Kang, the MC tells his mom he's going on ahead as he needs to give the manager something. Right after, he asks the manager to stop saying those things, explaining that he likes to help without being in the spotlight. Leaving arm in arm like old pals, Kang informs him that the request the MC made earlier has already been taken care of, and the MC praises his efficiency. In the next scene, Deakai is on the phone with Mr. Xiao, who informs him that he no longer needs to be involved with the road repairs. This news catches the guy completely by surprise. Startled, he even starts to slow down the car. The guy argues that the deal was already sealed. He complains that he had already organized the workers' schedules and asks, what about the loss on their wages? Xiao explains that a new regulation in the construction sector disqualified his team during the inspection, and with that, he ends the conversation, saying he has better things to do. After that, he just hangs up in Kai's face, not waiting for a reply. The guy realizes in desperation that all his schemes, both at the hospital and with the roads, have gone up in smoke. In his office, Xiao thinks to himself that he had no choice after all. The kid offended the all-powerful manager Kang. In the next chapter, the camera focuses on a bag with 4 packs of cigarettes. Now, whose cigarettes are these? That's asking too much, my friend. Kai is trying to argue with Mr. Zhao that they had a deal he would build the road and Xiao would get his cut without even having to get his hands dirty. You look at the scene and have no idea what's going on, right? You're probably wondering why Mr. Xiao has 2 young ladies with him. Well, my friend, let me break it down for you. Mr. Xiao might be old, but he ain't dead, and apparently, he owns a nightclub. Placing the cigarettes on the table, Kai offers to increase Xiao's cut from 30% to 40%, asking if the offer sounds better now. Mr. Zhao makes a face like he's starting to get interested. Thinking he's figured it all out, the guy thinks the old man just wanted a bigger piece of the pie and that a small increase would solve everything. He then says that everyone knows the qualification review is just a formality and that he can easily find a shell company to pass the process. Angrily, Mr. Zhao shoves the cigarettes aside and asks who said qualification documents can be forged. He questions if Kai thinks he can solve everything with a few cheap cigarettes, as if he were some beggar taking a bribe. The guy tries to correct himself, saying that's not what he meant. Then Xiao asks what he was implying, if he thought the old man was just playing hard to get. Desperate, he offers 50%, 50-50, and even split. That just makes the old man even angrier, and he tells the kid to get the heck out of there immediately. Yikes. I thought the kid was just going to walk out, but it looks like he was literally thrown out of the nightclub, along with his cigarettes, dignity, and everything else. But hold on, because there's another room in the same nightclub. In this room, a receptionist asks Mr. Xiao to come in, which makes me wonder, does he not own the club? I thought he did until now, but maybe it's just a front for laundering money. Anyway, in this other room are the MC and engineer Kang. Mr. Zhao thanks the MC for his kindness in helping the city build the road. Our MC, who is no fool, knows this is pure hypocrisy and that Mr. Zhao is a massive opportunist. So, he replies that it was no big deal and that he's not interested in the problems of some old village, doing it all just for his parents, who are getting older and can risk getting hurt on a bad road. With that in mind, he asks the old man point blank if the road is going to fall apart in a year again, because there's no way he would do something like that. That question catches the old guy off guard, because that was exactly what was going to happen, but since the MC is rich, this time he'll let it slide. Spitting out the words, he promises he won't disappoint the boys' expectations. Suddenly, to our surprise, the system finally shows up again. It's been a while, right, my dude? The system informs him that since the construction of the road and houses in his hometown is complete, showing his high moral character, he will receive a bonus as a reward. The guy even comments that he was wondering where the system had been, but concludes that, given how long it was gone, it must have been planning something big. Changing gears, the scene cuts to the second uncle's garden, where a huge argument is already in full swing. At the center of the shouting match is the MC's ex, who is tearing into Kai for lying around all day without helping at all. She throws it in his face that if she had known it was all talk, she would have chosen Hang, who at least was in the city chasing real opportunities. Man, that line really poked a bear. Furious, he gets up and asks what she just said. But if you think the lady is going to back down, you're dead wrong. She doubles down and says he's a good for nothing, and that's exactly what he heard. To his face, she even says that if she were him, she'd already be on her knees begging Mr. Zhao. Turning her back, she announces that she's going after Hang, since they grew up together and it shouldn't be hard to win him back. That's when all heck breaks loose, and the guy, without a second thought, grabs the girl forcefully. Whoa, dude, the guy totally lost it and went after her. Look, I've said it before and I'll say it again, a guy who raises his hand to a woman is gonna get a visit from karma, and the bill comes due, you know? We're talking a long time out, and if I'm around, you better believe I'm not just gonna stand there, I'll watch the other guys, set him straight and help deliver the message. I just love the drama. Leaving that mess aside, the scene changes to someone handing some papers to Hang's family. The problem is, they don't understand a single thing those documents mean. The person delivering them is Engineer Kang, explaining that the road construction will take up 1 meter of their house, and as an apology, they plan to build a brand new house for the family. The MC's parents are dumbfounded, unable to believe what they're hearing. Seeing their reaction, Kang asks if the offer isn't acceptable and if he should add a cash compensation as well. That's when the family's brains completely short-circuit. Since when did their village get so lucky that they'd get a new house for 1 meter of land with an offer of cash on top? The mom immediately says it's not necessary, as the new house is more than enough, while the dad shouts for the MC, ecstatic about the move. A few days later, Already at the bus station, the MC says goodbye to his parents, telling them he's heading back to the city. His mom tells him not to work himself to death and says that, on his next visit, God willing, they'll already be in the new, bigger house. Hang reassures her, promising everything will be fine. Walking towards the bus, he waves goodbye to them. In the next scene, he's already in the first class waiting lounge when someone calls his name. And there she is, our dangerous Gawain, wanting to know what he's doing there. Equally surprised, he explains he came to visit his mom in his hometown and is now leaving. Only then does the girl remember she hadn't even asked about his mom, even though it was the reason he left the company. Better late than never, she asks how his mom is doing. The MC replies that she's recovering well and the situation is no longer serious. The girl says she's happy to hear that and mentions she was there for a work trip, a rural revitalization campaign to change her image, and that she's also heading back now. What a heck of a coincidence for the two of them to run into each other at the airport, right? Curious, the girl asks if he has any plans for the future or which company he plans to apply to. But she quickly adds that if he doesn't want to answer, it's totally fine. The MC says it's no secret and that he doesn't plan on working for others anymore, because now he's going to open his own business. And just out of spite, the little rascal rented a building right across from his old company, just so he could poke his ex-boss. Talk about a cheeky kid. Gawain thinks the idea is amazing and offers to help with contacts for good and cheap editors and photographers, in case he needs them. In the middle of their conversation, Gawain's phone rings, interrupting their chat. She apologizes and says she needs to take the call. When she answers, she realizes it's her old boss, who immediately starts chewing her out, telling her to get online right away to compete with the Hey, team, because the audience had been tagging her for over an hour. Gawain argues that she told him she was about to board and that he had agreed, but the jerk retorts that since she hasn't gotten on the plane yet, she has to do the live stream first. Desperate, the girl says it's impossible, as boarding is imminent and the next flight is 10 hours away, with no guarantee of getting a ticket. The boss, with zero empathy, says he couldn't care less and asks if she thinks the company helps her for nothing. Coldly, he says that if she misses her flight, she can just wait 10 hours at the airport. Problem solved. Annoyed, Gawain shoots back that she's already made enough money for the company and has been at the top for 6 months without anyone's help. The boss then plays dirty, reminding her that her contract is still with him and that, until it's over, she has to follow orders. And to make it worse, the guy even tries to get hands touching her where he shouldn't. Can you believe that? With no way out, Gawain is about to give in when the MC calls her name. The boss, Raichu, hears his voice and jumps to his own conclusions, accusing her of not even being at the airport, but in one of those love motels. You know what I mean. Extremely offended, the girl tells him to stop spreading rumors and reminds him that she already sent a photo of her boarding pass to the company group chat. Raichu then challenges her to prove it, saying she just needs to start the live stream to show everyone she's at the airport and not somewhere else. Poor Gawain, she's furious but sees herself with few options. It's at this moment that the MC simply takes the phone from her hand. He asks what the contract termination fee is, because this time he'll be happy to pay it. And, to top it off, he informs Raichu that the call is being recorded and he's going to sue him for defamation. Sitting in his chair, Raichu scoffs, telling the MC to stop pretending to be rich and doubting he can afford the fee. Our MC doesn't even bother to reply, he just hangs up on the loser. Gawain, in shock, asks if he's kidding and if he's really going to pay the contract penalty. On the inside, the girl feels she's not worthy of such kindness. Because of that, she tries to convince the MC that her situation at the company isn't that bad and it's not worth giving them the satisfaction of receiving an absurd amount for breaking the contract. Hang tells her not to worry because he's also doing this for his own benefit. He explains that he's opening a media company right across from the Me on group and needs some familiar faces to get off to a good start. After all, what better way to get recognized than by poaching some talent from the competition? Gawain is impressed to learn that Hang is creating a company to compete directly with the Mion group. The kid is a real go-getter. Straight to the point, the young man lays out the offer, a salary based purely on commission, with half the earnings going to pay off the termination fee. Once it's paid, the split would be 70-30, with 70% for her. Upon hearing those words, Gawain's face lights up. If the MC isn't a good person, then who is? Seeing her expression, the MC asks if she thought the percentage was too low, and she immediately denies it. On the contrary, she explains that the percentage is extremely high and that he didn't need to help her so much. For a streaming company, a 50% split would already be great, but considering the penalty, something between 20 and 30% would be normal. 70% was basically a dream company. The MC then reveals that Gawain was the only person who didn't look down on him at the Mion group. That being the case, he was just returning kindness with kindness. Besides, he has a feeling that she's going to make him a lot of money. At that, Gawain smiles and accepts the offer. Sometime later, they finally arrive in the city. Without wasting any time, the two go straight to the Mion group headquarters. Our MC comes face to face with that jerk, Raichu. The sleazeball asks Gawain if she really believes the promises the MC made in that private moment, implying he wasn't thinking straight. He warns her that if she believes him and it's all a lie, her career could go down the drain. The MC interrupts him, telling him to stop stalling and just call the legal department because he didn't come there to argue. The ex-boss stands up and questions if he knows how much Gawain is worth now and if he can really pay the termination fee. He even admits to hearing that the MC made a little money, but doubts it's enough. And he even gives some unsolicited advice, saying that people who get rich too fast don't know how to manage money and can lose it all just as quickly. He predicts that when the young man ends up in debt, his downfall will be certain. The MC slaps his hand away and drops this gem money is renewable. The more you spend, the more you have. If only life were really like that. The young man also comments that, from the way his ex-boss is losing his cool, he's definitely afraid that he can actually pay. Oh, looks like he hit a nerve. Reichi tries to play it off, saying the company isn't just his and he's not the only one who spends or earns, so he would have nothing to be afraid of. With his hand on his face, the MC shows complete disbelief at the guy's slowness, saying he's genuinely concerned for his future. Hearing this makes the man furious, to the point of calling the MC a dog. Calmly, the MC corrects him, stating that he's a legally contracted worker and that if the little ex-boss calls him a dog again, there's going to be a lawsuit. Furthermore, he reminds him that, according to the contract clause, Reichu can't spread rumors about them even after they leave, so the nonsense about private moments would also lead to another lawsuit. With his legs cut out from under him, the guy has no choice but to call legal, who arrives asking Gawain to sign the contract. Without hesitation, Gawain says she'll sign. Unbelievably, Reichu asks again if she's sure. Apparently, it still hasn't sunk in for him. Gawain makes it clear that she is absolutely 100% sure. She signs it quickly, just to make sure nothing goes wrong. You never know, a plane could crash into the building, right? Reichu then says, very well, the termination is signed. Now, where's the money? The MC tells him to chill and asks if he's checked his bank account, because the transfer was made a minute ago. The problem is, Reichu can't believe someone would transfer 10 million just like that. Annoyed, the MC tells the idiot to check with the finance department instead of asking dumb questions. Getting close to the window, the MC comments on how wonderful the view from the administration building is. With a smirk, he informs the now manager Ray that they'll have a long future together. Suddenly, the system appears, congratulating the host for understanding the essence of spending money. It only grows when it circulates. As a reward, he got 99 million just from that little stunt. It's the infinite farm, my friend. There's no way around it. Spent 10, got the money back, and still came out with 89 million in profit. What a sweet deal. Now outside the building, someone calls out for Gawain and Hang. Look who comes running, Zan, who we haven't seen in a while. Now all we need is that pesky Noelle to complete the crew. All flustered, Zan mentions she just heard that Gawain quit and asks if they'll still be able to see each other in the future. Gawain was about to answer, but the MC cuts in right away, saying he doesn't see any problem with that. With a straight face, he says the new company is in the commercial building right across the street and that she can even swing by the cafeteria to have lunch with them. But hold on a sec, MC, is your building that one back there or this giant one in front? If it's the big one, this dude is spending some serious cash. The girl, of course, is totally confused about this whole building across the street thing. Interrupting the topic, the MC's phone rings right on cue. Excuse me, he tells the girls that he needs to take this. Stepping away, Hang hears from the other end of the line that his property certificate is ready and when he would like to pick it up. The MC replies that he'll swing by soon. The woman on the other end confirms, saying they'll be waiting for his visit. Yep, the MC, poor guy, had almost forgotten he needed to inspect that villa. And it's true, if I'm not mistaken, he won a whole villa, right? Along with the buildings came a free villa, didn't it? Saying his goodbyes, he tells Gawain to get some rest and plan their business, as he needs to take care of a few things that came up. The girl replies that it's all good, no problem. Right after, she finally answers her friend's question, confirming that he paid the contract termination fee. To this day, Zane can't believe that the office's former gopher was actually a tycoon. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Meanwhile, at the said villa, someone announces that the VIP client is arriving and that everyone should be on high alert to not disrespect him. The one giving the orders is the same woman from the phone call, who asks manager Wang to make everything spotless, as nothing can go wrong. Manager Wang assures her she doesn't need to worry, as he'll handle everything right away. With that said, he starts shouting, summoning the whole crew. With the team assembled, he explains that some Mr. Wang bought the villa for 300 million and is about to arrive, so everyone needs to go to the entrance to welcome him. Turning to an employee named Irene, he reinforces that the guest is very important and they absolutely cannot mess this up. She agrees but asks if they might have a picture of him, just so they don't risk greeting the wrong person. The manager replies that he's a mysterious tycoon, so how could they possibly have a photo of him? According to him, rich people like Mr. Wang usually have a striking presence. As soon as he arrives, the whole place will light up. Suddenly, he runs his hand along the wall and notices it's covered in dust. Immediately, he yells for the whole gang to get to cleaning, because the place needs to be sparkling. After a while of waiting, our guy finally arrives. As soon as he gets out of the car, his jaw drops at the sight. Even the sales office is impressive, something to be expected from the famous Randy Chang brand. What the MC doesn't get is why on earth there are so many people just standing around at the entrance. Then he goes inside and, apparently, no one even notices he's the client. It gets complicated, right? The guys are expecting a tycoon and the MC shows up in a taxi. I think even I would just stand there, not knowing what to do. Once inside, the guy finds it weird the sales office is huge, but there's not a single soul. This villa is starting to seem a bit sketchy. Looking at the model, the MC admires how beautiful the landscaping of the area is, with a pool for every house. At that moment, Irene approaches to greet him and asks what type of house he'd like to see, offering to give him a tour. Just then, the manager calls her with a shout. Manager Wang scolds the girl, reminding her he made it clear not to receive other clients and questioning why she wasn't watching the entrance. The young woman argues that he's still a customer and might want to buy a house, but the manager insists the place needs to be empty so the VIP doesn't feel disrespected. Irene thinks that's wrong, since they didn't even put a sign on the door. The manager then tells her to leave it to him, calling her naive. To him, that young man probably doesn't even have 200 wands in his pocket and yet he dares to walk in here to buy a house. It's laughable. Without any ceremony, the manager comes in hot, saying that some people don't know their place and that if he can't afford it, he should get out. The MC, completely confused, asks if the guy is talking to him. Out of nowhere, the manager turns to Irene and tells her to clean everything up because the VIP client is arriving and he can't find a single speck of dust. Hank questions the manager, asking how he can know if the house is any good without even looking. The manager replies that, based on his appearance, he doesn't even have 200 wands in his pocket, and the houses here cost 300,000. The problem, my friend, is that it's 300,000 wands P, or SQUAREMETR. Now it makes sense why he's calling our MC broke. The MC comments that the management of the place doesn't seem very good, since they judge people by their appearance, and that maybe it's not worth the price. But the manager retorts, saying he only says that because he can't afford it. The MC finds this situation hilarious, especially because his phone just started ringing. The person on the phone asks Hank if he's arrived at the sales office yet and says that if he has any questions, he can ask Manager Wang. The manager, upon hearing this, finds that voice very familiar. Without missing a beat, the MC adds fuel to the fire, saying that this manager Wang isn't being very nice and accused him of not being worthy of buying a house there, so he thinks it's best to back out and cancel the transaction. On the other end of the line, the woman shoots up from her seat, asking him to wait just a little bit and that she's on her way. She insists that it must have all been a big misunderstanding. For that reason, she begs him to wait and not to leave. In the next chapter, she's already in the car, telling the driver to head straight to Swan Bay as fast as possible. See, even the woman has a fancy car, and the MC wants to show up in a taxi. Man, the guy is a millionaire. Go buy some decent clothes. A cool car for Pete's sake. He's making life difficult for the rest of us. Inside the car, the now identified W. Anning is already on the phone, giving the manager a piece of her mind. Desperate, he tells her not to worry, because he'll fix everything. It seems the guy's penny finally dropped. Oh wait, no it didn't. He turns to Irene and blames her, saying he told her to clear the area and now the rich client is stressed out because of her. At this moment, the MC realizes the manager is dumber than a box of rocks. From the way he reacted earlier, the MC swore the guy had recognized the voice, but apparently, it was just a mistake. To make matters worse, the blockhead grabs Irene's ear, complaining that it's no use being pretty if she can't do her job right, and now his job is on the line because of her. The poor girl can only cry, unable to say a word. As if that wasn't enough, Manager Wang shoves the MC and tells him to scram as fast as possible, calling him poor and a nobody. It's at this exact moment that our dear director arrives, and Manager Wang, without noticing, continues arguing with the MC, telling him to get lost. Quickly, he turns to greet his boss with a smile on his face, but she just walks right past him. In his empty head, he thinks the director is annoyed because the young man is still there. But of course not. She bows before the MC and introduces herself as Lee W. Anning, the deputy general manager. Looks like I got her name wrong this whole time, my bad folks. Anyway, W. Anning apologizes profusely, admitting that Manager Wang was completely disrespectful. The manager just stands there, completely lost, not understanding anything anymore. Her words begin to calm the situation, but the MC is still not in a good mood, not by a long shot. W. Anning promises they will improve their management and do everything to prevent this kind of discrimination in the future. Irene finally understands that the simple young man was the VIP client. Meanwhile, the deputy director is still there, begging for another chance. The now ex-manager finally finally speaks up and asks the director if this is for real because he can't believe that kid is the wealthy client. The director scolds him, saying she warned him multiple times to never underestimate a client, but he just ignored her words. The ex-manager thinks to himself that things have gotten really bad for him now. W. Edding says he got arrogant just from selling a few large properties. That being the case, starting tomorrow, he doesn't even need to show up anymore. From now on, he is officially fired. In the blink of an eye, Wang is already on his knees. He begs the director not to do this, using the excuse that he has elderly parents and kids to support, plus his car mortgage. Funny, isn't it? In this manhwa, the guys always have the same excuse when they get fired. Grabbing the director's leg, he pleads, saying she knows his situation. W. Edding cuts the drama short, saying he should have thought of that before, because this is a company, not a charity. You mess up, you're out. Seeing that's not going to work, he tries to grab the MC's leg, but we all know our boy doesn't give second chances to scoops. Irene already thinks she's done for, because if the manager went down, she'd be next. But the MC surprises her, saying she's a good salesperson and that the director should promote her to be the new manager. W. Edding agrees on the spot and asks if they can finally see the property. The MC comments that it's getting late and asks if there's still time. W. Edding assures him there isn't, that she will personally take him there. Meanwhile, Irene stands there, trying to process that she just got promoted. She can hardly believe it, wondering if it's all just a dream. Again, the system pops up. It's been away for a while, hasn't it, my friend? Back to work, are we? It congratulates the MC for being brave and just, and, as a reward, gives him a little heart. The MC is confused about what a heart is for and complains that he wanted a more practical reward. The system explains that it's a personal compliment, but that he shouldn't underestimate these compliments, as they can be useful at crucial moments. Of course, the MC doesn't put much faith in this, starting to think this system has taken up comedy. Sometime later, we're in the gigantic courtyard that leads to the villa's entrance. Yeah, my friend, that's a lot of money. The enormous gates of the property swing open, and inside, the entire team of management and security staff is lined up, waiting to welcome the MC. Back in the office, W. Edding calls the MC over to sort out some details, like paperwork and access recognition systems. Right after, an employee hands her a briefcase. W. Edding explains that all the property documents are in there and hands it to him to review before signing. The MC obviously agrees. After all, it's a $300 million property. You have to give everything a good look. Upon opening the briefcase, the first thing we see is the property certificate. Taking a peek at the certificate, the MC realizes this thing is the real deal, totally fit for a premium client. But he couldn't care less. He just tosses the document back in the briefcase, snaps it shut, and lays it out flatly the way, we'll deal with this later. W. Edding is totally floored. She thinks this guy is a true tycoon, a $300 million property, and he's not even fazed. The sucker didn't even look at the deeds properly. With not much else to do, she asks the MC to go ahead. As they walk, she explains that the villa's private garden was designed by incredible landscapers. As for the inside, it was decorated by a renowned international designer. Checking the place out, the MC thinks the landscape is nice, but considering his parents' taste, the ideal thing here would be to have one of those little vegetable gardens. Whoa, the way I said that, it almost sounds like he's gonna plant something else. No, I'm talking cabbage, eggplants, some little peppers, you know? No, nothing illicit here. Continuing the tour, the MC thinks everything there is incredible, as you'd expect from a luxury area, but still, it would be cool to plant some green beans or some bitter melons. The guy gets rich but can't shake that broke mindset. Me, with a house like this, you really think I'd be planting beans? At most, a little coconut tree or a mango tree. W. Edding notices his reaction and says that if he's unsatisfied with anything, he can hire the designers to change everything. The MC finds the idea interesting and says he'll think about it, already concluding that he definitely needs some changes. At that moment, the system screams arrogance. The host found several flaws in a $300 million property in less than a minute and, as a reward, unlocked almost 99,000 points and a new look at teacup. The MC, messing around, asks if the system comes with skins now. With a little wink, the system explains that every time he advances to a new stage in life, the system will evolve too. The director, standing behind them, concludes that the MC must be from a very prestigious family, since not even the best designers could please him. Ugh, what an arrogant jerk, she thinks. To suck up a bit, she compliments the MC for acquiring the crown jewel despite being so young, predicting a future without limits for him. Yeah, not even I imagined he would buy the main house right off the bat. W. Edding mentions that the CEO himself wants to talk to him about the generous payment, but the MC brushes it off, saying he didn't even spend that much? Yeah, 300 million is nothing, right? Practically pocket change. Not knowing what to say, the woman just says it's their duty and that they hope to count on the MC's support in the future. But on the inside, she's fuming. What do you mean 300 million is nothing? Ah, these darn rich people. But it's all good. They finally arrive at the main house. And just to clear up the mess, I was totally convinced the MC had won an entire villa. But apparently, it's a property so huge it's basically its own village. My bad, folks. Sometimes my brain glitches. Without further ado, Yuaning opens the door for the MC to enter. But the scene cuts to a woman asking her Uncle Zhang who bought the crown jewel, the main property in the entire district. The butler replies that it was a gentleman with the last name Hang who seems to be only in his early 20s. Man, upon hearing his age, the lady gets really curious. Early 20s, huh? The butler asks if the young miss would like him to investigate the young man's background, but she refuses, arguing that someone who spends 300 million on a property so casually is certainly no ordinary person, and an investigation could offend him. Strolling along, she asks the butler to select a suitable gift, as they will soon be visiting their new neighbor. After that, the scene changes again. Now, it's party time, my friend. And there's our boy, announcing that after 3 months of preparation, Jian Media is finally open. He gives a huge thanks to director Gawa for her effort in training everyone and encourages the team to work hard, promising unimaginable rewards. Dude, you mentioned rewards, and who doesn't get pumped? Now everyone's motivated. If only my boss talked to me like that. But we know reality is a different story, right? Gawain and the MC exchange a happy, knowing look. But then the scene flashes back 3 months, with Gawain asking why she doesn't have to do live streams anymore. The MC explains that, for the moment, they don't have quality staff, so her priority is to recruit and train new talent, and that, as a bonus, half of the new streamers' profits will go to her. Surprised, Gawain asks if that isn't a bit much. The MC calls her LGN's founding hero, saying that without her experience, none of it would be possible. But he assures her that as soon as the company stabilizes, she can go back in front of the cameras if she wants. After all the hassle, she says she's good and prefers to just stay behind the scenes. She's done with that live stream life. The days go by and, back in the present, we see a quiet morning at work. Ray-Chu is on his phone, checking out this Jian Media. He notices they really did hire a large number of streamers. But that's normal for a startup with good capital. The hard part is staying in the business. He wonders what's so special about this company that it thinks it can compete with him. Just then, someone comes in saying that Jian Media has set up shop right across the street, which can only mean a direct confrontation. Ray-Chu immediately gets up to welcome his cousin who just got back from a trip, and takes the opportunity to say he was just thinking of a way to crush Jian, all to ease his relatives' worries. The cousin likes the idea and tells Ray-Chu to go ahead and show them who's boss in this industry. With the face of an obedient puppy, Ray-Chu agrees. You pathetic bootlicker. Over at the MC's little company, we see the young man sitting down, analyzing some projects. He's looking at some decoration styles, but doesn't like any of them, finding them all hideous. In his opinion, his $300 million property has to be luxurious, but also creative. Suddenly, someone starts banging loudly on the door, interrupting the MC. It's Gawain, warning him that all their streamers received a PK invitation from the Mian group, and to make matters worse, their opponents have millions of followers. She even pulls out her phone to show him the ridiculousness of it all. And they're in the workgroup chat. Everyone is freaking out, reporting the same situation. But for Hang, who's an old hand at this, it's nothing new. Basically, they're trying to start some cyberbullying to create a stir between the two companies, an old tactic, but one that has taken down many. But, of course, they picked a fight with the wrong person. The MC says that, in the end, PK is all about spending money, so he tells the streamers to accept the challenge. Gawain, worried, asks if he's not planning on spending a fortune on rockets again. The MC, with a little smile, asks if he seems like the type to be extravagant with these things. Seeing his reaction, she starts connecting the dots and wonders if he was the one who spent millions on her last time. With a wise look, the MC says that money is only money when it's spent. If it just sits there, it's only numbers. Gawain agrees but asks him to spend wisely, reminding him that half of everything goes to the streaming platform. She reflects that he already spent a ton on the contract termination and, if her theory is correct, a few more million on the rockets. Even with a lot of money, if he keeps this up, he'll be broke again. But the MC couldn't care less. To him, life is short. We arrive with nothing and leave with nothing, so there's no point in saving. Besides, he sees this as an investment, not a waste of money. If the rookie streamers beat the giants, it will bring immense visibility to the company. In the end, the MC tells her not to worry, because he knows his limits and will spend the money safely. The girl thinks that although his perspective is different from hers, he knows the business. Since he trusts her, she'll trust him too. A while later, Gawain is gathered with the whole team. The girls are apprehensive, saying that if they accept the PK, they'll definitely lose. But Gawain, firmly, tells them all to accept the challenge. To watch the competition, our little MC grabs his phone. Looks like the battle is about to begin. You You bet it is, my man. The dance-off is already underway. The MC watches the live stream, but he's also keeping an eye on something else interesting. The rascal still hasn't left his old company's group chat and is watching everyone they're trash talking the Daljian group. Hang observes everything, but doesn't seem too concerned. He's more focused on deciding his house's style, Hawaiian or vintage French. What a dilemma. Before he can make a decision, Gawain arrives. She warns him that the Mion crew came out swinging. She confirms their funds are ready, but asks when they're going to make their move. The MC tells her not to rush, as everything will happen at the right time. The plan is to wait for peak viewership to make their play. Smiling, she agrees, admitting she's a little impatient. The MC instructs her to keep the girls calm, even if they're losing. If they give it their all, he'll reward every one of them. The scene cuts to Reichu, who is already celebrating the victory with his cousin. In his thoughts, he reflects that even though they lost Gawain, they can still easily make millions. Killing the vibe, the cousin asks what they're celebrating, since beating a small company was the bare minimum. On the inside, the cousin is not satisfied at all, because despite the penalty money, losing Gawain was a tough blow. He picks up his phone and, upon opening WhatsApp, sees a peculiar comment saying that streamer Gawain paid the multi-million-dollar penalty to found her own company. Furious, the cousin asks Reichu what this is all about and why he didn't mention that Gawain went to Daljian. Reichu, all flustered, knows he needs a good excuse, or else he's in deep trouble. He makes up a story that Gawain made some rich guy fall for her and that the dude paid the penalty. The cousin accepts the explanation, saying that as long as he has the situation under control, it's fine. The important thing is to win today's battle. But then, an employee runs in, bringing bad news. The rivals are sending non-stop rockets, and the donations are already huge. Reichu can't believe it. Last time, they focused on one streamer now, 10 at the same time. Where is all this money coming from? He tries to calm his cousin down, saying they must be using fake accounts and that since they've already passed 30 million in profit, it's impossible for them to be surpassed. The cousin, very seriously, warns that they absolutely cannot lose. Rachel assures him it was just a wave of donations. But the employee comes back with his phone in hand. Apparently, it's happening again, and it wasn't just a wave. To make matters worse, this time there are even more rockets than before. The cousin, furious, questions Reichu, didn't you say it was just a wave? He concludes that, since it happened, now Reichu has to crush them. Otherwise, you already know, right? Things are gonna get ugly. In the next scene, there's the MC with his finger on the trigger, clicking away without mercy. The great advantage is that as fast as he spends, he earns spent 3, made 5, spent 10, pocketed 20. At that rate, even I, my friend, would be clicking like a madman. Gawain even points out that they've already won and asks why he keeps spending so much. She reflects that, on the other side, the donation bar doesn't even exist anymore. With that, her old theory is confirmed. It's clearly him. The scoundrel didn't even bother to switch accounts. He's using the exact same one from that day. Absolutely delighted, the MC says they've never seen real money and now it's time to show them how it's done. Nervously, Gawain thinks that this is way more than just showing them. Just then, the MC calls her, and she immediately stands at attention. He reminds her of the main goal. They're aiming for the top, where no one will be able to compete with them. After saying this, Hang dismisses her but asks her not to forget to collect on the bet from the Mion group. Now, what the heck that bet was? Not even I remember. Gawain just confirms and slips away quietly. Grabbing his tablet, the MC finally says he's found his dream style. Looks like this is the style he's going to choose. Honestly, I can't believe he's going to take a mansion like that and turn it into that thing. I think I'm going to stop with this manhwa right here. I can't take it. I'll have a fit if I see that house being turned into that garbage. Just out of curiosity, the rascal picks up the phone to see how much he won. In this little game, he made 10 million. But what's the use of having money if you don't know what you're doing? No, for real. I think I'm gonna drop this series. I can't. I'm not going to see that house in that state, no way. He's taking a mansion and turning it into a nightclub. My god. Alright. I didn't want to, but the editor forced me to record this crap. Now, in various traditional media offices, everyone is wondering what this company is. Who is this LG in media? This has become a mystery even for the streaming platforms. The girls now have at least 2 million followers each. Inside LG in media, the girls say their goodbyes and announce they're ending the stream. The first day was pretty tiring for them, but from the back our boy approaches. The girls comment that they can't believe they managed to win. Another even confesses she was scared at first, but thank God everything worked out. Our little MC announces that today's revenue will be divided according to the agreement's percentage, which gets everyone excited. But how much would that be? Is it enough to get rich overnight? Because, basically, the company grew and blew up in the media overnight. Just then, the little system appears, saying the MC was very generous and, as a reward, he'll get 500. Yep, just 500 bucks. Giving the system a little talking to. The MC complains that it's a bit crazy. 1 minute it gives a lot, the next, a little. It's starting to make him anxious. In the middle of the celebration, we see a little leg appear. Oh, but I've memorized that leg. I know exactly who it belongs to. Of course, it's our beautiful and lovely Gawain, arriving all happy because thank heavens, everything worked out. However, over at the Mion group, things are not going well at all. In the press group chat, everyone is talking about the lost competition. Suddenly, an employee opens the door and suggests they change their name, as Dolg and Media is mass publishing clips from the live stream, making sure to tag them in every post. The best thing would be to change their name to avoid the trolling. The boss immediately looks at Raichu, and the employee senses that the atmosphere is very tense. The best thing for her is to make a run for it, right? That way she avoids getting chewed out for no reason. The door barely closed and Raichu already got a huge slap. He had said it was just a little wave, but look at the damage those guys made. 500 million. Yes, folks, the company profited 500 million from this little game. I mean, the company, right? Because the MC himself made 10 billion. It's the infinite farm. There's no way around it. Raichu tries to argue, saying they also made money, but that's a disappointment, right? They made cash, but got absolutely owned by a tiny company. Changing the subject, I just noticed the sleazeball has a gold tooth. There we go. I've got a nickname for him. He's Gold Tooth from now on. Gold Tooth comments that if at least Gawain were still at the company, out of those 500 million, at least 100 would be theirs. The worst part is that this was in a single night. I didn't quite understand how this competition works, but I believe it's 10 rounds, 1 per day. But I could be wrong too. That part of the story was a bit confusing. Raichu says that this sponsor of Gawain's, who likes her so much and now helps the other girls, seemed completely broke. He never imagined the guy would drop so much cash. However, Goldtooth warns that the wheel of fortune always turns and that he shouldn't underestimate the poor. And I agree, one of these days the damn wheel is going to turn and land on me. I'm getting tired of this. One moment I win, the next I lose. One moment with money, the next broke. I win and go broke, win and go broke. I can't take it anymore. Anyway, the boss dies, found out that this jerk also gave Gawain a lot of trouble, and that was one of the main reasons she wanted to leave. But Raichu retorts, saying that he also allowed it to happen. And of course, the cousin doesn't like hearing such disrespect. With a good kick to the rear, he sends the guy packing. The scene then returns to the LG and Media building. Gawain asks the MC if it's okay for him to spend so much money like that. By her calculations, of the 5 billion they earned, they'll actually get 1.8 billion after splitting millions with the streamers. And this left me confused. I know the MC got 10 billion from the system, but where did this 5 billion come from? Hang replies that it's fine. They didn't even spend that much. Gawain's jaw drops. What do you mean they didn't spend that much? But that's when she says something interesting, and I'll even detail it for you. They spent about 400 million just in this round. So now the 5 billion makes sense. She probably calculated the total for the campaign. I just don't know how they're going to make all that money back. So confusing, right? The MC explains that he only topped up to 100 million. The rest came from donations from the viewers themselves once their popularity surged. In addition to the 200 million, the platform gave another 100 just in gifts. Rounding it all up, they only spent a small amount. Gawain didn't know that's how you do rounding now. The guy rounds in the millions, does he? Heng says everything went as expected and worked out. He sacrificed a part, but gained a lot in return. Standing face to face with Gawain, he says something a little more romantic. Just kidding. He says nothing. He just says he always told her her future would be bright. I just wanted to be a little dramatic to get you all hooked. Because let's be real, right? Everyone is waiting for it. The kid states that from now on, the path to the top will be easier. Additionally, he's going to invest in TV shows, giving all the newcomers a chance to shine. Dolg and Media will go much further and won't be limited to being just a streaming company. Wow. The MC wants to create a K-drama production company. And there it is, his phone ringing again. The life of a businessman, right? You know how it is. On the phone, it's a renovation company that the MC had just contacted. Apparently, he's really going to go through with that home makeover. Oh, dear God. The MC says he's on his way and will leave the company for now, as he needs to supervise the said renovation. He says he'll leave the bonus calculations to her, in other words, with the cheapskate. Of course, he reminds her not to forget to include her own share, since, being the little scatterbanner she is, she's capable of calculating everything and forgetting her own cut. The girl confirms she understood and that he can leave it to her. She won't forget anything. No, sir. Cut to the villa complex. We see that the MC's construction project is really happening. There he is, trying to manage the construction crew. The guys don't mess around. They're tearing everything down. The danger is they might break the support pillars and everything could collapse. In the meantime, he sees a butler approaching. The butler introduces himself, saying he saw a new neighbor had arrived and decided to visit. As a welcome gift, he brought some products from his mistress's company, hoping the MC won't mind. The MC reflects that the guy really looks like a butler from a rich family with a pure air of nobility. mobility, just like in the K-dramas. Should he hire one too? Well, putting that aside, he takes off his gloves and apologizes for the mess, since the house is under renovation and he's also quite dirty. But the butler says he's the one who should apologize for bothering him. He just thought that since they're neighbors now, it would be nice to keep in touch. That way, who knows, they can help each other out in the future. Taking the gift, the young man reflects that this rich neighborhood is really different. Even the butler is polite and courteous. Not to mention that the gift, which was supposed to be simple, is full of gold and silver items. Heng says the butler is very kind and that helping neighbors is a natural thing to do. As soon as he finishes his work, he will definitely drop by the other house. In this case, the other villa. With that, time passes and it's already noon. It seems the construction is still going at full steam. No, hold on. The MC is still working, but he realized he hasn't stopped yet. But you know how construction is, right folks? The clock hits noon, and everyone vanishes. Lunchtime is sacred. Answering the phone, someone on the other end invites him to a class reunion over the weekend and asks if he can make it. The person even drops a hint, saying they heard that girl he liked in college will be there. But you already know our boy is no fool. He knows this reunion is just for people to compare themselves and see who did better. The problem is he was always looked down on for being poor, even though the richest guy in the class was just a small business owner. But this time it's going to be different. So, this time he agrees to go. The man on the other end of the line doesn't understand why he accepted so quickly and wonders if it's because of the girl. This loser is probably the so-called businessman who always used to humiliate him. At the same time, in Ping Ziaizio's villa, the butler is describing the MC. He says the young man is kind, polite, and didn't look down on him for being a butler. On the contrary, he showed great respect, even taking off his glove and wiping his hand to shake his. Ping Ziaizio says she understands. And yes, folks, to be honest, I only just found out her name now, you know. Forgive me, I didn't say it before because I really didn't know. It only just appeared in the manhwa at this point. Suddenly, Ping hears a noise. She gets annoyed right away, thinking it must be him again. And there's her brother who, apparently, is quite the ladies' man and brings home a different girl every time. Ping scolds him, saying she's told him many times not to bring anyone there. But he questions his sister's attitude, introducing the young woman as his future sister-in-law. He says he's had his fun and now wants to settle down, planning to marry this Zixi girl. Weird name, right? Already playing the victim, Zixi asks if Miss Ping has something against her and if by any chance they have some misunderstanding to resolve. Ping, however, doesn't even bother to answer, simply turning her back and ignoring the girl. Putting on a show, Zixi says it's better if she leaves, since Miss Ping doesn't seem happy with her presence and she doesn't want to worsen the relationship between the siblings. The brother tries to calm her down, saying that Ping is just being dramatic and that she shouldn't pay any attention to it. But it's obvious that Ping isn't being dramatic, she knows exactly what she's talking about. Then her brother hits below the belt, reminding Ping Ziaizio that according to their grandfather, she needs to get married to inherit the family fortune, and even implies that she must be jealous of him. Outraged, Ping retorts, jealous? Me, of all people? She throws it in his face that she just turned 20 and is far from thinking about marriage, and that, unlike her brother, she's not an opportunist who only thinks about the inheritance because her dignity is worth more. To finish, she reminds him that not just anyone can join the Ping family and asks if he's forgotten that their grandfather needs to approve the first marriage. A day after that whole mess with Ping and her brother, RMC shows up at this super fancy place, the Shenhua restaurant, and you're probably wondering what on earth is he doing there. Simple, he's on his way to that class reunion he got invited to. His driver, Gawan, tells him she has to make a delivery for a client and will be back in about an hour. Our guy just gives her a thumbs up, totally cool with it. 1 hour is more than enough time for him to put everyone in their place and still head home. Whoops, just kidding, he didn't say it in those exact words. But let's be real, we all know how this script goes, everybody's about to get humbled. Our boy even thinks to himself that he's got a hunch he's going to rake in some serious cash today. Looking ahead, he quickly spots some familiar silhouettes. Yep, there they were, his old friends from school. The second the MC showed up, the crew started gossiping and judging, saying, "Look at that loser." In their minds, our hero must have landed a rich sugar mama, because the sweet ride he pulled up and cost at least 8 million. No way he could have bought that himself. Continuing their gossip, they figure this rich woman must be old and ugly, otherwise she wouldn't have picked Hang of all people. She must have been desperate. Just then, the blonde in the corner adds fuel to the fire, saying maybe it's not even a woman. What if it's actually an old guy, right? After all, the world is pretty open-minded these days. Getting closer, the MC confronts his old classmates, asking what their deal is. Are they jealous because he found a rich sugar mama? Or is it because none of them managed to find someone loaded too? Feeling the shade, the blonde girl claps back immediately. Me? Jealous of you. Honey, I don't depend on a man. Thank you very much. Cool as a cucumber, the MC apologizes, saying he had no idea. From what he remembered, she had married a factory manager, and there was even a rumor she ran off the original wife. With that one, he really hit nerve, and the girl was livid. Suddenly, the very next second, a fancy car pulls up, tires screeching, clearly trying to steal the show. Judging by the pose, you can tell the one wanting all this attention is a woman. Whoops, actually, it's Ping's brother, bringing along this girl Zixi. Seeing this, everyone's jaws drop and they start talking. Apparently, the girl's nickname in school was Goddess, because she was so perfect. And to make things worse, she wasn't alone, but with Ping's brother, who is filthy rich. Then, an old classmate jabs at the MC, saying he heard he only came because of the goddess. And now that she showed up with a rich guy, what was he going to do? The worst part was he couldn't even say hi, since his rich girlfriend probably kept him on a short leash. Just out of spite, the MC goes over and greets the goddess, calling her Mengshi, so Zixi was just her nickname. A little awkwardly, she also says hi back to the MC. Without missing a beat, Hang announces that his rich girlfriend isn't controlling, so the dude over there could say whatever he wanted. In fact, he could keep fawning over the goddess all he wanted because he was going to find his seat. The second our guy turned his back, everyone started trash-talking him. They said he was getting way too cocky, and he was just a poser trying to act like a big shot, and that he needed to get over himself. The words of haters, of course. Meanwhile, Ping's brother says he's heading out. When Mengshi was done, she just had to call and he'd come back to pick her up. She just agrees and gives a little wave to her dear. The girl in Read back there, the one who's generously endowed, comments that she's jealous of Mengshi for landing such a rich guy. Besides, they made a beautiful couple. Curious, she asks when the wedding is. With a smile, Mengshi says to leave those details for later, suggesting they should head upstairs. Moments later, they're in the restaurant's private room. Everyone was laughing and celebrating. Well, everyone except the MC. He, as usual, was quietly in his corner, handling things on his phone. One of the alumni starts bragging, saying that the economy has been tough, but he still managed to buy an entire floor of a building across from City Hall. Hearing this, everyone is floored, since a property there is worth millions. The Beanpole just confirms, all proud yeah, something like that. Sitting at the same table, Mengshi says she doesn't aim that high. At most, she wanted to buy a house and become a housewife, as that had always been her dream. The girls around her comment that she's being way too modest. Yep, super modest. So modest that she was fidgeting with her diamond ring, just to make sure everyone saw it. It was crystal clear her intention was to rub her wealth in the faces of all the poor people there and make them jealous. And she might have succeeded with everyone else, except for our MC, who was way too busy on his phone. His assistant was giving him an update on the renovations for his new house, the same one he managed to mess up. At least the good news was that he could move in within a month. On top of that, there was the building he donated to the hospital. Construction was progressing nicely. Honestly, our guy even admitted he had completely forgotten about the whole hospital thing. Noticing the MC's silence, one of the side characters asks why Hang is so quiet, just staring at his phone. Another one cracks a joke, saying he's probably sad and about to cry because the goddess is getting married. Obviously, the MC claps back. Why would he be sad about that? If Mengshi is getting married, he congratulates her and, above all, respects her. What else could he do? Then, the former classmate asks again, mockingly, what could someone who makes $5,000 a month be so busy with? Being just a salaried worker. He must have to work overtime on the weekend. It was understandable. And that was the last straw. They messed with the wrong guy. It was time to humble some side characters and make a little cash. Our guy stands up, confirming that in fact, he is doing some extra work. He then says that he is, mainly, trying to make the world a better place. Oh, here he goes with the hospital story. He's definitely going to say he's building one. We have to admit our boy is now rich, handsome, and a philanthropist. Practically Tony Stark. Too bad, obviously. No one there believed him. They even started asking if the guy had lost his mind. They suggested he should work in construction, since masons make good money these days. In fact, even delivery drivers were making more than $5,000. At this point, Hang is losing his patience because the teasing turned nasty. It's one thing to criticize, but it's another thing entirely to resort to blatant humiliation. Seeing that the MC got serious, they try to backpedal, apologizing and saying it was just a joke. They claimed he couldn't take a joke anymore and that they were just trying to help by pointing out better jobs. With pure sarcasm, our guy thanks them for their kindness. Turning his back, he tells the group to enjoy the food, but he has to go. He explained that his house is under renovation and the construction crew had a question. Just then, the guy with the fiery red hair tells him to wait. The food barely arrived and he was already leaving. He took the chance to ask what house he bought. If it was in Blood City, he could invite everyone to the housewarming when the renovation was done. Our MC replies that unfortunately, that's not possible. His house is very humble and small. It wouldn't fit everyone. His little buddy in the back asks, mockingly, if he was confirming it was really in Blood City. To them, it was obviously a lie. Even if he saved money for 2 years and starved himself, he couldn't even afford a parking spot there. Agreeing sarcastically, the MC says that's right. The house is way too small. What kind of place could possibly accommodate such distinguished guests? As soon as he finishes speaking, the well-endowed girl cuts him off. Where do you think you're going? You're not trying to dine and dash, are you? Caught off guard, our guy says he'll pay the bill later, when they send the total in the group chat. The blonde girl then retorts that this is the Shenhua Hotel, one of the most expensive and renowned places in the city. She explains that a single bottle of wine costs a fortune, and that this isn't some corner dive bar. If he just leaves the group later, who's going to cover his share? Wanting to settle it quickly, the MC makes a transfer of 10,000 and asks if that's enough. Of course, the group didn't accept it. The Beanpole calls him stubborn and proud as always. The red-haired guy scoffs, saying the MC is digging himself into debt just to impress others and wonders how long it took him to save up that 10,000. Even the well-endowed girl tells him to stop being so extra, that the bill wouldn't even reach 10,000. Mangshi herself intervenes, saying it's not necessary and that she would pay his share. He should save his money as he'd probably need it for daily expenses. But it's obvious this wretch was just putting on a show to get praised and look pretty and kind. If the MC didn't know what kind of person she really was, he might have even cried with gratitude. However, since he knows her all too well, he refuses the offer. He told her he didn't need her 10,000 and certainly didn't need her to pay his bill. Seeing the scene, the girls around them start criticizing him. Mengshi, in her saintly role, asks them to stop badmouthing him, saying that's just his personality, always impulsive. Hearing this, the MC loses his patience and warns her that just because everyone calls her goddess, it doesn't make her some divine savior. He thought that, as old friends, they wouldn't have to stoop to this level, but apparently, the girl had absolutely no shame. Turning to the waiter, he declares that he will pay the entire bill for the meal. This is when he pulls out the VIP card, right? Time to show them who's boss. I was wrong. Actually, the one who stepped up was the guy in the suit. He says the MC isn't even qualified to pay, because in that VIP room, only a VIP member can settle the bill. Unfazed, the MC tells him to call the manager, because he wants to settle the bill. The waiter, however, informs him that the boss is busy and reaffirms that only VIP members can pay. With a victorious smile, the guy in the suit says that he is a VIP member and therefore can call the boss. Instantly, the waiter's attitude changes and he says he'll get him right away. I confess I still don't get why, but it seems like everyone there has a deep-seated hatred for the MC. Every single side character wants to humiliate him. Anyway, moments later, the manager finally appears. Our hero asks if it's true that only people with a VIP card can pay in the VIP room. The manager confirms. Faced with this, the MC says, alright, then I want to become one. Again, that bunch of people starts laughing at the MC. They comment that he's completely broke, let alone able to become a VIP member. With all the patience in the world, the manager explains that to become a VIP, you need to spend 500,000 at the restaurant or hotel. The MC replies, cool, and asks how much it would cost to kick everyone else out. The manager, awkwardly, says that's not a matter of money, as the hotel values all its customers. Then the crowd keeps laughing, saying the MC has watched too many soap operas if he thought that would work. They even ask who he thinks he is, a tycoon? It's at this moment that our boy throws out the bait. He offers 10 million for the meal. The manager's eyes practically light up. 10 million is a heck of a lot of money. In disbelief, the manager asks if he's serious. Our MC confirms 10 million. He said he doesn't even want to become a VIP anymore. He'll just pay this fortune for one meal. The only thing he wants is to eat in peace. The manager gives him a quick once-over. Based on the MC's clothes, he didn't look like he had that much money. Besides, who in their right mind would spend 10 million on a dinner? Suspicious, he tells the MC that, even if it's a joke, everything in life has its limits. And finally, the moment everyone was waiting for, the boy pulls out his card. And this time, it's his own. He hands it to the manager and tells him to run the 10 million. That super annoying blonde girl says he should at least try to be more convincing. The red-haired guy chimes in, doubting that card even had a 1,000 credit limit. The other women agree, saying that earlier he claimed to have something important to do, and now he stayed. He was just trying to get attention and show off, but was failing miserably. Whoops, but that's when the waitress finally swipes the card in the machine. And guess what? She announces loud and clear that the transaction was approved. The manager is in shock. He simply can't believe that, for a 300,000 bill, he just made 10 million. Was he dreaming? It took a while, but it finally dawned on everyone the MC was filthy rich. Our Sigma MC, with complete calm, confirms that he made the payment and asks if he can now, finally, eat in peace. The manager, all too eager to please, replies right away, boss. Turning to the other people, he announces that, unfortunately, they will all have to leave. And it's in this moment of glory that our dear system shows up. It's been a while since this little rascal appeared. The system basically praises the MC instead of paying 300,000. He blew 10 million just to make a scene. For his audacity, the system rewards him with 20 million in his account, just to keep things chill. Outraged, the guy in the suit slams the table, shouting that they are all classmates and that Hank can't just ignore their reputation and kick everyone out. Next, one of the girls threatens him, saying that many of them are very influential in Blood City, and she asks if he isn't afraid of making enemies. "Oh, my friend," our guy replies that he isn't, not at all. He explains that, from the moment they invited him, everyone's intentions were the worst possible. They just wanted to ridicule, mock, and belittle him to feel superior. A pure ego trip. He then questions why they weren't worried about making enemies back then. But if they want to maintain their reputation so badly, it's simple, just spend more than 10 million on a meal, just like him. To make it better, since they're all classmates, he proposes a competition. Whoever spends more stays. The girls start whispering that it's better to just leave, that it's not worth continuing with this. They could surely find another cool place. Whoa, hold on. Suddenly, someone enters the VIP room and announces that they will pay 10 million. 10 million in one, just to one-up the MC. And he asks if he can leave now, since that was the bet. The person who dropped that line is none other than young Master Ping. Surprised, Mengshi asks why he came back, if it wouldn't interfere with his business, but the young master replies that she is the priority. He had barely said that before everyone started sucking up to the couple. Our MC finds the whole thing very interesting. The guy added just one measly coin on purpose, only to provoke him. Thinking for a bit, the name Young Master Ping sounds very familiar. He remembers that butler who visited him to deliver a gift, saying he served a young lady with the same last name. With an air of superiority, the young master asks why Hang has gone so quiet. Did he only have that 10 million to play with? He even comments to his fiancée that the opponent doesn't seem like a big deal. But Mengshi asks him to take it easy, saying that Hang just got a little carried away. Faced with the situation, our MC comments that, originally, this was supposed to be just a competition among the class. However, since an outsider insisted on getting involved, he actually appreciates the gesture. In his thoughts, he can hardly believe his luck. He didn't expect another sucker to show up out of nowhere to help him farm more cash. Without even blinking, he tells them to add another 5 million to the game. Seeing this, the manager wonders what the heck is going on. Was this a battle of titans? In the end, he was the one profiting. Little did he know that, between the lines, the real winner was our MC. Not one to be defeated, young Master Ping retaliates and raises the bet to 15 million in one, just to keep up the taunt. Our guy, with the utmost calm, says that's no problem and raises his total spending to 20 million. Immediately, Ping raises it to 20 million and one, just to clash with the MC one more time. At this, the system chimes in, praising the host's attitude. The madman is a genius. Seeing all this audacity, it sends a bonus of 50 million to the MC's account. Furthermore, the system even leaves a message: feel free to keep going. It will only stop when our hero stops too. Mengshi, observing everything, thinks to herself that for sure, marrying a rich person saves a lot of headaches. Saying he was getting bored, the MC simply raises the bet to 30 million. In the same instant, the crowd encourages young Ping to continue, saying he can't fall behind. At this moment, Mengshi tries to understand why her dear has gone so quiet. If he lost, her reputation would go down the drain too. Inside, Ping thinks the MC must be insane to spend so much on a simple meal. Originally, his plan was to invest in that restaurant. He would pay with his card and then negotiate an equity stake with the board. But 30 million? That's way out of Ping's budget. Do they think he prints money? Yeah, Ping, the narrator here, already figured you'd chicken out in the end. Realizing the situation wasn't going to progress, one of the waitresses approaches and returns the card to the MC. With that, the manager begins the final count: 30 million, going once, 30 million, going twice. Seeing that no one else would make a bid, he prepares to end the dispute. In his mind, Mr. Ping concludes that these broke people aren't spending their own money. The plan was for Mengshi to marry him to strengthen the Ping family, but after this fiasco, things have gotten complicated. With a little smirk, our guy asks if his rival really isn't going to make another bid. Is he going to let it end like this? Luckily for the kid, his phone rings right in the nick of time. Asking the MC to wait, he steps away to answer the call. Our hero just says that's fine, because the food was getting cold and he was going to get ready to eat. Answering the phone, the young master asks what happened. On the other end of the line, his sister questions where he spent 20 million and one. Had he invested in some hotel? Rudely, Ping replies that it's none of her business and asks if there's anything else she has to say. In an innocent tone, she says she didn't want to get involved, but since Grandpa asked, she had to call. With that, she hit a nerve. When the head of the family decides to ask something, it's never a good sign. Next, Ziayuzio informs him that she's getting on the elevator at the Shanhui Hotel, so it would be better for them to talk in person later. Realizing his sister is in the same hotel, the kid gets furious and even asks if she's following him. Hanging up the phone, he starts to break into a cold sweat, thinking that if Ping Ziayuzio finds out about the screw-up he made, things are going to get ugly. Just then, the MC comes up behind him and asks if he's done with his call. So, is he going to bid, or did he chicken out? Indignant, the boy replies that everyone there is crazy. That meal was worth 20,000 at most, and he'd have to be insane to continue this game. Intrigued, the red-haired guy asks, what do you mean, Master Ping? Are you really going to let Hang humiliate the Ping family? Annoyed, the young master tells him to shut up and asks who he thinks he is. The manager, however, intervenes, asking him to calm down and says that if he really gave up, there's no problem, as the hotel would refund all all the money he had already bet. Knowing he was making a complete fool of himself, Ping just tells the manager to sort out the details with his secretary. RMC, on the other hand, watches everything with an air of boredom, finding the situation quite dull. He swore he had hooked a big fish and would profit a lot, but in the end, he didn't even make that much money. Seeing the scene, that annoying girl calls out to Mengshi, begging her to do something. Otherwise, they would all be embarrassed and humiliated by the MC. The girl, quite apprehensive, thinks this is all crazy and that she shouldn't have even come to this reunion. Even so, she approaches her fiancé, calls him darling, and says that a lot of people are watching, which would be very embarrassing. Oh boy, that's when things completely boil over and he loses his mind, giving the girl a huge shove. Furious, the young master calls her a troublemaker and announces that the engagement is cancelled. To complete the humiliation, he orders that from that moment on, she is to stay as far away from him as possible. Shocked, the girl doesn't accept the situation. She reminds him that the young master had promised they would grow old together. Was he really going to end everything over 30 million? Without mercy, the young master replies that the Ping family's reputation has been trampled on and that, in the end, he only liked her for her looks. He admits he never truly loved her and knows full well she was only with him for his money. While the drama unfolds, our MC asks the manager if he can finally eat in peace now. The manager promptly replies yes and that he will clear the area immediately. As he's leaving, Ping turns to the MC and threatens him, saying he better be lucky enough to never cross the Ping family's path again. At that exact moment, the door opens and someone asks what he's talking about. And of course, the one who arrives is our beautiful and lovely Ziai Yuzio. Grabbing her brother by the arm, she demands that he explain exactly what the heck he did today. Without giving the kid time to explain, she shoves him aside and announces loud and clear that the Ping family will invest $2 billion in the hotel. With that declaration, everyone is stunned. The game that was at 30 million just jumped to 2 billion. Things just got serious. Next, Zia Yuzio requests that the manager clear the area, as she has some business to discuss with Hang. The side characters, confused, start to wonder what Miss Ping would have to discuss with that trash. The red-haired guy and the well-endowed girl think the same thing, but at least they admit to themselves that the MC is actually rich and that it wasn't a good idea to provoke him. Observing Miss Ping from behind, the MC thinks she's a very interesting figure. I mean, she's drop-dead gorgeous, that's for sure. Promptly, the manager asks everyone to please leave the room. Taking the hint, Jia Yuzio tells her brother that their grandfather is waiting for him at home. Realizing the mess he's in, the boy sees that he's on his own in this and that no one is going to help him. Furious, he leaves the hotel, but Mengshi runs after him. Desperate, she shouts that it was her fault and begs him not to leave. Before she can continue, Jia Yuzio also calls out to Mengshi and warns her from now on, if she wants to live peacefully in the city, she'd better not mess with the Ping family anymore. Of course, the girl is no fool and values her own life, so she simply turns around and leaves. The blonde guy too, finally, starts to leave the room. Lastly, the manager says his goodbyes, informing them that he's leaving, but will send fresh dishes for the two of them. Finally alone, Jia Yuzio says that now they can talk peacefully. RMC, very polite, says it's a pleasure to meet her. Then, she asks if he received her gift, explaining it was just a small token of appreciation. The MC confirms he received it and that he was planning to visit her as soon as his house renovation was finished. Next, Jia Yuzio apologizes for the incident with her older brother, explaining that he's always been like that and the family tries to keep him on a leash, but it's hard to control the guy. She sincerely apologizes for what happened and hopes he wasn't offended, asking him not to take her brother's words seriously, as the Ping family doesn't usually use their position to mistreat others. Furthermore, she clarifies that she didn't come to the hotel to create a conflict, but rather to prevent her brother's actions from tarnishing the family's reputation. In a serious tone, she says she really hopes he understands the situation, and that he can even consider that with this. The Ping family now owes him a favor. Our MC, very clever, says that they are neighbors and it's normal for them to help each other out. But then, he asks what kind of business she wanted to discuss with him. Smiling, Ping confesses that the business story was just an excuse to get everyone out of the room politely, including her brother. Now, the ideal thing would be for them to spend a couple of hours there before leaving, to keep up appearances. Confused, the MC asks if they're just going to have to sit there. Casually, she suggests they could start eating, since the meal cost a fortune. Our guy agrees, but asks if she plans to stand or sit down to eat. With a gesture, Jia Yuzio tells the MC not to worry about her, as this was her lunchtime. Oh, my friend, given permission, our boy wastes no time and starts chowing down on everything. Whoa, pause. Almost everything, of course. Even while eating, he wonders if she's really just going to stand there and watch. The situation was starting to get a little weird. But the girl seems very calm and even comments that the food looks good and that the MC isn't a picky eater at all. Hearing this, our boy starts to get a little embarrassed and wonders why this girl acts so strangely. To break the tension, he directly asks Miss Bing if she really has nothing to discuss with him. Awkwardly, she replies that, since they've just met, she doesn't really know what to say. Our guy realizes her logic makes sense, but the idea of being watched while he eats is very strange. Luckily for him, his phone rings and he says he needs to take the call. On the other end of the line is Gawain asking which room he's in. As she's finished her tasks. Overjoyed, our guy informs her that he's in the suite on the second floor, thanking the heavens that this call came at the best possible time. Moments later, someone knocks on the door, and the MC says it's his friend who just arrived. As soon as she enters, Gawain calls our guy boss and asks how the food is. That's when she notices there's only one other woman in the room and questions the MC, reminding him that he said he'd be at a class reunion. Faced with the situation, Zio doesn't quite know what to say. So, she just says she had business to discuss and abruptly leaves. Our guy is left completely confused. She had said they needed to stay there for 2 hours. Even Gawain doesn't understand why the woman left as soon as she arrived. Curious, she questions the MC again about where all his old classmates are. With a sigh, our boy says it's a very long story and she needs to prepare herself to hear it all. Sometime later, the girl is in disbelief. What do you mean? 30 million for one meal? Since that was the price, she suggests they'd better eat everything. Obviously, it won't make up for the cost, but it would be a waste to leave the food there. She finishes by wondering why rich people treat money like it's trash. With a smile, Hang says that if she sticks around, she'll end up seeing many situations like this. And, changing the subject, he asks what the client said. Gawain replies that the product exhibition deal was closed with much better commission rates than she expected. She has already selected several streamers and even hired some writers to help improve the posts. Happy with the result, the MC praises her ability, saying that seeing her just as a streamer was truly a waste of talent. Of course, Gawain is thrilled to hear that. After all, in the streamer life, she's been judged more times than she can count, including by her own family. And let's be honest, it's kind of understandable since her content was, let's say, a bit on the daring side. Responding to the MC, she says that if it weren't for him, she would never have had this opportunity and that she's very grateful for the chance he gave her. Our boy showed her she could be much more than a flirtatious streamer, turning her into director Gawain, earning respect from brands and partners. In other times, that would have been unthinkable. With a smile, our guy states that this is just the beginning and that her future will be bright, with plenty of room to grow. An achievement like this even deserves a toast. A toast to the most dynamic duo in business. May this successful partnership last for a very, very long time. And of course, may it also bring in lots and lots of profit. However, even with the celebration, the MC says they should stop messing around and start eating. After all, that little table there cost a small fortune. Days later, we see the guys admiring a fancy car on the street, and one of them asks if his buddy likes cars. The friend confirms he does, but the problem is not having the money to buy one. That little toy there must cost at least 3 million. Just then, we see the owner getting out of the car, and of course, the gold diggers on duty immediately start complimenting him, saying that even the way he opens the door is stylish. The situation is complicated because, based on his looks, you can't really compliment the guy much. I could be wrong, but with that massive gold chain around his neck, he looks like a generic SoundCloud rapper. Bumping into Gawain on the street, he comments on what a pleasant coincidence it is. Not understanding a thing, Gawain asks what this Zhang guy is doing there. The guy, all too helpful, says he heard about her job change and offers to help with her new startup if she needs it. Then he asks where she's going and offers her a ride. Thanking him, Gawain declines, saying she doesn't need one, as she has an appointment later. Not giving up, he insists, saying he can take her, wait for her to get out, and then they could have dinner and have some fun. Smiling, Gawain just replies no, thank you. With the rejection, the kid starts to get stressed and even a little sad. He was her #1 donor for a long time, and yet, she never gave him a chance. It's that classic situation. Folks, he's the ultimate simp, paying for everything but getting nothing in return. To make matters worse, the idiot told all his friends he was going to get with her this month, but now that plan went down in flames. Showing up in a $3 million car did absolutely nothing. Right after, to everyone's surprise, our MC arrives, and he doesn't arrive in a fancy car, but on his electric scooter. He then asks Gawain if that guy is a friend of hers, and she explains that yes, that's Zhang, who for a long time was her #1 donor. Casually, our guy greets him, hey man, what's up? But the guy obviously doesn't like his presence at all and immediately frowns, not caring much. Our MC simply tells Gawain it's time for them to go. Promptly, Gawain agrees and says goodbye to Zhang. And off they go, happy as can be on the MC's little scooter. Now the chump is absolutely fuming. He just couldn't believe he lost out to an electric scooter. In disbelief, he wonders how that loser managed to win her over with a scooter while he was in a $3 million car. Since his sugar mama who supports him is away on business, he has a rare moment of peace Pearson decides he's not going to waste it. Picking up the phone, he calls a girl, probably another gold digger, and invites her to eat crawfish, saying he knows a great place and that, of course, he's paying for everything. Amidst the city's terrible traffic, there was our guy, super chill with Gawain. He even comments on how great the electric scooter is for short distances, avoiding all that traffic. The girl agrees, saying that, according to the map, their destination is just around the corner. Our guy reflects that the fancy food from the other day was actually pretty boring. For him, people need to appreciate the simple things, like the meal they're about to have. Arriving at their destination, the MC parks his scooter. Then, the two enter the restaurant side by side. The only thing missing was them holding hands. Oh my gosh, is that scene ever going to happen? Once inside while being served, Hang takes the opportunity to order a small plate of noodles from the waitress. Excited, Gawain announces that this time she won't even use gloves and jokes that the MC can't forget to suck the crawfish head well to get all the seasoning. Our guy plays along and assures her that when it comes to heads, he's an expert. Whoa, MC, that sounded a little weird, huh? Putting that awkward conversation aside, our guy and Gawain make a toast. You're not going to believe who shows up right at this moment. Yes, it's Yahello, who hasn't been seen in the Manhwa for a good while. Seeing the MC and Gawain there, she whispers for brother Zhang to turn back, suggesting that maybe it's better to go to another restaurant. However, since he also saw the two of them, he refuses to leave, saying that this place is great. The boy finally understands that Gawain's excuse about being busy was just to reject him. In reality, she wanted to have a date with that loser. Angrily, he pulls X and Yuo closer in a clear attempt to make Gawain jealous. But obviously, neither Gawain nor the MC understand what's happening. The wannabe rapper then announces that he's going to invest in another girl and that, from now on, he will become X and Yuo's #1 donor. But, as expected, both Gawain and the MC couldn't care less about their presence. They're more concerned with devouring the crawfish heads. In her thoughts, Yuo reflects that Gawain is getting cocky just because she got Hang. But it's no problem, because now she's going to steal her #1 fan and, with Zhang's help, she'll get lots of promotions. Seeing the scene, Gawain comments that Zhang is a scumbag and even asks the MC if she should warn Yuo. Wisely, our guy says no, because you reap what you sow, and it's better for them not to get involved. On the other side, Yuo compliments the smell of the food and offers to peel a crawfish for brother Zhang. Overjoyed, Zhang says that Yuo is a great girl. The scene gets to the point where she's feeding him with her own hands. But that's when someone shouts Zhang's name on desks, what the heck he's doing. Desperate, Zhang tries to sneak away to avoid getting caught. But of course, there's no time, and his sugar mama already grabs him by the arm. I thought this one was a sponsor or his manager, but no, it's his woman. She yells that she went on a business trip and the jerk still cheated on her. Zhang in turn tries to explain, saying it's all a misunderstanding. He knows she usually falls for his smooth talk, so all he has to do is say a few sweet words and she'll calm down. The woman, whose name is Lin, turns to Yuo and asks if she doesn't know he has a girlfriend. The girl thinks this is the worst possible moment for this to happen, right in front of Gawain. The woman vents, saying she bought him a car, a watch, and a house, and still gives him an allowance. But even that isn't enough. She screams that he cheated on her behind her back with a mistress. Where's his character? Hold on, folks. I'm about to say a prayer, Lord. If you're listening, know that your son here is ready. Send one of these into my life. It doesn't even have to be such an expensive car. I don't even like watches. But I promise I'll clean this woman's whole house. It's just for the allowance. Okay, and a little car. Just so I'm not greedy. I swear I'll never cheat. Your son is ready. You can send her my way. The scumbag jerk Zhang has the audacity to say that he's the victim in the whole story and that the girl forced him. Hearing this, Lin doesn't think twice and lands a huge slap across Yuo's face, calling her a gold digger and every name in the book. To complete the theatrics, Zhang even gets on his knees, swearing to the woman that he's innocent and that the other girl seduced him, reaffirming that his feelings for her are true. Outraged, Yuo yells that it's a lie. Yeah, Yuo, you got played. This guy isn't rich, he's actually a gigolo, and all his money comes from a sugar mommy. Lin asks if he really has feelings for her. Of course, the sly guy isn't stupid and says yes. So, she says okay, but now he'll have to prove it. Man, the scumbag actually goes after Yuo. This guy has no sense of danger that could get him in serious trouble. Hurt and almost crying, the girl asks if he's lost his mind. Cynically, he replies that she's the crazy one, who's always clinging to him for free food and drinks and has invited him to dinner several times, but he always refused. He even asks how she can be so shameless. Yuo denies everything, saying he's slandering her and that she didn't even know the chump had a girlfriend. In the end, she's a victim too. Observing everything, our MC starts to get up. Gawain sees the scene and confesses that she's happy, thinking that, even though the MC said you reap what you sow, deep down he's a good-hearted hypocrite and is going to protect the girl. In the middle of everyone, he simply picks up a plate from the table. Calling the MC a loser, Zhang asks what he thinks MC's doing. Whoa, my friend. It seems our guy really got angry because he didn't think twice and sent the plate flying at Shang's face. The one who doesn't understand this at all is Exinua. And to make the situation of getting hit by a plate even worse, the contents of the plate were very hot. The older woman asks who the MC is and why he's getting involved, questioning if he's crazy. Our MC replies that they are both shameless and asks if she can't even keep her little toy under control, suggesting she should stop embarrassing herself in public. Hearing this, the woman knows she doesn't have much to say. Annoyed, Shang threatens the MC, saying he started a fight and now he's going to get beaten up. Very calmly, our guy replies that he'd love to see him try. Meanwhile, Exinua wonders if the MC is really willing to fight to protect her, even after she made fun of him so much in the past. Whoa. The fun is starting to get interesting. It's even looking like a bar fight because they've already pulled out a bottle. And to make it better, Shang even breaks the bottle. Now things have gotten serious. With his makeshift weapon, he goes all out against the MC. But our boy is a good fighter and lands a beautiful kick right in his stomach. I don't even know how he got that angle, but the kick was a direct hit. The impact was strong enough to throw Zhang backward. Turning to the woman, he says that, as a rich person, she should find a little toy with a bit more self-control, because even dogs are more loyal than him. The woman, instead of getting angry, is impressed, starting to find the MC quite cute. Yeah, MC I approve, you know. Remember what they say, older is wiser. The slowpoke, lying on the ground, tries to understand how the MC, being so skinny, could land such a powerful kick. Exinua approaches to thank him for his help, but our guy says he's not doing it for her, but because he can't stand this kind of situation. Of course, the girl realizes he is helping, he's just too shy to admit it. The chump on the ground calls out to Lin Lin and asks her to deal with the MC, suggesting she hires someone for it. But the woman just tells him to shut up, agreeing that the boy is right and that even a dog is better than him. In fact, with a smile, she asks if our guy could give her his number. After all the chaos settled down, our MC was about to bounce, but Exinua yells out, asking him to wait just a second. Super grateful, she explains that since he saved her earlier, she wanted to treat him to dinner as a thank you, and just straight up asks him would he accept. Turns out our main guy, being all humble, turns her down on the spot and says there's no need for that. Even so, the redhead insists, saying she's really sorry for what happened before, referring to all that old beef between them. Heng then replies that it wasn't even for her, he just thought the other guy was a total jerk, so she doesn't need to take it so seriously. To cut the conversation short, he says that he and Gawain need to get back to the company to work overtime, so it's best to just drop the whole thing. As she watches the two of them leave, the redhead gets all thoughtful, admiring how humble and chill Heng is, and wonders why she was so blind in the past, concluding that he's a real gem, one in a million. In that spirit, she thinks that since he and Gawain don't seem to have anything serious going on, maybe she still has a chance to win him back. Looking back, she notices the mess in the restaurant is still in full swing. Zhang is over there, sobbing his eyes out over Lin Lin, while the manager wants to know who's going to cover the damages. Without a second thought, Lin Lin points at her ex and shifts the blame, telling the boss that it's all that loser's fault and he can send the bill to him. To top it all off, she lands a beautiful kick right in the middle of his face. My friend, a kick like that with a stiletto heel, from a lady who's absolutely furious. The pain must have been out of this world, totally off the charts. Right after that, Lin Lin walks purposefully toward Exinua. Fortunately, she wasn't looking for more trouble and just walked right past her without causing any more problems. Zhang, all busted up on the floor, thinks that all is not lost if Lin Lin kicked him. There's still Exinua, who, like it or not, is an internet celebrity and must have some serious cash stashed away. With this brilliant plan in mind, he runs desperately toward the girl. In that same instant, she figures out what the guy's up to and gets the creeps. With a classy move, she dodges, and the animal goes face first onto the floor. Exinua even makes a point of walking past him extra slowly, just to make the moment more memorable. To finish it off, she warns him that the next time he tries a stunt like that, he'll be talking directly to the police. A short time later, they arrive at our hero's company building. With a little smile, Gawain comments that, just like at the lobster restaurant, he couldn't help himself and ended up helping someone again. Our MC then explains that he noticed Zhang had also bothered Gawain before, so the main reason was to protect her from that threat. Overjoyed with his answer, Gawain thanks him and even jokes that, at this rate, she'll have to work her tail off just to repay so many debts of gratitude. But, changing the subject, she presents the new project she's prepared. She details that the company's social media has grown a lot, but relying only on live streams is starting to limit their potential. Her plan is to ride the wave of short dramas and cast some of their in-house streamers in productions, starting with short-form series to create memorable characters and strengthen their brand. Even if the initial profit is small, the return in popularity will be massive, helping to attract bigger investments for future projects. Heng agrees on the spot and says that if she believes in the project, she should go all in. To start, as a test, they'll shoot 10 episodes, and he'll bankroll the whole thing himself. Gawain tries to argue that he doesn't have to, as the the company still has money in the bank. However, our MC insists, explaining that using company money on a new venture is too risky and he'd rather use his own. She even questions if using his money wouldn't be even riskier. The guy replies that it's all good after all. Money's meant to be spent. The one who loves hearing all this is the system, which claims to be deeply moved by the guy's ambition to reach new heights. That being the case, the system sends him a cool 5 million to have fun with on this new venture. Gawan, who apparently grabbed the phone from his hand, sees the transfer notification and her jaw drops at the amount. RMC then puts a hand on her shoulder and tells her he's heading home, as he still needs to supervise the renovations, and advises her not to stay up working too late, reminding her that health comes first. Promptly, Gawan agrees and promises she won't overdo it on the overtime. Arriving in his upscale neighborhood on his humble little scooter, Hang immediately notices a ruckus that's way too loud for that time of night. Uh-oh, the drama's between young master Taehi and Mengshi. She's there, begging him not to do it, but he accuses her, saying he knows it's all about money and he doesn't want her around anymore. Shoving her, he tells her to get lost before he calls security. And let's just put it on the record that, as it always goes in these stories, anyone who gets physical with a woman usually ends up getting wrecked later. The huge stroke of luck for this guy is that he's filthy rich, so he just walks away and nothing happens to him. The girl, who was in tears on the ground, is suddenly offered a tissue by our MC. Whoa, what kind of compromising position is that, young man? What is this scene, for crying out loud? The camera even tries to change the angle to see if it helps, but the situation is still pretty weird, you know. Mengshi, already on the defensive, asks if Hang just showed up to laugh at her misery. The guy, however, says she's imagining things and that he was just passing by. Suspicious, she asks if he came to this rich neighborhood on business. RMC denies it and explains that his house is under renovation, pointing to the mansion and saying he just came to check on the progress. Completely stunned, the girl asks if that giant mansion is really his. With a smirk, Hank confirms it belongs to his family, but that, in the end, you could say he bought it. Faced with this revelation, Mengshi starts to reflect on what she saw earlier at the restaurant. She puts the pieces together. He went head-to-head with Taehi and now he's bought the best property in the community. In just a year since graduation, he's become a low-key success. How does someone get so rich in 2 years? She quickly dismisses the rich family idea, remembering how simple he was in college. Knowing he's loaded now, she completely changes her tune and asks if he's still mad at her. The guy, totally confused, asks why on earth he would be mad at her. He quickly realizes something weird is in the air. This conversation is getting dangerous and the girl is getting way too close. The gold digger then says that in college, he always used to follow her, but they never really talked. She mentions that even though everyone made fun of him, it's nice to see he doesn't hold a grudge, which makes her a little happy. Taking a strategic step back, Hang warns Mengshi that she's got it all wrong. Even so, she insists, saying she's just trying to clear the air between them. RMC cuts her off and replies that it's not necessary, that everything's fine just the way it is. It's at this exact moment that the system reappears, congratulating the MC for no longer being a simp. He's getting a $10,000 gift. Of course, the guy gets all excited by the news. Does this mean he can earn money just by doing this? If that's the case, he's definitely going to keep it up. The unfortunate girl, however, latches on to Hang again, saying she has a lot to say and asks if he can listen patiently. Like in the old days, our MC pushes her away and tells it like it is men and women should keep their distance. He only helped her because they were old classmates, and if she's thinking he still has feelings for her, she's dead wrong. He admits he used to chase after her, but that's in the past and doesn't mean anything anymore. The system praises the guy's attitude, saying he was a total boss, for being honest and owning his past, and for ditching the simp life once again. He'll be taking home another 50,000. Hang continues his lecture, saying she got rejected by Taehi, failed to become the rich family's daughter-in-law, and now she comes looking for him. He asks if she thinks he's crazy or pathetic, explaining that he used to chase her for love, but that love is dead and buried. Now, the situation is different. He feels absolutely nothing for her anymore. She means nothing, just a stranger who passed through his life. The girl is left completely speechless, frozen in not knowing what to say. Without further ado, Hank simply turns his back on her. The system praises the guy again. What a magnificent exit, my friend. You turned your back at the perfect moment. Just for that stylish turn, you get another 10 grand. Our MC enters his house while the girl is left outside, just watching. He even gives one last look back with an expression of pure contempt. Then, he slams the gate shut, as if to say, you're not getting in here. No way. No how. Sad and completely devastated, Mengshi goes home. And hey, her apartment isn't half bad, huh? Way nicer than my place. Check out her fridge. It's all digital. Entering her luxurious apartment, she throws herself on the couch, totally dejected from the rejection she just got. Right at this low point, the darn phone decides to ring. When she answers, it's her friend Leo. She asks what's up, and her friend drops the bomb, "I've got some juicy gossip," and we all love gossip, can't deny that. She says she is super lucky because even her plan B, her backup guy, turned out to be a masterstroke. Not understanding a thing, she asks her to explain properly. Her friend continues, "You know that brother Hang, who's super popular, the one who spends a fortune on gifts during live streams? Guess who he is?" She says she has no idea and tells her to just spit it out because she's tired. Leo then drops the bombshell that guy is Hang. In other words, your little MC. She says she even did some math and his net worth is already in the billions, advising Shi to forget Tai, he and go after Hang, since one might not even inherit the fortune, while the other is already a billionaire. Shi, shocked, asks how she can be so sure, and her friend explains that his contact popped up as a suggestion, and when she went to add him, she saw it was the same guy. To wrap it up, she concludes that the guy is definitely from a rich family and that his whole playing pro act in college must have been just a test to see who was a gold digger. After hearing all this, she is in shock and drops the phone on the floor. It finally dawns on the girl Hang loved her and followed her for years, and she always ignored the guy who could have given her a life of pure luxury. With this realization, the woman starts to freak out and looks like she's completely lost it. She finally understands that in the end, looks aren't what matter most, but the bank account is. Determined, she stands up, thinking it's easier for a woman to win over a man. If she chases after him now, maybe the love he felt for 4 years could be rekindled. And just like that, another one goes nuts for the plot, thinking she can rope in the MC in just these first few minutes to have already shown up. Imagine how many there'll be by the end of the story. Back at our hero's mansion, we see that, thankfully, he didn't ruin the house. The decor is quite nice, in a more classic style without looking like a nightclub. However, the guy is more concerned with his physical fitness, agreeing that his appearance still needs to improve. After all, having money but no health is a huge tragedy. He needs to start working out, like yesterday. With that decided, the kid resolves to build a home gym and hire a top-tier personal trainer. Immediately, he starts researching the best professionals on the market, and, by the looks of it, he found one who seems well suited for the job. But before he can do anything, a giant system screen pops up right in front of him. The system informs him that it has detected 2 deeply regretful women at its front gate, and with that, the criteria for a system update have been met. Our MC is surprised to realize the system is getting an update. The little system that announces that the regret plugin has been activated, with a special reminder when someone's regret level reaches 90%, the MC receives 5 points to distribute among his attributes. Currently, Xunuo's regret is at 50%, but She's has already hit 80. He's confused as to why She's level went up so much, so fast. Taking a look at his own attributes, you can see the MC isn't all that great, but at least he has more intelligence, which helps. To wrap things up, the system announces that to start using the new plugin, he'll get 5 free points to distribute as he wishes. Without wasting any time, our MC dumps all the points into strength. After all, wasn't he just thinking about starting to work out? In that very instant, he already feels the difference in his body. Too bad he already paid for 20 sessions at the gym, otherwise he could have gotten jacked just by leveling up his stats. But whatever, the money's already spent and you can't let it go to waste, right? If you paid, you gotta use it. Now, however, it's time to buy some furniture for his parents' house, since the new residence is ready. The next day, our hero arrives at the gym, which is definitely fancier than any Planet Fitness. At the front desk, the attendant asks if he's here to work out. He confirms, explaining that yesterday he bought 20 personal training sessions through the app under the name Hang. She asks for a moment to check the system. While he waits, the MC checks out the place for real. The gym looks top-notch, with brand new equipment, a quality crowd if you know what I mean, and everything is super clean. Just then, the attendant confirms his order but informs him that he needs to become a member to activate the sessions. Hang, surprised, asks if the membership and the training are billed separately. She confirms they are, explaining that they have monthly, quarterly, and annual plans. Since he bought 20 sessions, the monthly plan would be the most recommended, and if he signed up right now, he'd even get 3 free sessions. Hang is outraged the personal trainer works for the gym he paid $2,000 per hour, and on top of that, he has to pay a monthly fee? Seriously, these gyms really know how to fleece people. Seeing his face, the attendant, a bit embarrassed, asks if he's made a decision. Our MC replies that he has. He's going to cancel all the private sessions he booked. With a sarcastic smile, he comments that the cost of the 20 sessions was $80,000. If it were his business, the membership would be free for anyone who bought classes. But without further ado, he just wants his refund. Then the lady tries to explain that it's company policy and asks him to reconsider. But our hero is set. She then says that, unfortunately, that's fine, but the refund needs the boss's approval. Hang, already out of patience, tells her to go get him then. After all, money is meant to be spent, sure, but wisely. You can't just go around burning cash like a madman, and most importantly, you can't let yourself get played. Even the system pops up again, agreeing with him it's one thing to spend spend a lot on something worthwhile, but it's a completely different thing to spend money and still be played for a fool. Breaking the MC's concentration, the gym's boss finally shows up. Curiously, the boss seems to recognize our hero. Likewise, the MC recognizes him too, asking point blank if this gym is his. The buff dude tells the employee to get back to work, saying he'll handle this himself. This guy is Taeyeon, 27 years old, a former schoolmate of the MC, a rich and famous playboy who only went to class to hit on the freshman girls. In short, a complete loser. Already all relaxed, he asks if the MC really booked 20 sessions. Hank confirms but says he wants to cancel. Taeyeon then scoffs, saying he gets it. It was probably a little too steep for his wallet, right? Our MC replies that it's actually the opposite. It seems like he's the one who doesn't want to release the refund. But Taeyeon deflects, claiming that 80,000 is pocket change for him and not to worry. He only came over because he saw a familiar face. By the way, Gao Yuan works there. Out of nowhere, the psycho yells, Yuan, come here real quick. He comments that it's probably been a while since the MC has seen her and that she was even talking about him the other day. It's at this moment that the girl arrives, all chummy, calling Taeyeon huddy. You could almost say she's a knockout, but not really. The girl's built kinda wonky. Looks like the big guy upstairs was feeling lazy during creation. Promptly, the system announces that Gao Yuan has been enrolled in the Regret Development Program. Right after, the MC opens up her stats. Well, nothing too out of the ordinary. It's a bit annoying that her attractiveness is 8 out of 10, which seems a little exaggerated but okay. Her current regret level is at 0. Our hero thinks that it's time to farm some points. At least the good news is that he just needs to make the girl regret everything she did to him. In the past, the kid was pretty naive and didn't realize he was being used. He genuinely thought the girl cared about him. We see a flashback of this character. She comments that she saw the MC receive a love letter, but advises him not to get distracted. She says it's normal for people to like someone as excellent as him, but that it was just a bet, so he better be careful. She just stopped by to let him know. That foolish little MC replies for her not to worry, because he won't fall for anyone else. Only for her. This wretched girl never missed an opportunity. Another time, she approached the boy saying she was really stressed and that she was lucky to have him around, because if she could, she'd copy off him every day. That's how good he was at his subjects. The worst part is that the poor guy really thought she had feelings for him, when in reality he was just being played for a fool. There was even a time he gave her gifts, and she said she'd accept them, but that he shouldn't get his hopes up, so other people wouldn't get the wrong idea. Except she pulled the same act with another guy. And another. Yeah, my friend, this little schemer took advantage of a lot of people. What's even more complicated is that her family is rich. In fact, the richest in town. The MC knows that trying to impress her with money won't work. As for the guy she's with now, that's a tough one. This guy has six-pack ABS, a narrow waist, he's muscular and huge, a true gym rat. How do you compete with one of those? He was a famous bully back in school, and from her classmates had already mentioned that Gao Yuan had her eye on him. It seems this girl has always had a thing for muscles. This weakness was so strong that, despite being rich, she became a personal trainer. But if our MC can become better than Taeyeon, maybe then he'll change her perception and, while he's at it, win this game. Yeah, it seems that for him. Girls are becoming pretty predictable. At that moment, Gao Yuan asks the MC if there's a problem. But in our hero's mind, the idea is different. Humiliate Taeyeon right in front of her and completely destroy the guy's image. Our MC then comments that he thinks it's crazy for someone to pay a monthly fee after already buying 20 private lessons. Taeyeon replies that it's normal in the fitness world and that if he thinks it's expensive, he can just skip the personal trainer and work out on his own. He even mocks him, saying that office workers already get plenty of exercise just from riding the crowded train. Hang retorts that that kind of exercise barely counts. But since Gao Yuan works there, he'll pay for a year-long membership to show some support. If he likes it, he'll renew it later. Taeyeon pulls Gao Yuan close and tells the MC not to pretend to be rich. Otherwise, he'll have to skimp on food later, because there's no point in working out without eating properly. In this idiot's head, the MC is still hung up on Gao Yuan, but too bad, because she's his now. Big deal, the girl is all clumsy anyway. Our hero plays along and says that he is, in fact, a bit short on cash, but since his old classmate understands the situation, why not give him a discount? Man, Taeyeon got all awkward when it came to thinking about giving a discount. However, the MC reminds him that, after all, he and Gao Yuan were in the same class. He even reflects that back then, Taeyeon wasn't even rich, but Gao Yuan chose him anyway. That's a sign she doesn't care that much about money. Besides, for this loser to open a gym of this size, he definitely borrowed money. As much as our hero has an immense desire to buy the gym just for the treatment he received, he decides to keep up the poor guy act. Taeyeon, wanting to show off, says that for Gao Yuan's sake, he'll give a 40% discount. He brags, saying no one has ever gotten that discount, so the MC should be grateful. Also, to make up for the confusion, the 20 classes he bought will become 30. He finishes by warning that the MC better work hard or he'll become a joke. He also says he needs to eat more, so he better find more money. Inside, our MC is writhing with anger, having to take it all in silence. He thinks this idiot talks too much, but for now he has to play it cool. Taeyong calls an employee to help Hang and says that now he needs to leave to do some sets with Gao Yuan, if you know what I mean. At least the girl says goodbye to the MC and wishes him good luck. She even thinks the guy has a cute face, too bad he's a bit thin. Just then, the personal trainer approaches and asks if the MC has ever trained before and which muscle he wants to focus on today. But our hero replies that today is not going to work, as he's busy. Let's do it tomorrow, cool? Of course, the personal trainer is visibly irritated. To him, the MC is just another rich kid who comes to the gym, takes a picture, and leaves. But for Hang, everything is going perfectly. He actually wants everyone to underestimate him, because that will make his revenge so much sweeter. Arriving at his stylish little scooter, he asks the system to open his stats. This time, our MC notices something very interesting. He grew a centimeter. He wonders if by continuing to increase his strength, he'll get taller and taller. If that's true, he's going to become a monster. But the system quickly bursts his bubble, saying, no, he won't. Hold on, it's not that chaotic, my friend. The scenario he imagined is basically impossible. It's not possible, but if it were, it wouldn't just be his height that would increase, you know? Something else might shrink to compensate, but that's up to everyone's imagination. Our MC then reflects, thinking the system is getting pretty sassy. But anyway, he asks the system to show him X in New Ozen Meng she stats. With the data of both girls in front of him, the MC thinks that his strength is at 23. He only needs 17 more points to reach the maximum for a normal person. The question is which one should he focus on to gain points faster? It seems Meng she only needs 20 more points of regret to reach the max. And what's the reward for hitting 100%? It must be something really good. So, it's decided she will be the target. Speaking of the devil, the crazy girl is over there, getting all dolled up, believing she still has a chance with the MC. After all, he was in love with her for 4 years. Yeah, our hero really has a thing for complicated girls. Anyway, the girl is there getting all pretty, applying some relatively light makeup. She makes her lips super glossy. But the final touch, the one that really counts, is flawless hair. As soon as she finishes getting ready, guess what? A call from our MC. She then thinks that he called at the perfect time because she was just about to call him herself. She's convinced he's already over his anger after all. It was for years of love. To her, men like that are easy to manipulate. If she plays his game and shows a little submission, the simp will fall for her in a heartbeat. At that exact moment, a notification arrives from the system for the MC. Her regret has increased by 1 more point. He finds it funny, since she hasn't even answered the call yet. This seems interesting. Apparently, being too eager doesn't work with her, so she likes to be chased, huh? Good to know. He reflects that, in the past he was only interested in this crazy girl because she reminded him of Gawain. Since he couldn't have the original, it was almost love at first sight for the copy, but he never imagined he'd get so involved, to the point of almost completely forgetting Gawain herself. He was a simp for years only to later find out that the girl was actually into muscle heads. What a huge disappointment. Mengshi finally answers the call and asks if the MC needs anything. He replies no, it's nothing major. As soon as she answers, she already thinks he's falling for her again and that he's definitely going to ask her out. But our MC just asks if she remembers that tissue he lent her. Well, he wants it back. In that instant, reality hits the goddess like a ton of bricks. What's even worse is that it wasn't just her world that came crashing down, the call did too. Just then, the system comments that the host is killing it. No romance, hung up on her. It was quick and direct. This direct attitude left the system floored. Because of that, he's getting a reward of 666 yuan. The one who didn't understand a thing was Mangshi, who in their right mind asks for a used tissue back. Outraged by the idea, she settles into a, let's say, very inviting position. But on second thought, a switch flips in her head. She starts to think that the MC actually wants to meet her, but is too embarrassed to admit it. That has to be it. Only a weirdo like him would come up with such a lame excuse. Come to think of it, he was always kind of like that in college. Yeah, that must be it. But then, does that mean he has some peculiar tastes? Like a special interest in things with her? Since she regrets not keeping that thing, but wonders if a new, freshly used one would work. Well, it's worth a shot, right? No sooner said than done. She grabs a new cloth and starts rubbing it all over her body to get it nice and authenticated. Meanwhile, RMC was out there, peacefully riding his little scooter. Just then, the system informs him that Mangshi's regret has increased by another point. To him, this reaction is like when a simp gets all excited when his crush says I'm gonna go take a shower. Except in his case, it's the opposite, isn't it? Simps always get the short end of the stick. Pay attention to the MC's lessons. Folks, don't be a simp. Over at the coffee shop, our MC notices that the system's missions are all about women now, and the money he earns from them has decreased a lot, as if he's hit a limit. So fine, he decides he's going to start making some investments to see if he can multiply this cash. It's like doubling down, you know. After all, when it comes to investing in entrepreneurship, the opportunities are much bigger. Speaking of investments, our hero starts researching a type of auction. Apparently, the country is auctioning off a national treasure from the Zhou dynasty, a bronze vessel crucial for historical research. It seems it's time for the guy to start doing something truly relevant. Breaking the MC's concentration, Mingxi arrives, calling out to him. Right away, she peeks at his phone and thinks that's what you'd expect from someone from a rich family, always keeping an eye on interesting auctions. Sitting down, she apologizes for being late. Then, she hands him his cloth. Seeing that, the MC gives a little smile and asks Meng if she doesn't think he still has feelings for her. After all, she came dressed so formally, with natural makeup and those glossy lips. He even adds, asking if returning a simple tissue really required a gift box. The girl gets defensive, saying he's exaggerating and that she's just wearing light makeup. The funny thing is, at that moment, her regret goes up another point. Our MC says he can be even worse. He reminds her that when he was poor, he was just a simp to her, only good for being looked down on. But now that he's rich, she can't help but throw herself at him, right? But he warns her he's not going to be anyone's plan B. The girl tries to defend herself, saying she didn't even say anything and questioning why she's being insulted. But, curiously, the MC gains another point of regret from this. He concludes that Mengxi must be a masochist. She pretends to be mad, but her regret level keeps climbing. That being the case, she'll have to forgive him, but he's going to have to keep being a jerk. The girl tries to argue, saying how can he think that of her? She always dresses well. She also asks why, if he planned to dump her, he didn't just reject her once and for all. Our hero replies that, naturally, he wanted to see her face when her expectations were completely crushed. Exactly like she used to do to him in high school. He asks how she feels now, and if this is the first time she's felt something like this. But she shouldn't worry, because there will be a second, a third, and maybe even a fourth time. Mengxi runs off, saying he's gone too far this time. Funny how, even so, her regret keeps on rising. Our MC reflects that this goddess has nothing divine about her. If you take away the charm, there's absolutely nothing left. He remembers very well from his school days, when she would tell her friends that she only kept a simp like him around so she wouldn't have to do her homework. On top of that, whenever she wanted a little something extra, all she had to do was flash his smile and he'd come running, wagging his tail. Our MC thinks that she must be really regretting it now, but she can relax, because this is just the tip of the iceberg. Just then, the system announces that Mengxi's regret has reached 99%, and since it passed 80, he's earned another 5 points. Our MC isn't entirely happy. He actually wanted to hit 100%. Getting stuck at 99 was kind of a rodeo, you know, but it's okay. He can trust things. He has to let time do its thing. Then, the little system asks where the host wants to put the 5 points in strength, intelligence, or charisma. Without hesitating, our hero says he's dumping everything into strength. As soon as the points are added, he feels an immediate surge of strength, as if he'd run 10 kilometers and still felt fresh. Well, now it's time to deal with X and UL. But first, it's time to go home and rest, because he's got training tomorrow. The very next day, there we are, back at the gym. Our MC is questioning the trainer if he's only going to put on 50 kilos. That's still little, add more weight. The trainer explains that it's all a progression and they need to go gradually. The first thing is to see how much weight his muscles can handle, especially without pushing too hard to avoid injury. Hang understands that the trainer is basically saying he's overestimating himself, but of course, he's not going to let that slide. He asks if that's not what the trainer is there for, to prevent him from getting hurt. But now, he can go get 150 kilos so we can get this party started. The funny thing is the bar is already full, but if the MC is asking for it, let's see what happens. The trainer tries to explain that that's way too much weight, bad even for him to lift. Normally, only advanced people and professional athletes lift that much, and he suggests something a bit lighter. Our MC then asks, so 200 kilos is better? Come on, let's go. I just want to try. Our boy thinks that it's just as he expected. Adding those 5 points made the weights feel like nothing to him. He rushes the trainer, so, are you gonna go get the weight, or what? The trainer insists one more time, saying 200 kilos is a lot, but if he insists, fine, he'll just have to sign a liability waiver. If he gets hurt because of his annoying stubbornness, the gym won't be held responsible. Our hero asks if the instructor isn't exaggerating a bit. The instructor replies that it's not an exaggeration, it's responsibility. In fact, he points to that old man over there who was doing squats with 140 kilos. Now the old guy can't even walk. The personal trainer, Shang-Chi, is furious with the MC. He's fully expecting the kid not to even be able to lift the bar. The problem is, if he does lift it, it's going to be a huge issue. The kid's already annoying. Imagine if he gets cocky. Tyron arrives with his woman, asking what's going on, while the old man in the back keeps staring at a rather suspicious spot. Anyway, Shang-Chi explains the whole situation, saying the MC wants to lift 200 kilos on his very first day of training. Gao Yuan tries to calm the MC down, saying the trainer is just trying to look out for him. But our hero, ever sharper, suggests a bet. If Hang succeeds, she will have to pay for his membership in his personal training sessions, but if the guy fails, he'll book 100 training sessions. She, playing the nice guy, says his health is more important. In reality, he's thinking the MC won't be able to pay. The miserable guy was crying for a discount and now he's talking about booking 100 sessions? Yeah, right. Pulling out his purple card, the MC says they can make the payment up front. If he wins, they just have to issue a refund. Gao Yuan is doubtful if this is really happening. Hang has a weak physique and yet he dares to make a bet with she. She even tries to suggest they lower the bet to 100 kilos, just to start, you know. But the MC ignores her and asks the big guy if he's in on the bet or not. Seeing his insistence, the trainer agrees, bets on. She instructs Hang to start slow, just trying to lift the bar off the rack. If he can't do it, the test is over, but at least you won't get hurt. The trainer reflects that the MC acts tough even though he's poor. He wonders if the kid even understands what 200 kilos is, but he admits that if he succeeds, he will accept his defeat. MC starts to exert force. The bar doesn't move, and she already says the bar didn't move. Maybe we should stop. But it's at that exact moment that our boy lifts the bar completely. Instantly, everyone's jaw drops, including that old man who's always looking in the wrong place. I'm sure he's not looking at the MC. Even more surprising for she is seeing that the MC is doing reps at an insane speed. He thinks thank God he didn't say anything else, or the humiliation would have been much worse. The one who starts to blush while watching the reps is Gao Yuan. She doesn't understand how he managed to lift so much weight. With that load, not even Tyron could do it, and the MC is much skinnier. So, what the heck is going on? Finishing the exercise, our MC announces that it's refund time. The total is 85,000. He says the money can be transferred directly to his accountant, that he'll be back to train in a few days. He also asks, please, for the gym to find a more skilled trainer with real experience and who doesn't freak out over 200 kilos. Can you imagine this uproar every time he comes to work out? At that moment, he gets a call from Xinhuo. Leaving his phone clearly visible, he announces that he's leaving because he has a date with a very hot girl and can't keep her waiting. Gao Yuan, noticing his phone, wonders if he really has a girlfriend and if she's that beautiful. Sometime later, our MC is already at the restaurant with Xinhuo. She thanks him again for everything that happened, saying it's hard to express her gratitude and that the only thing she can do is pay for dinner. But the MC lets out a dry hum. She doesn't quite understand that sound. He seems cold, but it could also just be an act. He rejected the date the first time but accepted the second. So, she has a chance, right? The girl explains that the Mian group is going from bad to worse. After the last competition, they lost a lot of supporters, and the top streamers' income dropped drastically. Not to mention Hishui freaks out at the company every day, and their commission increased. Meaning, the cut that goes to the company, right? They came up with some lame excuse to reduce the streamers' revenue. Girls who managed to bring in 100,000 in a day end up with only 3,000. Our MC asks, surprise, if the situation is really that bad. Almost in tears, the girl confirms. They're forcing streamers to sign contracts just to pay abusive fees, all to recover the money they lost. In this industry, the golden years don't last long. She says she really couldn't survive there anymore and thought about finding another path. That's when she met that scumbag Zhang. However, she's very grateful to the MC for helping her that day. Our boy thinks that no matter how sincere she seems now, it's useless. Gratitude like that is worthless. If he were still a nobody, a loser, he could have helped all he wanted. But in the end, she would have just seen him as another simp. Dealing with people like this is actually easy. Welcome to Lessons and Courses with Professor Hang. And if they ask you where you learned so much unbalanced wisdom, tell them you follow the tycoon, the boss. Did you catch the reference? I guess not, right? I must be the only crazy one watching this stuff. First lesson is give her hope. Make her think she has a chance. And then, pull the rug out from under her. The thrill has to be at the last second. Leave the poor girl anxious, itching with desire. Then, let everyone else get the opportunity. Except her. Let the girl realize her snobbery cost her her only hope. This will leave her completely devastated. And if you do this to someone and they ask where you learned it, please, don't say it was here, or that mess is gone all in right in my lap, you hear. Our MC replies that it was nothing, but the main reason he called her here is because he needs her opinion on something. Instantly, the girl perks up and asks how she can help. He explains that the current number of streamers at Dongzhen, his company, is a bit low. They have good prospects, but they lack experience, someone to recruit new talent. Just as he was about to continue, unfortunately, his phone rings and he has to take the call. Our MC asks the person on the phone for a sec, telling them he'll step out to talk. Right after, he apologizes to Xinhuo, explaining that something urgent came up and he needs to handle it, but they can continue their chat later. Seeing our MC leave, she gets all hopeful. Remember that hope tactic? Well, she's thinking she's about to get recruited. But we know full well that this rascal isn't thinking about that at all. Opening his messages, the MC sees a notification in Zon's group. She's in there praising the boss, saying how wonderful and special he is. With the money she's making, she'll be able to pay off her contract termination fee easily. now. Her goal is to work hard to help the company grow. Leslie, she even comments awesome. Out of nowhere, a system screen pops up, informing him that X and UO's regret has increased by 5%. RMC cracks that mischievous little smile. Only 5%? Still pretty good. Back at her place, X and UO is also thinking about Sun. Apparently, her termination fee to leave the old company is around 2 million. Even so, she left with total confidence. If even someone at her level could get into Dongjin, X and UO thinks that, with her skills, victory is a sure thing. She's definitely getting an offer. The girl reflects that if she had built a better relationship with Hang in the past, today she'd be on the same level as Gawin. But where did she end up, being compared to Zorn? However, she consoles herself by thinking she's younger than Gawin and that other opportunities will come. Meanwhile, over at the Ian group, X and UO is arriving, but the other girls are keeping their distance from her. Completely confused, she asks what's going on. That's when Hishui appears out of nowhere, curious, calling out to her. He says he'll explain the situation because of her stunts with the investor. Their main sponsor pulled out. Now, the other investors are livid and want to take her money to cover the losses. X and UO tries to defend herself, saying she's a victim too and that he was the one who sent her after that investor. That boss, who obviously isn't going to take responsibility, says he doesn't care about the process, only the results. And of course, he's not going to make her pay the whole fee since he knows she doesn't have the money. Instead, she can just double her termination fee. In other words, if she needed to pay for million to leave before, now she'll have to pay. Basically, it's a way to make sure the girl never leaves. When X and UO leaves the building, she understands the scale of the problem. Everyone has their bags packed. Desperate, she runs to ask what's happening, and her friend explains that everyone is quitting. Apparently, the whole crew is migrating to Dongjin. Compared to the benefits there, the termination fee is nothing. Her friend says she knows a lucky acquaintance who got into the first batch of streamers at the new company. In her first month, she already managed to buy an apartment downtown, just from streaming. The boss there is super generous, and the profit split is infinitely better. X and UO realizes the Ian group is sinking, but the question is, does she want to go down with the ship? Her friend continues, saying that Dongjin has few streamers and is hiring more people now. They say you can cover the termination fee with just 1 month's work. It's an opportunity she doesn't want to miss, and if her friend wants, she can refer her. X and UO reflects that, unfortunately, she'll have to take the risk. But it's okay, Hang is there, he values her skills, and she still has her friend's referral. Hang is a businessman, he's all about profit. He won't care about old grudges. She decides that if he hasn't reached out to her by now, she'll go to him herself. A week later, X and UO gets the news that her qualifications are good, but unfortunately, Dongjin is full. A lot of streamers who jumped from the old ship came over. The company's staff explains that it takes a while for everyone to get used to the new environment, so they don't know when the next recruitment round will be. Of course, X and UO freaks out on the spot. The lady just paid her termination fee and now they're telling her they're full. But leaving her aside for a moment, I'm getting back to our protagonist. RMC receives a notification that X and UO's regret has increased by another 20%. Arriving at her apartment, we see X and UO sitting on the couch and picking up her phone. We see her message history with the MC. She asked what he wanted to talk about last time, and he replied, "Doh, right? I almost forgot. Sun joined the company, so it doesn't matter anymore. The problem's already been solved." All she could reply was, "Okay, I get it." After a while, she sent another message saying she broke her contract with Ian and wanted to apply at Dongjin, promising her skills would bring magnificent results. The MC only replied 6 days later, saying he was busy and that she could talk to HR. With nothing else to say, she thanked him. 5 days later, she sends another message, saying HR informed her the positions were filled and asking if she still had a chance. 3 days later, with no reply, she asks again. 2 days later, another attempt. 1 more day passes, she sends another message, and finally, the MC replies. He claims he was a bit busy and didn't see the other messages. She says it's okay and asks if they can talk or hang out for a bit. Poor girl. She reflects that if she had broken her contract sooner, maybe she wouldn't be in this situation. Worst of all, the house is mortgaged, the money is running out, and she won't be able to pay next month's rent. Her account balance is 832,000. It might seem like a lot, but in her reality, she's completely broke. As a last resort, she even tried to talk to Hishui, but he just cursed her out and mocked her for knowing that Dongjin didn't want her. That scumbag even provoked her. Did you really think you leave the Ian group and your life would get better? Only in your dreams. And he threatened to contact all the other companies to make sure no one would hire her. Now, she was completely ruined. Right then, the girl asked why he would do that, since she paid the termination fee. But the jerk replied that he'd do it simply because he could. Back to the present, she says she doesn't know what to do anymore. However, she played one last card. We see our beautiful and long-lost Gawin arriving in the MC's office. Gawin says that X and UO contacted her, saying she really wanted to see him. Since her skills are genuinely good, Gawin came to ask him personally if he would meet with her. Our MC says it's fine, he'll meet with her, but only because Gawan is asking. In the next scene, he's already with her at a coffee shop. Sipping his coffee, he thinks that a few days of the cold shoulder were enough for her to finally get the picture. Right off the bat, the girl comes in admitting that, in the past, she was very arrogant and always thought she was better than everyone else. She even dreamed that he would hunt her down and make her the top streamer. However, now she understands she's not special at all. When the Mi-un group started blacklisting her, no other company dared to hire her. That being said, Exenuo asks once more to join Dongjin. She doesn't want a high salary, 10,000 a month would be enough. She just needs a chance. Our MC raises his hand, signaling that's enough self-deprecation. Our hero says she doesn't need to underestimate herself. Although Dongjin isn't hiring at the moment, that applies to others. They've worked together in the past, more or less, but he knows what she's capable of. Furthermore, he states that he doesn't exploit any of his streamers and that it's impossible for him to see someone down and want to kick them or take advantage. After all, they're old colleagues. If she wants to join Dongjin, he can make it happen. As for the salary, he explains that the Styre and A-tier positions, with specific benefit packages, are indeed full. But if she wants, she can start as a B-tier streamer. They have monthly performance reviews, and with her skills, she'll get to the top in no time. Exenuo reflects that B-tier is great. In fact, it's damn good. Immediately, she tells him she would love the opportunity. Our MC then finishes, "Alright, you're hired. Just go find Gawan and tell her I sent you." That girl, as happy as she is, still feels a certain resentment. If she hadn't laughed or been sarcastic in the past, things could have been very different. Outside, she admits she never imagined that, in a situation like that, she'd get help from Gawan and the MC, the two people she despised the most. At least now, she's learned not to judge a book by its cover and truly regrets the way she acted in the past. Our MC gives a smile, satisfied that she's finally learned her lesson. At that exact moment, our little system pops up to announce that Exenuo's regret has climbed another 5%. Now, with the total reaching 99, he gets another 5 bonus points. It seems the lesson he so badly wanted to teach has finally worked. After all, people never know true pain until the knife is at their own skin. Putting that philosophy aside, it's time for the main event, getting buffed for the gym. Without a second thought, the MC dumps all the new points into stamina. The only problem is he's doing this in the middle of the street, and anyone passing by has no idea what's going on. To them, the kid is just waving his finger back and forth, looking like a total weirdo. Of course, we know he's leveling up his stats, but to an outsider, the scene is pretty bizarre. Just then, the system announces that our hero's stamina value has reached the maximum level, at least for an ordinary human. Our hero then wonders if he can already feel his biceps swelling. Has he finally achieved the result he wanted so badly? This picture turned out pretty weird. A complicated situation, I'd say. At least now he feels ready to show off in front of Gaoyuan and Tairan. Off to the gym, folks. Arriving there, he immediately runs into Tairan doing squats. RMC realizes that for the guy to be training this hard, he must have been pretty ticked off last time. But tough luck for him, because our hero has a cheat system. Approaching the front desk attendant, he announces that today he's going to start the real workout. The one who's happy to see this is Gaoyuan, who notices he's changed a lot. It's only been a week, but he seems more energetic, maybe even a little taller. The one who also notices the difference, and doesn't like it one bit, is Tairan. That loser approaches the MC, calling him old classmate. He remembers that Heng wanted a personal trainer and offers himself, asking if he's qualified enough. Our MC replies yes, of course he is. Tairan then says alright, and that today they'll start with cardio. How about a 50-minute run before starting the real workout? This proposal is clearly strange. 50 minutes of running for a beginner. This guy must be trying to pull his leg. But it's fine, he just follows Tairan. Meanwhile, the psycho explains that muscle is good, but it's useless without endurance. For him, 50 minutes is the minimum standard. If you can do it, you're good. If not, you probably can't handle a serious workout. Hang, with a hidden smile, says okay, he'll try, but admits he's never run for 50 minutes straight. Of course, because that's not even close to a standard warm-up. Tairan reflects that last time, this jerk lifted 200 kilos, but he's surely all brute force. When it comes to endurance, he must be complete trash. Didn't this guy try to show off in front of his girlfriend? Well, let's see now. He's about to be completely humiliated. At least that's what Tairan thought, because when he Gaoyuan look at the MC, our hero is completely surrounded by women. If only life were that easy, right? The harsh reality is that the gym isn't usually this much of a paradise, people. Gaoyuan then asks her boyfriend if they shouldn't take a closer look, because that kid isn't acting normal. He's running like crazy, and worst of all, he doesn't even look tired. Several girls around can't stop complimenting the MC's physique, dropping those classic pickup lines like asking if his body is just for looking or if it has other uses. That handsome and attractive, they imagine what he'd look like in a uniform, or better yet, with no clothes on at all. Man, things are getting interesting for our hero, you know? But of course she couldn't care less and even takes the opportunity to give a seductive wink, just from seeing the MC all sweaty and showing off. A certain lady nearby even gets a nosebleed from all the excitement. Tyron looks suspiciously at his girlfriend and even calls her name, but she doesn't even respond. Let's just say she's completely mesmerized by the show she's watching. That little schemer even drops a comment, saying his body is really good. Everything is going exactly as the MC expected. For him, what matters most is physique and strength, and now that he's in shape, the whole thing gets a lot easier. That rascal of an MC even taunts Tyron, saying 50 minutes of running is nothing and asks if he's actually going to help him or not. Of course, Tyron isn't buying that, right? 50 minutes, my friend, is way too long for anyone. But to act like a know-it-all, he tells the MC it's better to rest for about 10 minutes now that he's done running. Our hero, faking innocence, asks if he really needs to rest. He argues that he only has 2 hours a day to work out, and if he can save time and get more exercises in, that'd be great. Gaoyuan is impressed, realizing the MC isn't messing around. But the one who doesn't get this whole saving time thing is Tyron, who thinks this punk is out of money to pay for more sessions and wants to squeeze every last drop out of what he's left. Doesn't he? Tyron insists that rest is no joke and that the MC should chill out for a bit because pushing the body too hard would be pointless. Relax, take a knee and rest. Buddy, you can train later. But our hero puts his foot down and says he's not tired and wants to train more because he knows his body's limits. Tyron thinks this kid is a persistent pest and, even worse, a backtalker. Back in school, this loser was a weakling, and now he wants to get on his nerves? He then remembers one thing very clearly. There was this one time he paid some thugs to mess with Gaoyuan. RMC, trying to play the hero, went to stop them and ended up getting totally wrecked. But since he was the one who set the whole thing up, he went over to save the damsel. Worst of all, the plan worked perfectly. Gaoyuan fell head over heels for him and became his girlfriend while the MC was left sprawled on the ground. At least the good part is that things are very different now. Our hero is over there, pressuring the trainer and asking if they're going to work out or not. He demands that his personal trainer be more efficient because so far, it's not being worth the money. Tyron does a quick scan and realizes the MC came prepared, but he's not about to let the guy show off in front of his girl. He notices the MC's legs are pretty thin. Yeah, they're really skinny. If I throw a leg day at him, this guy won't be able to take it. That creep then says that, since the last workout, he's been taking notes on the MC's physical stats and put together a special training plan for him. And today, coincidentally, is leg day. Your legs are pretty thin, so you need to work them more. Been skipping leg day, have you? Our MC agrees, saying that's a good point. He even reflects that the guy is right because the system gives him rewards, but without any effort on his part. Unfortunately, Tyron isn't lying. Just then, the system pops up and says the host is shamelessly asks for the reward, gets it, and then still complains. But since the little system is in a good mood, it's going to give him another 10 points as a gift. Our MC finds this really weird. Could the system be a masochist too? Likes to get beat up and then asks for more? Is it giving me points for being criticized? Tyron calls the MC over to the equipment and the guy replies cool. That creep thinks that soon, he'll make the MC cry and tremble. Apparently, he has no idea what a real leg day is like. Gaoyuan stands there, analyzing the MC's legs. For real, his legs are pretty thin. Right now, they don't even compare to Tyron's. But then, a few hours go by. And then there's Tyron, completely dumbfounded by our hero's strength. That rascal is squatting with a ton of weight and still showing off, saying he's already done 3 machines in 1 hour and isn't even tired. He even taunts him, saying Tyron's weights must be fake. Gaoyuan, impressed once again, has her regret level raised to 30%. Our MC thinks the plan is working perfectly and that her regret is rising pretty fast. He heads to the next piece of equipment and the crazy girl follows him. Yeah, Tyron, I hate to break it to you, my friend, but I think you just lost your girlfriend. She gets close to the MC and asks if he's coming to train again tomorrow. Tyron, who's hearing everything, is in disbelief. Is she really asking him that? Yeah, my friend, unfortunately she is. And I think two little things are starting to grow on your head. If the camera zooms in, I think we'll see the horns. Gaoyuan then tells the MC that they haven't added each other yet and asks if he wants to scan her QR code. The one who doesn't like this one bit is our poor, whipped cuckold. But it's already too late because the MC is already there, phone in hand, scanning the code. He walks away while Tyron is left standing there, looking completely dumbfounded. Worst of all, he notices a really annoying detail. Gaoyuan is smiling, but it's not just any smile, it's that seductive little smirk. On top of that, she's doing it while looking at Hang's contact info. Right away, the musclehead questions her why are you adding him. Gao Yuan, not getting it, asks if he isn't an important client and if it's wrong to add someone who could expand the business. Taeyeon yells that no, he is not an important client. She then asks what he means by that. You're not suspecting that I have feelings for him, are you? But he replies that that guy has been hitting on her for a long time and she knows it damn well. Gao Yuan, annoyed, says that if he suspects her, he should say it to her face, be a man and admit it, instead of being passive-aggressive. She walks away while he stands there repeating to himself, oh my god, I am passive-aggressive. Gao Yuan, come back. Arriving at his company, our hero gets the news that Gao Yuan's regret increased by another 5%. For him, as long as Taeyeon keeps making mistakes, he can just chill and watch her regret level rise. That loser just needs to keep being himself. You see, good and bad are always relative for both men and women. Once the comparison starts, whoever comes out looking a little worse ends up making more mistakes. Sometimes, doing nothing is doing everything. It's just a matter of waiting for the right moment. And a little humility can bring a huge return. Yeah, BMC talking about humility. Who would have thought? But anyway, his phone rings, and it's exactly the person he was waiting for. Mengshi asks if the MC is free tonight, but he replies no, he's busy. She insists, asking if he really doesn't have even a little bit of time. Our hero says it depends, because his busy varies depending on what she wants. If it's something pointless, then yes, he's busy. So, the girl says she wants to ask him to dinner, but he replies that having dinner with her tonight is pointless, so he remains busy. Today is a work day, and I'm not going to stop working to meet up with you. And with that, our boy hangs up. He's left there in total agony, hoping her regret level goes up soon. Just one more point. But apparently, it's not going up. He wonders how he's going to get it to the max. Just 1 point left? Why is it so hard? Meanwhile, the girl is devastated that he hung up on her. She suddenly stands up, and the hair still complains that he's not done yet, but she says there's no point, because whether it's done or not, the hair won't change much. Back at her apartment, Mengshi comes in, slamming the door open. She throws herself on the bed, screaming that she hates Hang. At that very moment, over at the Dongjin building, our hero lets out a sneeze. Gawain asks if he's okay, or if he caught a cold. But the guy says no, it's probably just someone talking trash about him. He then changes the subject and asks what those files are. She explains that it's the auction assessment he had asked for. Hang gives the documents a quick look over. Right after, he tells Gawain to register for this Yonshang Cultural Treasures auction. Promptly, the girl comments that many foreign celebrities will be at this auction. Our MC says that's even better, because they're going to get all of their country's cultural relics back. Besides, the treasures of XIA Jang are going to fetch an absurd price, so they need to make a big splash. I don't know why, but I'm getting a feeling the MC is about to farm a ton of cash from this. Gawain agrees that he's right and says she'll take care of it immediately. Left alone in his office, our MC notices he's getting another call from Mengshi, but as he already said, today is a work day, and on a work day, he doesn't go out to dinner, so he hangs up again. On the other end, the girl realizes he's rejected her call once again. She starts pacing back and forth, wondering if she did something wrong. Why did he hang up without asking anything? He's not going to stop answering my calls in the future, is he? This starts to frustrate her, because she can't guess what the MC is thinking. With not much else to do, she sits on the bed, full of regret. Poor thing. She just hopes she hasn't lost her last chance. With so much regret, I wonder if we're finally going to get that last 1%? Arriving at the gym, our MC finds himself standing outside the building. On his phone, another call from Mengshi. As always, our boy declines. He's already not a fan of answering that crazy chick, let alone during his workout time. On the other end of the line, Mengshi's there, all anxious, wondering why the MC hung up on her again. The poor thing, she's just suffering. I'm starting to feel bad for her. Finally, she completely loses it. She doesn't get why he's being so rude. Come on, what's the big deal about answering the phone just once? But back at the gym, our hero is meeting up with another blonde, our dear Yuan, that wild one. The woman is asking our MC why he's so late. He could have come earlier, you know, so they could enjoy their time more. Our MC says he had an urgent meeting and that's why he ended up running late. In reality, he's just thinking that for the first step, he can't be the eager or the cold. The crazy girl then gets closer, offering him a bottle of water. Thinking it over, she figures Taeyeon is just tripping. The MC clearly isn't interested in her. He's just acting normally. But she's a little disappointed by that, you know. In high school, he liked her so much, he used to chase after her all the time. Why isn't he like that anymore? Kinda refusing the water, the MC asks if he needs to log that on his gym card. But Yuan says no, it's just a drink. Our MC insists, saying it's better to keep things separate. But actually, this is the second step of his plan keep some distance to create a new dynamic between them. Yeah, folks, our hero knows how to play the game when it comes to picking up girls. He's not great, but leading them on, now that he knows how to do. Then Yuan wonders if the feelings the MC once had for her could just disappear. Come on, she has a great body, money, and tons of guys chasing her. Why isn't he like that too? From a distance, Tyron is watching everything. That chump gets annoyed because, of course, it's not enough for him to be a chump. He has to be a total doormat. He gets mad, but he doesn't break up with her. He thinks the MC is just faking disinterest in his girlfriend. Even though the MC isn't showing any reaction, the idiot is going to make sure he loses his cool in front of Yuan. So, in other words, he wants the MC to show some kind of reaction for his girlfriend, who's also interested. Yeah, this guy's a total chump. There's no way around it. Our MC, who had ignored the girl, now heads over to the weightlifting equipment. Without wasting any time, the first thing he starts working on is his beautiful biceps. Whoa, beautiful. Wait a sec. What am I saying? I'm calling another guy's biceps beautiful? My bad, y'all. I got carried away narrating. Just got a little too into it. Don't mind that. Man, nearby, a group of women is watching our MC's workout. I think our MC took a wrong turn. Did he go to a gym and end up at a nightclub? Anyway, the girls are saying that with a physique like his, the MC's girlfriend must be very happy. As the girls keep talking, Yuan starts walking past them, overhearing everything, but heading straight for the MC. Getting closer to the guy, she asks him what he's going to train today. Well, being straight to the point, our little MC says he's gonna train legs. Yeah, he's training legs, but he's working on his biceps. Makes total sense. MC. The girl asks if he's really still training legs. The guy confirms, saying yes, but unfortunately, it's useless. Oh man. Hearing this makes Yuan really happy. The reason? Well, maybe she can be useful to the MC in that department. Maybe she can help the guy improve his legs. Pulling up his shirt to show off the definition, the dude says he's been working hard. However, Yuan has been too. Does she not have any clients today? Yuan says she does. She has clients, but it's not their time right now. It's funny how she tries to wonder why the MC is so impatient to get rid of her, but it's all part of our MC's plan. Right below, he explains that the plan is to shatter her perception of him. The goal is for her to realize just how shallow she is. But that's when a hand suddenly grabs her by the waist. It had to be the annoying chump. In his mind, he's bragging about being the only one who gets to put his arm around her waist. But clearly, Yuan is not happy at all with the jerk doing that. The annoyed young woman asks what he's doing. This is a workplace. Did he forget? Pushing him away, she asks what people will think of her with him doing that. Taeyeon, poor guy, tries to explain himself, but it doesn't do much good. The woman is really telling him off. Yuan keeps going, saying that it's precisely because he's so laid back that the gym's business has been getting worse. That's when a notification pops up in front of the MC. Gao Yuan's regret level has increased by 5%. Our MC, who has nothing to do with this well, sort of, just walks away casually and tells the couple to solve their own problems. He just lets them know he's moving on to the next machine, so they shouldn't take too long with their argument. But, of course, the guy is going to watch from a distance. In his mind, Taeyeon is perfect, a perfect partner. The worst thing in a relationship is a third person getting involved. And since he's playing the part of the third person, he's just going to sit back and reap the rewards. In other words, the couple's drama. Yuan was about to leave, but the chump doesn't give up. He asks what's gotten into her and if it's that time of the month for her. Man, the worst thing he could have said was that it was that time of the month. Turning around, she asks if he wants the entire gym to know her business. Well, the idiot says no, that's not what he meant, but it was too late. He'd already said it. In a very quick move, the girl yanks her arm on and tells the loser to let go. After that, she turns and walks away. But before she goes, she makes it crystal clear that he's not to talk to her anymore. In fact, preferably, don't even come near her. He's too annoying. Taeyeon, poor guy, is left there speechless. The only thing he can do is stand there and watch her leave. Meanwhile, our MC is over there, working on biceps on leg day. This guy knows what's good. Taeyeon thinks it's all that jerkhang's fault. He must have said something to Yuan. But that's fine, his time will come. Without wasting a second, he starts dialing a number on his phone, probably already planning his revenge. Over the phone, he calls someone to the gym, even saying he needs to blow off some steam. Sometime later, the MC was leaving the gym, but guess who showed up calling his name? The little blonde invites our guy to dinner. She says they're old classmates. It's been a long time since they've seen each other and all that. They have to make up for all the years they haven't seen each other. So, how about a little dinner, huh? Yeah, our MC is no fool, right? The MC's goal in accepting the invitation right away is to make her think he still has feelings. But we know he actually doesn't. The girl gets all happy and asks him to wait a bit while she takes a shower. In her mind, she's sure the guy still likes her. Yeah, in the end, she believes she's still got it. Even though he's acting calm now, he must be freaking out with happiness on the inside. Sitting on the couch, our guy says he'll wait while she runs off all excited. But while he's sitting there, our guy gets pensive. He doesn't understand why Yuan's regret level isn't going up. Looks like, out of all of them, she's gonna be the toughest nut to crack. Meanwhile, Taeyeon is over there, plotting his revenge. He wants Yuan to see the MC on his knees, begging for mercy. She needs to know who the real man is. The scene cuts and shows the entrance to the gym's locker room. Coming out of it, we see our Yuan all dressed up. She calls for the guy and says she's ready. They can go. Seeing the couple leaving, the chump grabs his phone. He tells his contact that the pair is on their way out and that the person knows what to do. On the other end of the line, the person confirms and says they'll take care of everything. Making that psycho face of his, Taeyeon says he'll be waiting for good news. But outside, Yuan says she knows a great place for them to go eat. See that little ride over there? Yep, that's hers. On this first date, she'll be driving. Our MC doesn't really care. He walks toward the car and gets in. But as soon as he closes the door, a stranger knocks on the window. Our MC gets out of the car, not really understanding what's going on, but the man asks him if he knows whose parking spot that is. What's worse is that this guy didn't come alone. There are two more huge dudes right behind him. The MC isn't two-faced. He asks whose spot it's supposed to be. Seeing this commotion, Yuan gets out of the car, all irritated. She asks the guys what they think they're doing. The chubby guy asks if that car over there happens to be hers. The girl says yes, it is. Dude then says he's been eyeing that spot since this morning. Did she not realize or not know that? Obviously she didn't know because the girl doesn't have a crystal ball, but she tells the guy he's being way too cocky. Not just cocky but bold. This is a public places work like this. In public places work like this, if you got here first, the spot is yours. From a distance, the MC realizes the guys are only there to cause trouble. Their excuse is terrible. There's no way it's true. The huge dude wastes no time and grabs Yuan. He says the spot is his and she's going to have to pay for the trouble. Yuan, scared, tells the guy to let her go. Our MC sees the situation and also lets out a shout. But the big guy thinks the kid is just trying to play the hero, so he makes fun of the situation and tells him to keep quiet. If he chooses to argue, well, they're going to mess up the kid's leg today. Desperate, Yuan grabs her phone. She says she's going to call Taeyeon to come help. Yeah, little MC, you better do something, or her regret level isn't going to go up. In fact, it might even go down. Our guy tells her she doesn't need to. In the end, it's already too late. But the girl doesn't quite get it. What does he mean by too late? Smiling like a goofball, the big guy says that if the MC gets on his knees and apologizes a lot, well, maybe he'll forget the whole situation. Smiling back, the MC says it's too late. Too late for these idiots to run away. Looks like they're going to have to stay and get a bed down. The chubby guy gets pissed at the kid's audacity and immediately starts charging at him. But that's when he immediately gets a punch to the face. Our MC doesn't just have money, my friend. He knows how to fight. After hitting one, he lands a big kick to another one's face. Yuan is amazed by the scene. Let's just say she's speechless. After the kick, the MC turns to the guy who's still standing. Not standing, the only guy he hasn't hit yet. He asks the stranger if he knows why he hasn't gotten hit yet. Nodding his head yes. The dude says he knows. The reason is that he's going to take his friends to the hospital. With our MC and Ju on getting into the car, the girl asks if the MC has ever trained in any martial arts, because he's really impressive in a fight. Our MC kind of dodges the question, saying there's nothing to train. Anyway, weren't they going to eat? Why don't they just go? Inside the car, Yuan starts to get thoughtful. She wonders how the MC is so good at fighting. Besides, what he did was really interesting and cool. Just imagine having a guy like that by your side. At that moment, our dear little system pops up. It says that Gao Yuan's regret has increased to 20%. Right away, the MC makes that face of someone who's really enjoying this, you know. His psycho face. He thinks that those guys were a huge help, helping it go up 15%. There really are still good people in this world. In the next scene, we see a building, probably where the restaurant is. Yep, I was right. We're at the restaurant. The place looks really expensive and luxurious. The waiter approaches with a bottle of wine. He presents the drink as is customary, and hopes the two of them enjoy it very much. I don't know much about wine, but I think you fill the glass a little too much. But hey, it is what it is, right? Women like to drink wine, and when they do, they get lively. So who knows, maybe this will help the MC out. Gao Yuan takes the opportunity to thank the MC. She mentions that if he really hadn't shown up today, just imagine what would have happened if she had gone to get the car by herself. Well, to seize the moment, the two of them make a toast with a cheers. So they don't just sit in silence, Yuan brings up another topic. She mentions that she heard from classmates that he got a job in the city, and from the looks of it, it seems like he's doing super well. Lying, the MC says that actually, he's been unemployed for a few months. The girl finds that a bit of a bummer, but notices that the MC doesn't seem worried at all about being unemployed. He even has time to go to the gym, pay the expensive fees and all that. Oh, but maybe that's severance pay from his company, right? Man, I don't know what this kid did, but her regret level shot up to 70%. The MC explains that he quit on his own. Let's just say his last job was worse than working a triple shift doing construction. So, it wasn't really worth it, you know? Our MC reflects that this is definitely the right move. We've got 70% regret. In theory, his game plan is going to be 7 parts sincerity and 3 parts school. Yeah, it's a bit confusing. I didn't really get it either. but it's the kid's strategy. We're not going to question it, right? He knows what he's doing. The girl is actually impressed with the MC's honesty. If it were anyone else, they would have made up a bunch of excuses, but wouldn't have told the truth. The person would have definitely tried to hide the situation. Peng says that life should be taken seriously. Working out not only allowed him to improve his body, but it also allowed him to meet her. It was, he reveals, a great stroke of luck. A little embarrassed. The girl asks if he doesn't feel any more resentment for her being so cool back in high school. By the way, her regret went up another 5%. Our MC says no, that was just a misunderstanding. He even admits that having a little crush on her back in the day became his best childhood memory. In reality, as always, this is part of his plan. It's all a lie. It's because the time has come to play the part of the understanding admirer again. Our girl gets a little confused by the MC's answer. She wonders what he means by misunderstanding. Did something happen back then? Yeah, besides the constant humiliation she put him through, right? I guess she forgot about that. Our MC pours another drink and changes the subject. He says what's past is past. You gotta look forward. Let what's in the past stay in the past. Yeah, the kid says that, but right after, he delivers the masterstroke. He raises his glass and wishes that she and his buddy Tyre on live a lifetime of happiness together. Our little blonde gets all awkward and annoyed. She says they're just dating and nobody's talking about marriage. Seeing her reaction, our boy says he accidentally got a little ahead of himself. But anyway, they'd better start eating. After that, some time passes. Our MC gets up, saying he's gonna hit the restroom real quick and he'll be right back. As he walks away, our little blonde seems pretty annoyed. I wouldn't even say annoyed, but more like she got really pensive about what he said. Right at the moment the MC went to the restroom, the annoying chump calls the girl. You want answers, but she answers by asking what he wants. Doesn't he remember that she went out to dinner with Hang? On the other end of the line, there's Tyre out at the gym, showing a little concern. He asks if she's okay. In reality, his real concern is because the guys never called him back. They just vanished. Didn't say where they went or what they did. Kinda realizing there might be a connection, Yuan starts getting suspicious and even asks why, if something had happened. The girl also asks if by any chance he's suspecting she might run off with Hang. Yuan, all nervous, says no, never. He's always trusted her. Easy now. She doesn't need to get the wrong idea. Losing her patience, the girl cuts him off. She says they haven't even finished eating yet, so they'll talk later. Right after that, she hangs up in his face. Meanwhile, our little MC is over at the register, probably paying. But that's when a system notification pops up out of nowhere. Gao Yuan's regret has increased by another 10%. The little blonde sits there, lost in thought. She still finds the way Yuan was acting a little suspicious. What could he have meant by "are you okay?" Just as she was about to put two and two together and understand everything that happened, the MC comes back and calls her name. Arriving at the table, our little MC starts analyzing the situation. Her phone wasn't on the table before, which means she either got a message or a call, and if she did, it was probably from Tyron. That explains the little help he received. With a somewhat diabolical smile, the MC starts to celebrate. He wonders if this is what they call looking good just by comparison. In this case, he was being compared to Tyron. Putting them both on a scale, let's just say Tyron was way worse. That really explains why her regret went up by 10%. Activating understanding admirer mode, the MC calls the girl Yuan. Actually, he corrects himself and says not Yuan, because that's a nickname. He's not that close with her. That being said, he apologizes and asks if she wants to go home. The girl gets embarrassed seeing that the MC used her nickname. She says it's okay, but her regret level goes up another 2 little points for the count. Oh, wonderful. Playing the part of a gentleman, the MC tells her not to push herself. He'll get the car, take her home, and from there he'll grab a cab. Hold on. Just wait and we'll understand the MC's strategy. He says you'll have to know the right time to stop. You also have to know the right moment to maintain the gentlemanly posture, but that should only be used at crucial moments. Our little blonde then accepts the offer. She says that today, unfortunately, she'll have to bother the MC. He says not at all. They're old classmates. It doesn't bother him one bit. The girl is totally charmed by our guy's attitude. She agrees with everything, nodding her head. As the girl is leaving, the MC turns to us and tells us to keep an eye out. Pretty soon, her regret is going to shoot up. It'll probably pass 90% tonight. That's it, MC. I believe in you. Go get him, man. You got this. Well, after that, the story picks back up with the MC dropping Gao Yuan off in front of her building. A very luxurious building, by the way. Being the gentleman, our little MC even opens the door for her. This little blonde, who's pretty clever, invites our guy to come in for a bit. You know, maybe he wants a glass of water, right? But our boy, who's a Sigma through and through, or maybe just playing the game, says no. He says he doesn't want Tyron to get the wrong idea and all that. Let's just say it wouldn't be good for her reputation. In any case, they'll see each other at the gym in a few days. With him already heading home, the MC insists insists that she go inside. After all, it's still dangerous for a woman to be standing outside alone. In his thoughts, our little MC is bragging. This is what he calls a true Sigma male. Solid as a rock and totally in control. Nah, I'm that one. MC, I can't agree with you. Any other guy in this situation would have accepted the invitation. Lucky for this guy, the blonde doesn't give up. Yuan walks up to him and asks him to wait a minute. The girl tells our MC that she knows he does live streaming. Her gym was thinking about getting into that business. Could he maybe give her some advice? Our MC is kinda speechless at her request. This time he was really caught off guard. With her hands clasped together, the girl begs, "Come on, can't you please help her out?" Our MC says that at his company there's a manager named Gawain. She definitely understands the business better. He could introduce the two of them in the next few days. But anyway, it's late. She should get some rest. Without wasting any time, our little MC hails a taxi that's approaching nearby. The taxi pulls up in front of him and the guy says goodbye, telling her he'll see her next time. Well, the girl is left behind with a disappointed look on her face. She really can't believe she got shot down like that. Like the girls say nowadays, when they get rejected, he can only be lame. But as crazy as it sounds, this tactic worked because her regret finally hit 99%. Inside the car, our little MC gets another message. The system rewards him with 5 points. The system keeps praising him for turning down the invitation and all that. Finally, the system shows the complete analysis of Gao Yuan. She's 24 years old, 5'6", 115 pounds, 8 points of attractiveness, and 99% regret. Analyzing everything he did, the MC thinks that he handled the situation really well. Yuan needed to understand that just because she was pretty didn't mean she could treat people badly. But anyway, for now, it's better for him to focus on getting home. He asks the driver to take him to the Ping residential area. Wait, but the Ping residential area isn't his home. Well, I still don't get where he's going, but the taxi has finally arrived. Outside, our guy takes out his phone and thinks that after ignoring the girl for a few days, it's time for him to start making his move. Out of nowhere, the MC opens up the system screen, and there we see all his stats. Yeah, he's kinda leveled up, but at the same time, he's not. For stamina, he now has 40 out of 100, intelligence, 45 out of 100, and charm, 40 out of 100. After giving it all a real quick look, he finally puts his phone in his pocket. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. It's our dear Mangshi. I was so sure he was going somewhere else. I figured he was heading to the Ping family's area, but actually, he came to meet Mangshi. The girl slowly walks up to him, looking pretty shy. Our little MC turns around and just says, "Hey." The crazy girl starts getting all flustered. She starts to wonder why the MC is so good looking all of a sudden. He's wearing the same simple clothes as before, but now, let's just say he's way more attractive. Her heart even starts to race, not just because she's nervous, but because she's also thinking about some other, spicier things. Seeing that everything is just dead air, the guy breaks the silence. He asks her what it was she wanted so badly. In her thoughts, the girl gets a little confused. She doesn't get why he's looking at her in such an affectionate way, so to speak. I'd better get things back to normal, or he's gonna get the wrong idea. Alright, so the MC explains he popped up because he hadn't hit the girl back in a few days. Figuring that was kinda rude, he decided to show up in person. Hearing this, the girl gets totally emotional and is over the moon with the news. In her head, the MC was thinking about her the whole time. All hyped up, she invites our boy over for some sweet rice wine at her place. You know, maybe just to come inside and talk a bit. Come on, MC. It's your move, man. Go for it. Don't turn her down. Flashing that mischievous little smirk, the MC teases her a bit, asking if the drink is actually any good. So then, the girl replies that he'll just have to try it to find out. Our MC says okay, but warns her HES got other stuff to do. That said, he can only stay for a little bit, you know, just to try it out. The girl, of course, says that's totally fine. Cut to inside Mangshi's apartment, and she's in the kitchen prepping that rice wine. While stirring the pot, she sneaks a peek at the MC. At first glance, you could say the guy looks pretty bored. Actually, in her head, the guy is striking some kind of heartthrob pose. She even wonders if beauty really is in the eye of the beholder. Yep, it definitely is in the eye of the beholder. Oh, and in the little system too, right? Which is giving the MC's looks a major boost. Let's just say it's rendering the guy all over again. Realizing she's staring, Mengshi gets all flustered and even starts mentally chewing herself out. She tries to convince herself that they're just friends, so she'd better stop getting these ideas. Meanwhile, the MC thinks her reaction is super weird. Did she eat a bad mushroom or something? Anyway, the girl serves him a bowl. She just warns him that she doesn't know if the MC likes sweet things, but just in case, there's sugar on the table if he wants it. Our MC comments that he's never seen her be be so thoughtful. He even hopes she'll be like this more often in the future. It'd be pretty cool to see more of this side. For some reason, she just freezes up as soon as she hears that. Maybe it's a reality check, knowing that in the past she never, ever acted like this. Looking down, she says the MC doesn't answer her text or return her calls, so how could she possibly be more thoughtful? She thinks that if she keeps talking too much, she might end up annoying him. Hearing this, our MC figures that tonight is the perfect chance to max out her regret. Pulling a chair closer to the guy, she admits that she was immature in the past. Now, maybe they can be friends again. Putting that scene on pause, our Professor Hang is summoned. He's going to explain to us how to handle this situation. In situations like this, you need to keep your cool. No rush, gentlemen. We have to make that girl inhale. Scooting away a bit, the guy says she's way too close. After all, they're just friends, and friends should keep a certain distance. Not making a big deal out of it, he picks up his spoon and keeps eating. After taking the first bite, he admits that this stuff is actually delicious. Noticing the girl is sweating on all flushed, the MC asks what's wrong with her. Real quick, the girl turns away saying it's nothing. Alright, if it's nothing, the guy just focuses on eating that rice wine. Still, he mentions he's a little confused by her reaction. The truth is, the girl just thinks the MC is being dense. Getting up, the MC says that no matter what he does, it seems like she's never happy. To avoid getting her even more worked up, he decides to get Duda there. But still, before he leaves, he thanks her for her hospitality. In a flash, she grabs the MC's arm and says he doesn't have to leave. She says she thought the MC understood. Out of nowhere, she hugs him from behind, making the MC ask what this is all about. Whoa. The girl then pulls him by the hand and leads him toward a more private spot. Without a second thought, the girl sits him down on the sofa and closes the door. After that, she sits down right next to our boy Hang. At this point, Mungshi gets ready to confess all her love to the MC. Let's just say our guy doesn't really know how to react. Our MC, who had never gotten to this part before, is starting to be speechless. To dial things up, Mungshi gets even closer to him, staring deep into his eyes. Oh man, this is getting real intense. Our pretty blonde says she isn't asking for his heart to belong to her, at least not right now. Our MC asks if she's sure about what she's doing. The girl says yes. It'll be good for their relationship to start, let's say from scratch. For now, the only thing she wants is to be his friend. But remember that she's also a normal woman. That being said, let's just say she doesn't want to be a saint either. Our MC asks again if she's sure, but with that lip bite, let's just say that's confirmation. After that, she finally kisses our boy. It took 4 hours of video for this moment. A moment where our champion was gonna win, my goodness. He finally kissed a woman in his life. Our little MC, who's an attacker himself, isn't going to just let the woman run the show. He says he wants to take the little too. After that, my friend, it was a long night. Now we're already in the morning of the next day. Little by little, our boy is waking up. Lying in bed, he takes a look and sees that Mengshi is still by his side. Our MC blushes a little, remembering the situation from last night. Our boy even admits that for a moment, his mind just went blank and his instincts took over. At the end of the day, he's a man too. But while the MC is reflecting, Mengshi wakes up and realizes he's awake too. But she wakes up saying her back is hurting. I wonder why, right? Lying in bed, she keeps asking the MC to give her a massage. At that moment, we see from the system notification that her regret has hit 100%. Taking a look at the girl's stats, we see her age is the same as Yuan's 24. She's a little lighter, but her score is still really good. It's an 8.5, higher than Yuan's. Yeah, I gotta admit, I prefer Mengshi too. In his mind, the MC wonders if it was the events of last night that finally maxed out her regret. Looks like to get that last 1% of regret, he's going to have to target each girl's weakest spot. Thrilled to have hit the max, the guy asks the system what the reward is for reaching 100%. The system explains that when a character's regret level hits 100%, they can help the host earn money. The MC will get 30% as a reward from whatever the target makes. The MC likes the sound of that, even thinks it's a little wild. Imagine if he targeted a rich woman, what would happen? Well, the system says the kid is really getting ahead of himself. Just for that, here's 606,000 to play around with. Turning back to Mengshi, the MC says that unfortunately, he has to go. Last night was amazing, but he's got a lot to do and needs to get his day started. A little while later, as the guy leaves the room, Mengshi is still in bed. She says she hopes to see the MC, real soon. Our MC says for sure, but in his head, he's celebrating having dealt with the first girl. Next time he'll even bring a gift, not because he likes her, of course, or because she's basically his employee now, so she deserves a reward. Some time passes and we see the guy arriving at the Dongjin Media Building. Walking into the office, the MC greets everyone with a good morning. Two female employees approach the guy, totally furious. They say Lu Shiyi's press is looking for a battle. They sent messages to all of them this morning. Our MC figures the main target is probably him, not the the girls, but he tells them not to worry, he'll take care of everything soon. Looking over at X and Yuo who's nearby, the guy thinks that he needs to figure out her weak spot. Yeah, on second thought, she cares a lot about her status in the streamer industry. Man, unfortunately, it looks like I got my hopes up. I thought every girl's weak spot would be getting the MC into bed, but apparently nope, that's not gonna be it. Well, knowing the girl's weak spot, our MC has an idea in mind. Going over to Gawain, he says that today she can focus solely on management. After all, she's already retired from the spotlight, so she won't be participating. This time, the one who's going to participate is X and Yuo. She's going to lead everyone in the battle against Lu Shuyi. But in his mind, the guy reveals his plan. He wants to promote the girl to the top to see if he can max out her regret. Either way, he has nothing to lose. The money will come back to him one way or another, so it's all good. X and Yuo feels a little insecure and reminds the MC that she's still in rank right now, but the MC encourages her, saying this is her chance to move up. Oh man, motivated by the MC's words, she accepts the challenge, saying she'll do her best. Our MC then tells Gawain to let Lu Shuyi know that they're going to do a team battle. The scene changes to a very large and modern commercial building, probably the rival company's headquarters. In a hallway, we start to hear the sound of heels clicking on the floor. A woman walks into one of the offices. Look at that, it's that crazy Lu Shuyi who tells her boss, Liang Chao, that the other company agree. But they want the battle to be a team battle instead of a solo one. The boss, Liang, says that's fine. In fact, that's perfect. Turning around, he asks when the battle is going to start, and notice something interesting. This jerk, apparently, also has a system, except his is a simple tycoon system, while the MC's is the supreme tycoon system. Anyway, the girl replies that the battle will start tonight. The girl promises that this time she'll get him a stunning victory. Liang thanks her and says he trusts her. Lu Shuyi makes it clear that if Gawain doesn't participate, she'll make sure their team never holds their heads high again. After the victory, they'll be able to write whatever article they want. In other words, they'll be able to humiliate the other team on the internet. The boss really likes hearing that. In fact, he even thinks a bit about his plan. After he wins, he'll have a chance to butter up Gawain and Dex and Yuo, and if he butters them up enough, he'll get everything back from the system. In a quick move, Liang grabs the girl's arm. Pulling the woman onto his lap, he asks what his reward will be after the victory. But the girl tells him to stop because everyone is watching. Outside the room, there really are a lot of people watching, aren't there? Liang argues that it's his company. If they want to look, let them look. Looking into the girl's eyes, he says he worked so hard to win her over. Now the whole world should know that she's his. Looking a little emotional, Liang thinks that she's the first mandatory target of his system. Thanks to her, his net worth doubled. In other words, his system isn't about getting revenge on women, it's about conquering women. The girl smiles and asks if it was very hard to win her over. Well, it's better to leave these two alone. Let's get back to what matters, our MC. The system is notifying the guy that Lu Shuyi has been added to the regret development list. Yep, that other boss's woman. The mission is to make her regret it so much that it's too late to go back. Our MC complains a little to the system, you know, because come on, he's already cranking up the difficulty too much. Chill out, my friend. Thinking it over, the guy thinks the system is just pushing a bunch of random targets on him. None of these crazy girls are really his type. He wishes it could, you know, maybe set the MC up with Gawain. Maybe then the kid would be happy. Suddenly, a system alert pops up on the screen. It says the host is emotionally slandering the system. Because of that, the reward has been reduced by 50%. Oh, and $600 have been debited from his account. But since the kid is acting all arrogant, the little system also says it's going to reward him with 6,000. Seeing all this craziness, the MC gets even more confused. He finds this logic a little nuts. 1 minute the system scolds him and then it rewards him. 1 minute scolds, then rewards. This is getting weird. Putting this crazy system aside, the MC gets back to focusing on work, but that's when someone knocks on the door. We see X and Yuo appear and ask if she can talk to Hang for a bit. Our MC agrees and invites her in. After closing the door, the guy asks her to sit down. X and Yuo thanks Hang for the chance to prove herself, but the MC tells her not to be so formal and just say what's on her mind. The girl suddenly gets excited, says she's going to win this time, but of course, on her own and through her skills, no depending on others. Our MC thinks for a moment and figures he didn't expect X and Yuo to have so much fight in her. Just as a test, he asks if she's thought about what will happen if she loses. In his mind, the MC concludes that X and Yuo is different from Mengshi. The approach with her has to be through her career. Out of nowhere, a notification pops up for the guy, saying he's earned 300 yuan. The MC understands this is probably from Mengshi. Yep, she's already started bringing in money. This gets our little MC even more motivated. If he speeds up his strategy, these girls will become a walking ATM. That way, who knows, he might even be able to retire early. X and Yuo got a little confused, seeing the guy smiling to himself. Why is he smiling so much? The kid stands up all of a sudden, totally motivated. He asks her one more time what she's going to do if she loses this battle. With her determination at an all-time high, she says she's not going to lose. There's no way she'll lose. No chance she'll lose. She is not going to lose, period. The only thing she sees in front of her is victory. Hearing this, the MC says that's exactly the kind of thinking. For real, now things are getting good. The guy says he'll be watching the battle very closely, but when it's his turn, he definitely won't go easy. Motivated, Exinyo promises she will lead the team to bring honor to the company. To motivate her even more, the MC makes a promise. He says that if Exinyo wins, she'll be promoted from rank B straight to S. Standing up full of determination, the girl thanks him once more. She says he definitely won't be disappointed. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Liang is sitting in his office, receiving a task from the system. It's funny that his system isn't visual. He doesn't see a regular system. His system is through his phone. The system even displays Li Mengxi's profile. Looks like this sneaky system wants to start a rivalry between him and the MC. It's pretty obvious. The system wants the MC to get his woman. Well, he has to get the MC's woman. How crazy is that, man? But anyway, Yang doesn't even know who Li Mengxi is. His daily mission is to get Mengxi's contact info and then add her on the website. There's just one thing Liang doesn't like. If by some chance he fails, he'll lose 5 points with his old flame, in this case Lu Shuyi. Of one thing, Liang is certain the system's latest targets have some connection to Hang. For sure this Mengxi person is part of the MC's inner circle. With that in mind, the guy opens his contact list and looks for a detective's number. He calls this partner of his, the detective, and asks him to check the background of this Mengxi person. If possible, he also asks him to do a full sweep and research all the women around her. The detective replies that it's no problem, but that's gonna cost 10,000. Lian says he'll offer 15,000 per person, but he demands that he at least be quick about it. The detective says, "You got it, boss. I'll deliver everything into hours." Satisfied, Liang says that's fine and hangs up the phone. But leaving him aside and going back to our MC's office, we see a guy relaxing in his chair. He's even singing. He's thinking that life is wonderful. It's great to make money, and being able to spend it is even better. But that's when the kid suddenly sneezes. The kid's no fool, so he immediately asks who's the jerk talking smack about him behind his back. But then he relaxes again because a 200 yuan notification just came in. For real, Mengxi is a walking ATM. My goodness, that woman can generate some cash. Our MC just doesn't get why the girl keeps throwing herself at second-generation rich kids. In fact, imagine if she became a first-generation rich kid herself. She would definitely generate a lot of money. Speaking of the blessed one, guess who's calling her guy to ask him to dinner? Since the invitation is for tonight, the MC tells her that unfortunately, he'll have to decline. Tonight's a no-go. No, but then he stops and thinks it over. It would be kind of a jerk move to ignore the girl now that her progress has finally hit 100%, so he says okay, they can go out to eat. Mengxi is over the moon with happiness as always. She even suggests the revolving restaurant at Shankin Tower. The view there is excellent, and he'll probably like it a lot. Finally, she asks the guy what time he'll pick her up. The MC says around 7. Yeah, for sure. 7 o'clock would be ideal for him. The girl agrees, saying that 7 o'clock is excellent for her too. Back at the commercial building we know so well, we see Yang sitting on a couch in a very spacious place. His phone vibrates and a notification appears. The message says that Mengxi has booked a car heading to Shankin Tower. She's probably going on a date. After a while, night finally arrives. The scene takes us straight to the revolving restaurant at Shankin Tower. There, the MC and Mengxi are already sitting at the table. The MC asks if they aren't going to make a toast. Hearing this, the two of them toast, celebrating their, I don't know, almost relationship. Well, the two drink their wine. It seems like the night is going pretty well so far. Our little MC comments that she probably worked hard today, since he can see the exhaustion in her eyes. Mengxi agrees that she's a little tired. She says she had several business meetings and even comments that the MC is pretty observant. In her thoughts, the girl wonders how he noticed her fatigue. Does this mean he's worried about her? Our MC, who's over there cutting his steak, explains that you don't even have to think too hard to know she worked hard. After all, the notifications for the money she's generated for him pop up every day. He then suggests the girl eat a little more meat. That'll restore a bit of her stamina, right? Since she must be pretty tired from the day. Mengxi, seeing that the MC is being very attentive, starts to smile. Poor thing, little does she know he's only interested in the money. Believe it or not, the guy wonders if he should become her boyfriend now. Yeah, that idea is definitely a little problematic. Mengxi, who sees the guy staring at her, starts to wonder why he's doing that. Her poor heart is even starting to race. Just then, a system notification appears, sort of trying to advise the MC. It's a friendly reminder saying that good relationships require effort. Seeing this, the conclusion the MC comes to is that he needs to conquer a few more women more quickly. His goal is to increase his own stamina, his own power. Mengxi then tells the MC that she's going to the restroom real quick, watching the girl leave. Our MC is left alone, pensive and lost in his thoughts. Seizing the moment, he asks the system when the next conquest target will be unlocked. The system says, "My friend, you need to expand your social circle. Only then will will I be able to find new targets? You're too closed off, spending too much time at home. Swirling his glass, the MC starts thinking about this whole expanding his horizons thing. Well, he actually has an idea for that. The upcoming charity auction could be the perfect stage to make quote-unquote new friends, or at least discover new interests in people. Meanwhile, Mangshi is washing her hands in the restaurant's restroom. Looking in the mirror, the girl takes a moment to touch up her makeup. As she was leaving the restroom, guess who she runs into? Yep, that miserable Liang. The two end up bumping into each other in the hallway, as if Liang hadn't planned any of this. With the bump, the girl starts to fall, but the scumbag quickly grabs her waist and pulls her up. Staring at the girl, he apologizes and asks if he hurt her. She pulls away immediately and says she's fine. That bastard tries to hit her with that cheap pickup line, asking if they've met before, while her face is pretty familiar to him. Mengshi tells the man he's got the wrong person. She thinks what kind of guy uses such an old pickup line. As the girl walks away, Liang thinks that's just the standard opener. In his head, after saving the girl, she'll end up throwing herself into his arms soon enough. Suddenly, he signals to another guy in a white suit. Let's just say this is his partner's cue to enter the scene. Step 1 of these idiots' plan is to create a crisis. The guy in white approaches Mengshi over by the elevator and asks if she's alone. The bastard even taunts her, asking if she's with her little puppy. After that, the shameless dude even asks if maybe they could exchange numbers. Mengshi tells the guy to get lost immediately. The idiot, instead of shutting up, says he actually finds her attitude pretty interesting. She's pretty feisty, apparently. Annoyed, she tells him to shut his mouth and start showing some respect. Is he really like this? So rude? The crazy guy in the suit grabs her arm by force. The idiot brags that no woman he targets can escape his grasp. He refuses to let go of the girl, saying his supercar is downstairs. They can go out and have some fun. But that's when phase 2 of the plan kicks in. Our hero, in quotes, is going to save the damsel. First, Hill Yang makes a grand entrance, shoving the guy in white. He tells the scumbag to let the girl go right now. Keeping up the act, the guy in white starts yelling at Liang. He brags that his dad is the chairman of the Changsheng group. Does this idiot at least know who that is? Liang, also pretending, says he doesn't care who his dad is. A real man would never mess with a woman. Meng Shi, standing back there, is kind of confused by the whole scene. She thinks that just minutes ago this guy was hitting on her in a weird way, and now he's playing the good guy. She's seen this script somewhere before. The savior turns to Meng Shi and asks if she's okay. He even offers to take her to a hospital or maybe even a police station. Actually, the idiot is thinking that the girl should be throwing herself into his arms and screaming with gratitude. That way he could naturally exchange contacts and complete the system mission. Meng Shi says it was nothing serious. A simple apology will be enough. The man in white doesn't stop there. He pretends to be annoyed and even says Liang is trying to play the tough guy, but that's fine. He's going to call his goons and they'll settle this soon enough. Then Liang says negative. He's the one trying to start trouble here. Honestly, call whoever you want, buddy. But that's when our boy the MC suddenly appears. He arrives asking what happened, while Mengshi is thrilled that he finally showed up. Hang explains that he noticed she was taking too long to come back and ended up getting worried. Now the stage is set for drama. We've got Mengshi and the little duo of troublemakers. Liang doesn't quite understand why she's on a date with Hang of all people. Mengshi quickly gets close to the MC and wraps her arm around his. That's good to make it crystal clear that the two of them are together. The girl explains that that weirdo over there was bothering her. The other guy in blue, although he seems a little strange, showed up to help. Our little MC thanks Liang, in this case the man in blue, but he's no fool either. It's obvious that this was a setup. You can tell this man in blue wanted to come off as a hero, but unfortunately, it's not gonna work this time for Galileo. Try again next time, Galileo, because this time, my friend, the little MC arrived just in time. Liang pretends to be embarrassed and says it was nothing. On the inside, he's regretting that Meng Shi is the MC's woman. Now it's definitely going to be much harder to win her over. But that's no problem either, he has money. Besides, according to the system, the harder it is to conquer, the bigger the bonus. Our MC then turns to the guy in white and asks if his people are going to take long to arrive. Can they at least wait for him to finish his meal first? Like, the food is going to get cold and he'll beat everyone up later. Meng Shi looks at the MC all melted. In her head, the guy is all worried about her well-being. The girl states that this time she's going to repay all this concern. Yeah, I can already imagine how, right? Yep. Liang starts thinking that the MC is there. If he keeps bothering the girl, it's only going to make her dislike him. Best thing now is to retreat. So, he tells the MC that since the lady is safe, he'll leave the two of them alone. Let's just say it's a strategic retreat, you know? Speaking very softly while walking, he tells his partner that now is the time to stop and fall back. As he leaves, he realizes his partner actually acted really well. Besides, he can also understand why the MC likes Meng Shi so much. Yeah, she really looks like a goddess. Annoyed, his partner grumbles and says she already has a man. This is a disappointment and a waste of time. As the man is walking away, the MC tells him to wait a moment. Our guy compliments his acting and even asks which drama school the guy graduated from. The crazy guy in white gets nervous with the MC's question. He says he wasn't acting. Did the MC go crazy? In his mind, the crazy guy is panicking. He doesn't understand how the MC figured out their plan. Mengshi understands everything and asks if the fake savior paid for the actor. Well, the man in white, as he leaves, says the MC is crazy. He's a busy guy, so he's not going to stand there wasting time without getting paid. But that's when, before he leaves, the MC makes an offer. He says he'll pay 10 times the price the other guy paid. Money talks. The guy in white already starts turning around surprised. Our MC says a smart person knows how to make the right choice. Also, he doesn't like people messing with his woman. Your woman, MC? So you're claiming Menshi now? Well, the next scene shifts and takes us to the underground parking garage. Down there, Liang opens his car door, but unfortunately with a lot of stress. Inside the vehicle, he complains about the detective he hired. He asked him to investigate the women who were close to the MC, but apparently they didn't check Mengshi properly. Nobody said she was the MC's woman. A little system notification pops up, saying there are 4 hours left until the end of the mission. He better hurry. Man, the guy gets pissed and punches the steering wheel. He yells that the mission is toast. Pulling his hair, he says his perfect plan was ruined. Yeah, but I know that plan wasn't perfect at all. Actually, it sucked. Still angry, he says he doesn't care if the system deducts points. After all, he has money to buy everything back. But let it be clear, he's going to destroy the MC's reputation in the live streaming world. The scene takes us to a different place. Now we're outside Mengshi's house. Inside, we see the MC walking Mengshi to her room. Right after, the girl closes the door. Familiar situation, right? Without wasting much time, we're thinking twice. She plants a big kiss on the guy. Just by watching that kiss, you can already tell she wants to take the night to another level. Seeing the robe nearby, our MC pulls it and covers the girl, asking what she's doing. Mengshi doesn't really understand and says she needs to thank him properly. Today he was a gentleman and helped her, so this is the reward. Our MC puts his hand on the girl's head and says he didn't do that expecting a thank you. But Mengshi gets a little awkward and says she doesn't even know what to say. Our MC tells her to behave because apparently she drank too much. She'd better put some clothes on while he goes to get a soda. Let's just say the night is going to take an unexpected turn, or maybe expected. The two start getting busy right there, if you catch my drift. While Mengshi starts to notice something strange, the MC thinks things shouldn't go like this. He's the one who should take the initiative. Let's just say that if he backs down now, he can't really be called a man. So, the two start hugging in the middle of the room, kind of preparing for what comes next. With the MC sitting on the bed, the girl starts getting a little closer. Let's just say the MC finds this a little strange, but good at the same time. From there on, my friend, it's history. I can't talk much about it here, or else I'll lose monetization, right? This makes the boy a little embarrassed, but it's part of it. He'll get used to it soon. After a while, my friend, it's just popping bottles if you know what I mean. No, but I'm actually talking about champagne. Can't you see it? There's a couple over there in another place drinking champagne. That stuff in the background in the apartment next door is just a detail. I would never say it's the MC and Mengshi. After an intense night, the story shifts to the MC's building. Inside the streamer's office, they're motivating each other to do their best today. Gawain tells X and Yu not to be nervous. She says she saw Lu Shuyi's video, so she can say X and Yu is just as good. Plus, she has the advantage in looks, so it's all good. Besides, winning and losing is just experience. What matters is relaxing and showing your best. X in Yu, showing all her determination, says she understands, but she definitely wants to go for the win. No matter what happens, today she leaves as a champion. Meanwhile, we follow Gawain entering the MC's office. Looking at the wrong place, the MC asks if the schedule has been set yet. The girl confirms, saying the flights are in 2 days. The 5-star hotel and exclusive car are also all set. Our MC says that's perfect, but could she come a little closer to the computer? There's some info about Lu Shuyi on the screen. The guy asks what her opinion is on how to take down Lu Shuyi. Gawain gets confused and asks what he means when he says take her down. Our MC explains that this wretched Lu Shuyi has targeted her before, Gawain herself, and now wants to compete with Dongjin. So they can't let this slide. They need to react, and react hard. Convinced, Gawain explains that women like Lu Shuyi only care about the things money and the thrill of being dominated. Our MC thinks the money part is pretty easy, but how is he going to act dominant? Man, he thinks that being such a nice chill guy, it would be a little out of character to play the dominator, you know. Checking her phone, Gawain warns the MC that the competition will start in 2 minutes. Our MC says cool, no problem, he's ready. Elsewhere, X and Yu takes a deep breath in front of her phone. She prepares to start the stream. The girl then greets everyone and announces that the long-awaited final competition has arrived. Striking her poses, she says maybe the audience wants to see something a little hotter today. On the other side, Lu Shuyi is there with Liang. They're both ready too, but she feels there's definitely something a little off with him. Not wasting any time, time, she hits the button to start her own stream. Doing the same as Exenuel, she greets the viewers. The girl says she logged on right on time and prepared a bunch of little gifts and surprises for today. On his phone, the little MC takes a look at Lu Shuyi's stream. He thinks about what Gawain said earlier, money and dominant men. All confident, he says he's going to show the true power of cash. He starts tapping the screen repeatedly, sending a bunch of gifts to the girl. I just don't get why he's doing that. It's wasted money. She's the enemy, remember, MC? Lu Shuyi's screen gets flooded with notifications. Someone named Brother Hank sent 30 rockets all at once, making the chat go completely crazy. The MC strategy is going to be simple: start off light and then attack all at once for a knockout. Lu Shuyi just sits there, really surprised by the amount of notifications she's receiving. This user's name is different from her usual sponsor, so this is a little weird, but okay. The chat turns into chaos. Nobody believes the warm-up barely cooled off, and a new millionaire already popped up at the top, with everyone saying Shuyi is a total whale magnet. The pink-haired girl says you can't deny people's kindness, so she's gonna dance to Ichi, but she's already begging the comments for mercy if it's not perfect. The girl wonders if this new supporter at the top of the ranks is really the one who's gonna change the game. Then the song Plenty of Time starts playing, with lyrics about living it up like crazy, because hey, there's plenty of time. The girl starts dancing, while the on-screen lyrics invite love to come on over. She keeps acting all cute and showing off. Right then, the chat loses it. Some weirdo says he's typing with one hand because the other one is busy with, well, never mind. And another guy jokes he's already using his feet because his hands are way too occupied. Meanwhile, pink rockets are flying all over the screen, and the girl thinks victory is already in the bag, and it was a piece of cake. In the app, the crazy poor profile gets a DM from the cutie saying his ID is too humble and asking what she should call him. The redhead strikes a spicy pose lifting her leg, and the MC drops in the chat that things are heating up and he's feeling the vibe. A bunch of rockets start popping up on the screen to show that money talks. Making a finger heart, the girl says thanks while the chat vibes with this new person going hard on the tips, saying they're in two, and Sinnuo asks if she dances to Beged Buddha for 500 years. With a wink, the lady replies she's gonna set that up right away. On the other side, we see the blonde MC holding his phone, grinning from ear to ear. He reads the question and figures, since she's so polite, he's gonna drop some gifts. A golden window pops up saying the host is humiliating the opponent so bad the system loved it and suggests a monster reward of 66,666,666 yuan. The MC realizes time is running out. The MC raises his arms in front of the tripods. We see 4 phones side by side on the stands, all streaming The Dancers Live, just waiting for the attack. The MC's hand cuts through the air, getting ready to smash those screens. Screaming like a maniac, the MC starts machine gunning the screens with his hands. His hands are moving at otherworldly speed. The blonde guy's face shows up, proving he's putting his life on the line in this click battle. He's going so fast his face looks distorted. Afterward, the MC's finger is red and swollen from hitting the screen so much. The pink-haired girl strikes a pose and asks what the crowd thought, and the chat replies instantly that it was straight fire and sends thumbs up. Suddenly, a bizarre amount of rockets rains down on the screen. The chat starts asking where Nuo Baby went, complaining that the rich guy is throwing cash, but blocked the view of everything. The stream turns into a mess, blocking everything out. The MC looks at the phone confused, wondering why the hell they're cussing him out when he just wanted to help. A golden window pops up mocking him, damn, your fingers are screaming for help, want me to blow on them, and more money gets released. The redhead rival's eyes go wide, wondering if she's seeing things. The pink-haired girl is also shocked. On her screen, the chat is pissed asking where their supporter is. They say there's no point in tipping if you can't see anything with all the spam. The girl looks shocked and worried, realizing everything's gone down the drain. She grabs her phone, where we see the message from Crazy Poor asking for her name just got deleted. Back on the live, the pink-haired girl waves all cute and announces she's gonna change into a better outfit. The girl appears heading somewhere, wondering what Liang is doing and why he isn't doing damage control right now. We see someone trying to recharge, picking a high amount between 3,000 and 15,000 and setting up payment on WeChat. That lying guy appears reading a message saying, the rival spender must be filthy rich. The girl bursts through the door yelling frantically at Liang that they're about to lose this whole thing. The guy looks at her all nervous. The pink-haired girl snaps and screams, telling him to recharge right now to crush the rivals, asking if he didn't see how much the others spent. He starts sweating and can only stammer a me, not knowing what to do. The girl's face turns into pure disappointment, and a green window warns that favorability dropped 50 points. The man screams for Shui not to do that, while green arrows show his standing just went down the toilet toilet. The guy tries to explain himself, saying he sent gifts nonstop, but the rival's hand speed is out of this world. The pink-haired girl says it doesn't matter if they're slow, what absolutely cannot happen is losing. The man calculates that his budget for spending on girls is only 200 million, and since he can only spend it on the current target, the pressure is huge. He complains he already blew 50 million yuan just at the start and hasn't seen any return yet. The man thinks he can't give up since she's the first target, and if he fails, the initial fund goes straight in the trash. The guy takes a deep breath trying to get a grip. He decides he's got to turn the tables right now, whatever the cost. The man screams and starts tapping the screen at an insane speed. Seeing the screen fill up with rockets, the blonde MC asks if the other side decided to play dirty. So he decides to end this little game in one fell swoop. Once again, the MC's hands turn into a blur cutting through the air as he preps his final attack on the phones. The phones are shaking in their stands. The MC finishes the combo and throws his hands up like he just won the clicking Olympics. The golden window complains that the guy didn't even let it prep the text, so it tells him to just take the rewards, confirming the payout of an absurd number. CEO Liang screams, asking what kind of sorcery that is, while his screen explodes with a bunch of red rockets. The shock is so big that the phone slips right out of the man's hand. Curled up on the floor, the guy is shaking, saying it feels like the whole thing is haunted. The two girls look on totally clueless. One asks what went down with CEO Liang, and the other says she has no idea. The pink-haired girl walks out and dryly announces they lost the battle. The girl stares at the man on the floor and says the donors jumped ship to the rival channel. A system window pops up warning that favorability dropped another 20 points. The system says it's over and the host spent another 50 million. It says the simp fund dropped to 100 million and confirms the 20-point drop in standing. The man in the suit screams, it's impossible to simp for this Lu Shui. He tells her to get lost and says he's gonna find someone easier to deal with. Out of control, he screams she can quit if she wants and asks who she thinks she is. Damn, the guy really lost it. Furious, the man keeps on grumbling. The girl turns around with an angry look saying she doesn't care. The girl then says she quits, leaving the guy shocked. The guy can't believe it and says she can't do that. The scene switches to outside a huge office building. The door to Hang Singwong's office opens, and inside the MC, sitting down, says to come in. Shai's friend runs in with a tablet and says she got word that Lu Shui quit. The blonde guy smiles, surprised, asking if she's serious. The MC rubs his chin, playing the strategist, and comments he saw the resignation coming, but didn't think it'd be this fast. The blonde guy says he's gonna poach the girl and make her an employee for her friend. The silver-haired girl warns that Shui is spoiled, so it won't be a walk in the park. The MC says they need to secure her before focusing on the auction, telling her to just wait for the good news. We see the girl looking thoughtful, thinking Singwong seems right. The MC texts the spoiled brat saying losing doesn't matter and he guarantees first place next time, and he sends a gift of 10,000. A fancy window pops up saying the host loves rubbing salt in the wound after a loss, so the system gives a measly reward of just 1 yuan. The blonde guy gets pissed and yells that this thing only knows how to scare people, complaining that spending 10,000 to get 1 back is robbery. While waiting for the elevator, Lu Shui is shaking with rage, thinking this is total nonsense. With wide eyes, Lu Shui stares at her phone in shock, not believing what she sees. On the screen, the MC's message promises first place next time, and right below it is a huge gift of 10,000. The girl realizes he sent gifts even after the loss, so she decides she shouldn't be too cold to him. The MC sends another message asking if she can guess who he is, making the girl curious. He reveals he's Hang Singwong, the boss of the Duojin group. The girl screams in fright and shakes so much the phone almost goes flying, wondering why he'd send gifts to her. All confident, the MC says he booked a room at the Qiongding restaurant and invites her to dinner. In the elevator, the girl asks herself why the hell it had to be him. The scene cuts to night traffic. Then the facade of the Dome restaurant appears. Through the door, we see the blonde guy inside. The girl freezes at the entrance and calls out to him. The MC greets Miss Lu with a smile, commenting that it's been a while since they've seen each other. The girl remembers he's the guy from the bar with Ga Wen. The blonde guy keeps his cool and confirms it's really him, inviting the lady to sit and chat. Lu Shui sits down crossing her legs while watching the MC closely. The girl asks if the mysterious sponsor who bankrolled Ga Wen is him. She keeps yapping and asks if the MC is there just to clown her because her rival put him up to it. The waiter pours drinks for both of them. The MC admits he always lost to Gao Wen. After all, with an OP ally like Lu on the other side, it's a no-brainer. He keeps up the sales pitch, saying if she joins the Duojin group, this beef with Gao Wen ends and they'll become coworkers. The girl wonders where CEO Hang is going with all this smooth talk. The MC then drops the offer, telling her to name her price because for him, money grows on trees. The girl still can't believe this guy is actually the legendary and filthy rich CEO Hang. The MC suggests a whopping 100 million and asks if that's cool with her, and she lights up immediately. Lu Shui was gonna ask for a humble 10 10 million, and she nearly falls over hearing the 100 million offer. The MC thinks the amount is overkill, but she looks so happy he thinks, you know what, she's worth that big fat check. The girl accepts and says for that price, she can be his friend and maybe even more. The MC thinks that was almost too easy, while a system window warns that Lu Shoi's regret went up by 20%. The golden screen explains her expectation was only 10 million, so since the MC made it rain right in front of her, he got compensated with 90 million in regret money. With total elegance, the blonde guy drops some philosophy that in business, real friendship doesn't exist, but he guarantees that if the paycheck is fat, the loyalty is stronger than most couples out there. The girl blushes at all of this. The MC then asks if she wants to be his best friend. We all know what kind of friendship that is. Suddenly, the MC is shown taking care of Lu Shui, getting her all excited. The girl gets shy and looks like she's almost falling for the blonde guy. Still blushing, she stammers that she can try joining the Duojin group, but warns him up front she might not get the results he wants. The system immediately sends an alert that the girl's regret skyrocketed to 40%. The girl wonders if she should sign the contract, not understanding the crazy logic behind this deal. The blonde guy hears employees saying CEO Hang is super rich, leaving the girl even more impressed with his bank account. The MC explains you can only make money if you know how to blow it, and warns that being a penny pincher in front of partners would only hold back her talent. He keeps up the speech saying he expects this partnership to be a total banger. They shake hands and seal the $1 million deal between them. The MC smiles and thinks he crushed it. With money it's easy, my friend. He looks all happy. I'd like to see him try that if he was working a regular 9 to 5. In another office, a system window brings bad news about Lin Mengxi, warning she still hasn't added the guy as a friend. The man in the suit punches the desk, frustrated as he stares at the computer, watching his plan go down the drain. The system flashes an urgent message, ordering him to become friends with Lin Mengxi like yesterday. Otherwise, she'll stop being a capture target and the losses are coming. The guy panics and yells at the screen, asking why the system is in such a rush. A new system window pops up, warning that failure will cost 20% of the simp fund, and the rest is coming straight out of his real bank account. The suit guy jumps out of his chair in total shock, screaming in disbelief about this whole deducting real money thing. His crazy face looks all hideous as he yells, asking if the system has completely lost its mind. The scene cuts to a photo studio where Lin Mengxi is, and with every flash on her face, the system notifies she just racked up another $300 for the MC's account. The notification glows on the system, showing another 300 just landed in his pocket. The blonde looks really spicy, and the system confirms the deposit of another 300 yuan. While walking and looking at his phone, the MC analyzes that the speed Lin Mengxi generates money is insane. The blonde guy keeps doing mental math and decides that as soon as she gets back from this trip, he needs to find a gig with a much fatter paycheck for her. A golden system screen appears, praising the MC for being savvy and for finally learning how to use strategies. The system sucks up big time, saying you gotta respect the guy's smarts and, as a bonus, sends over a cash gift. Outside the room, the MC is just mulling over how to multiply that cash. He thinks he ended up making another fortune totally by accident. He reflects on the system's logic to harvest millions. You gotta have the guts to plant some serious cash first. The scene focuses on Lin Mengxi receiving a giant bouquet of yellow roses while a staff member asks who sent them. The girl gets all happy with the flowers. The roses are shown. Lin Mengxi looks at the flowers with affection, remembering her house is full of yellow roses, and concludes this admirer must have paid attention to that detail. Blushing and happy, she listens as the staff member warns that a man has arrived. The blonde goes to check it out and gets confused, since she doesn't know that weirdo. The man introduces himself to the lady and asks if she liked the surprise. It's the MC's rival, and he's definitely got a plan up his sleeve. The girl's face goes from loving to terrified, wondering who the hell this guy is and thinking he's some kind of creep. The weirdo doesn't waste a second and walks right up to her. The psycho asks with total confidence if she dug the yellow roses he picked out. Lin Mengxi holds the bouquet looking panicked, stuttering as she asks if he's really the one who sent that whole jungle. The guy explains all proud that he stalked her socials, and since he saw a bunch of yellow roses in her pics, he took a wild guess that was her favorite color. But the strategy flops and a green system window pops up warning that favorability plummeted by 20%. The guy starts cold sweating, wondering why on earth the score dropped if he thought he nailed it. The blonde shoves the bouquet back at him hard, saying she doesn't accept gifts for no reason and returning the flowers. Desperate not to waste the trip, the guy drops a cheesy line saying, "The fragrance of the rose stays on the hand of the giver." The system ignores that dollar store poetry and sends another notification, warning that favorability dropped another 20%. The guy's face goes pale while he screams on the inside, asking why his score is tanking like a rock. He drops to his knees in the middle of the scattered flowers, complaining that for a billionaire system owner, he's got terrible luck. The system screen glows, saying the link will be cut if the favorability, which already sucks, drops from -75 to -90. The guy bawls, with tears in his eyes, that he got the message and they don't need to rub it in. Lin Mengxi, looking serious and kinda awkward, apologizes and says she's afraid her future boyfriend might get jealous, so no friendship with guys. While she's rejecting him, the system decides to kick a man while he's down and warns that favorability dropped another 5%. The weirdo completely loses it. The guy turns around holding the rejected flowers and agrees with a deflated okay. The scene shifts to an airport. The MC and his assistant appear walking together. A commercial plane tears through the blue sky, showing that time has passed or the trip has started. Now, we see the MC next to Ga Wen about to hop into a luxury car, while the driver lets them know the auction dinner starts at 7 and he's taking them to the Bulgari suit to get ready. The black car pulls up to the hotel's fancy entrance. The driver says he'll be back in 30 minutes, while the blonde guy complains that all this waiting is a total drag. The duo walks into the luxury hotel looking determined, passing the reception team that was already waiting for them. Inside the elevator, the staff member mentions the bags are going to the room, and the MC says thanks. The metal doors slide shut, leaving the two alone. The scene cuts to two weirdos chatting in a corner, where the redhead mentions the rumor that the dangerous Zhang Li is there. He says everyone knows the guy is a traitor who sold the country's relics overseas, and that the real fear is that the old man always gets what he wants and seems to have a 100% chance of getting his hands on the relics he likes. The doors open and the MC walks out alongside Ga Wen, passing right by the two gossips in the hallway. He appears chatting with his advisor, and out of nowhere, the MC makes a grim face while listening to their conversation. As they walk away, the blonde guy comments to the girl that those two back there must be heading to the auction too, and judging by the chatter, this Zhang Li is real trouble. He says if there's one thing he absolutely can't stomach, it's a traitor. The MC announces that whatever the old man wants, now he wants it too, just out of spite. In a dark room full of monitors, we see the back of a mysterious man watching every move of the MC and the girl through security cameras. Smoke puffs out of the weirdo's mouth, creating that suspenseful vibe about who's keeping an eye on our MC. Then, the villain shows up. He's shown as a dangerous boss figure. The assistant appears behind the weirdo. She shows up and asks her boss what the plan is. The nutjob in the purple robe smokes his cigar while looking at the screens and asks if the girl next to him knows the plan. The woman in the red dress replies that she understood everything. She calls the guy master and guarantees she'll make the target obey his commands meekly at the auction. The big boss says that's very good. He continues his speech and says he insists on meeting the MC personally during the auction. Back at the hotel, the MC is in the hallway with his advisor, and he tells his partner he's going to change clothes and rest a bit before anything else. Meanwhile, the purple-haired girl is watching the MC's every move. The crazy chick keeps staring. Then she runs off somewhere, and she keeps running up the stairs. Right after, the spy jumps from a window straight into the air vent. She stops and thinks the other woman must just be a minion, so she decides to capture the leader first. She struggles to get inside the vent. We see the woman crawling through the tight space in an interesting position. "What of you, my friends?" And she keeps crawling super carefully not to get noticed. She reaches the end of the path and the vent grate appears. The MC appears pressing a button, and he's singing happily while he hits the flush. His hand hits other buttons on the panel too. But what comes out is a water jet with insane pressure straight into his face, leaving the blonde guy in shock at the violence of the thing. The MC falls on the bathroom floor, getting attacked by the water jet shooting out of the toilet. Soaked and hiding behind the bathtub, the blonde guy thinks that toilet is way too high-tech, and thanks the heavens it hit his face, because if that jet hit down there, it would be game over. The spy watches everything from above. She stares at the MC and seriously wonders if this guy's brain came with a factory defect. The MC dries his wet face and tries to process what just went down in that killer bathroom. He wipes his face, cleaning off the rest of the water while trying to recover his dignity. The MC stares at a screen that popped up showing a woman, wondering if the event organizers decided to hide someone in his room as a freebie. The spy's profile is shown. While he tries to think, the hidden woman thinks this guy not only has brain issues, but also seems to be a pervert. The spy stays hidden in the ventilation shaft looking down. The blonde guy looks all cute like he's plotting something. The spy appears watching everything. The blonde guy reflects that the system dragged this woman into the regret pool, which means she didn't like him. Otherwise, there'd be no reason to regret. He decides to play it cool and thinks he should pretend nothing happened first, while planning to sweep the room to find out where this woman is burrowed. He decides to play it cool and thinks he should pretend nothing happened first, while planning to sweep the room to find out where this woman is burrowed. The spy is still up in the duct. From high up in the air duct, we see the spy putting on glasses. We see her view looking at the MC, acting super suspicious in the middle of the room. She hears him saying he's gonna find her, and the woman widens her eyes behind the glasses, and almost has a heart attack realizing she's been busted. The scene shows the MC getting dressed. Suddenly the MC throws a jacket over his body, covering up his physique, until he gets hot and takes the jacket off. The MC starts looking for the sneaky girl under the bed, and she keeps watching everything and analyzing the MC's body. And out of nowhere, the glasses focus right on the MC's backside, and she gets pissed about having to watch these scenes. He complains mentally that it's weird there's nobody there, and wonders where the heck the pretty lady is who was supposed to show up. While he drinks his soda in peace, the spy analyzes that he must just be some stupid farmer's son or a broke guy. The purple-haired woman questions if it's really necessary to waste time dealing with a nobody like this. The scene changes to inside the ventilation duct, where the woman in the red dress is crawling in the tight space and complaining she's still hiding there like a rat. A rat shows up and doesn't approve of what she just said. She stares at the rat, scared, dying to get out of there, until she thinks the plan is already set in stone. The rat runs and makes a noise, leaving the girl furious. The spy appears in a position that would distract anyone. She sits up and decides to move on to the plan. The facade of the fancy building appears. Then, in the MC's room, the doorbell rings loud, getting everyone's attention. The blonde guy opens the door and runs right into the lady in red herself, who flashes a killer smile and asks if they can head downstairs to chat. He watches her strutting her stuff and asks why they can't just talk right there. A stat sheet pops up on screen identifying the visitor as mercenary, listing her age and showing her regret level is at a big fat 0. The system confirms this mercenary just entered the regret development phase, and the MC eyes her suspiciously, trying to figure out what this babe's deal is. But the MC only wants to focus on the best case scenarios. The MC says he'd love to get to know the girl who's been tailing him, so he invites her inside. The MC smiles, thinking he hit the jackpot. Totally chill even though the pressure is on. While the system warns favorability dropped 10%, he figures the big boss must think letting a woman in is indecent. She's shown walking around the room. The MC starts turning on the charm immediately, and even offers the lady a drink. Grabbing the MC by the wrists, mercenary cuts to the chase and suggests they play a little game. He stares back at her, and with a smirk, he says he already knows what's up. Faking being sick, the MC lets out a dramatic oops, claiming he's dizzy, and uses that as an excuse to pull the woman on top of him for a hug. The girl falls into his arms, annoyed, thinking that despite his looks, she can't stand stupid men, letting out a grunt of contempt while he holds her. The woman in red doesn't waste any time and shoves the blonde guy with all her might, sending him flying back, surprised by the aggression. The MC hits the rug while the spy lands in front of him in a flawless fighting stance. She looks at him with disgust, thinking this guy has zero survival instincts and is a total creep to boot. Then she lifts her leg and stomps her high heel right onto the MC's chest, pinning him to the floor like a roach. With a sadistic smile, she taps her chin, planning how to train the MC, thinking out loud about how she's gonna turn him into Mr. Zhang's little puppy. Out of nowhere, she pulls out a whip with a psycho look in her eyes, and says all happily that it's time to introduce him to the classic trio. The MC is confused by that crazy talk, but thinks it's gonna be something good. We already know what he's hoping for, right? The screen goes black, and when the picture comes back, we see the MC's face as he wakes up feeling kinda woozy. He realizes things just went south big time, cause he's sitting in a chair, shirtless, and tied up with thick ropes. He sees the crazy chick smiling with the whip in her hand, and mentions she said she wanted to play a game, but asks if tying him up like this isn't taking the fun a little too far. The woman tells him she's gonna be straight up, stating she wants his cooperation on something. The MC starts cold sweating as she gets too close and ironically comments that this is a pretty unique way to ask for help, then asks what exactly he needs to cooperate with. She explains the plan, saying that during the auction, she wants him to assist her master. She warns that the first rule is crystal clear. He's forbidden from bidding higher than her master. Continuing the explanation, she says the second rule is that when her boss doesn't want an item, the MC has to help him secure the purchase. The blonde guy looks at her, asking if an auction isn't about who pays the most, questioning what kind of help he could offer if he can't bid. Instead of arguing, she shoves a tablet in his face showing the date and time, and asks with a victorious smile if he really thinks he can negotiate after seeing that. On the screen, 3 compromising photos appear, showing the MC tied up and passed out while she poses on top of him like they spent the night partying hard. The MC sits there with his eyes closed, feeling the weight of the blackmail, realizing the woman set this up perfectly to leave him with no way out. The MC looks at the tablet and compliments the artistic photos, asking if she plans to post them. The woman gets pissed at his mocking reaction and screams, asking if he isn't afraid of having his life completely ruined by a scandal like this. She explains she can make up any caption for those images and asks if he doesn't get the danger. But the blonde guy tells her if that's all she's got, he actually has better things to do. The spy freezes on the spot, her red eyes trembling with rage. She leans forward trying to intimidate him and tells him to stop faking it, claiming rich people, like him, care way too much about their reputation. And the MC keeps saying he couldn't care less. The woman starts cold sweating, confused about what's wrong with this guy, remembering that previous rich targets knelt and begged the second they saw the photos. He tells her to post the photos wherever she wants, saying worst case scenario, he just logs off the internet and life goes on. Then he bursts through the ropes like they're nothing, and he gets up from the chair with the utmost naturalness. The woman starts cold sweating, confused about what's wrong with this guy, remembering that previous rich targets knelt and begged the second they saw the photos. The woman in red's eyes go wide, and with her face burning with shame and surprise, she screams a desperate what. Seeing him broke loose, he then moves in on her. He grabs her tablet and throws it on the ground. The MC takes a step toward her with a dominant stance, leaving the lady confused. The two of them end up standing super close to each other. Looks like they're about to get down to business. The MC doesn't even care she tried to blackmail him. He's only thinking about one thing. He pops up in a cute chibi version, accusing her of using her body to take advantage of him. Right then, a system notification pops up next to the MC's face, saying Fangwa's regret went up 5%, proving he's playing hard to get tactic worked like a charm. He pins her against the wall, and when she threatens to attack, saying not to think she'll just stand there, the blonde guy fires back asking why she hasn't reacted yet. Then, sitting on the bed, the MC says that as a pro mercenary, she knows how to size up an opponent and figures she realized a fight right there would end in a draw. He goes on to warn that if they actually threw hands, he'd record her face and blast it everywhere, which would end her career in the underworld in a heartbeat. Without waiting for an answer, his hand goes for the tablet lying on the mattress. The blonde guy snaps a selfie and compliments it, saying nice pic, ironically commenting he'd set the thing to autopost just to guarantee the damage. The woman in red gets scared and worriedly asks what the hell he's planning to do now. The MC chills on the bed and says since she took photos of him, he needs to take photos of her too. The camera focuses on his mischievous grin. Fangwa screams in outrage, saying she knew from the start he was a shameless pervert. The scene cuts to her hand reaching for a book on the table. She destroys the book, revealing that what was inside was way more dangerous than her. From inside the hollowed out pages, she pulls out a sharp blade known as a paper knife and gets ready to attack. She lunges trying to slash the MC's neck, but he throws himself back on the bed, dodging the hit by a hair. The blade comes down hard and pierces the mattress. Completely losing it, the woman screams his full name, Hang Singwa. The MC yells back for her to chill out, warning that he isn't asking for anything. He's giving orders. Heil wearing a cheeky grin. Then the woman's expression does a total 180, and she turns red, looking like she actually liked being bossed around. The MC notices the weird reaction while screaming to make sure she understands who runs this town. Immediately, a system window pops up floating in front of him with good news, reporting that Fangwa's regret level went up another 5%. He looks at the woman acting all meek on the bed and wonders if this damn girl is actually a masochist. But right after, it clicks, and he makes a face of total shock, not believing what he just discovered about her personality. With a smile like someone testing the waters, he decides to double check, and his hand comes down hard, squeezing the lady to see the reaction. The girl turns into a puddle of goo on the bed. Fangwa melts on the bed with her face on fire, and the system buzzes with success, warning that regret went up 15% and asking the host to keep it coming. The blonde guy stays in character, acting cold, saying he has nothing left to discuss with her. The woman stammers that she understands the situation and says he deserves to meet his maker for being so cruel. Holding the whip, the MC guarantees that's no problem, because if he kicks the bucket, he's taking her down with him. The MC starts snapping a bunch of pics of her with his phone. Fangwa gets all red and confused with that photo shoot, asking the MC indignantly what the hell he's doing pointing that phone at her. The MC makes a villain face and asks why she's more anxious than he is. The system shows up to confirm her suffering is paying off, warning that the lady's regret level went up another 5%. The building appears, indicating that while the day goes by outside, things are getting wild inside the room with the guy's demands. The MC then goes to the door to grab a delivery. Now wearing a comfy bathrobe, the MC points to the bag and orders her to wear everything one by one, leaving the poor girl stunned. The woman rummages through the shopping bag all flustered, looking for something inside. The system appears again to deliver good news. She looks at the bag totally confused by everything. The MC grabs the tablet and says he's gonna start. She then goes to get dressed. The MC starts taking photos of the little masochist lady. On the phone screen, we see a recording of her wearing a Japanese hero mask with some steam covering the goods, and she looks like she's dying of shame while trying to keep her posture. And he keeps snapping photos from every angle. The MC completely loses patience and, holding the whip, screams asking if that looks like someone saving the world, complaining that her bored face shows zero respect for boys' dreams. Fangwa freezes looking at him with her face burning with shame. The photos of her in costume appear. The MC points the handle of the whip at her, totally indignant, and starts chewing her out, complaining about her pouty face. He appears holding her chin, and she is clearly loving every second of it. With her face completely red, Fangwa looks at him, shyly asking if he's really gonna use the whip, and maybe she doesn't think the idea is that bad after all. The system doesn't waste time and pops up on the screen to warn that the humiliation is working, showing the lady's regret regret level just jumped 10% in one go. Now dressed in a tight white and red hero suit, she poses awkwardly with her hand on her hip and asks the MC with a whiny voice if she's forced to wear every single costume in that bag. The MC makes a face like a total maniac, tongue hanging out and eyes shining, screaming that this is way too lewd. The woman curls up covering her body, thinking this guy is a total weirdo and his mind is absolutely twisted to like this stuff. The golden system window appears again to tally up the emotional profit, informing that her regret went up another 5%. Suddenly, he goes back to being calm and all smiles holding the tablet, saying he took enough photos and declares the blackmail issue is resolved. He smiles and says it's all good. He casually comments that there are a lot of new photos on there, deciding he's too lazy to transfer the files, so he says he's taking the tablet, but promises to pay for it. The blonde guy makes an absurd offer of $500,000, since the device is secondhand, while the woman thinks in shock that this amount is more than her entire salary. In the room, the MC says they are now even, while putting his robe back on, and the woman stays on the floor in a provocative pose. But he finishes the sentence saying he still hasn't settled the score with her boss. The woman, trying to defend her turf, warns him that he's no match for Mr. Jiang, but the MC gives a mocking smile and fires back. Oh really? We'll see who's really capable when the time comes, showing zero fear of the mysterious big boss. Mirong Fangwa stays silent, thinking her master never fights unprepared, and if she fails, he definitely has a plan B up his sleeve. But right after, she gets genuinely worried, asking herself what the boss will do to her now that her identity is blown, since he doesn't tolerate failure. The MC cuts off her thoughts and says, so if you already knew, you were gonna spill the beans anyway if I interrogated you, catching her in her own logic. The MC tells her to chill and that he hopes to see her again. The system shows up again to boost the MC's ego, and the woman turns to leave, but he leaves a final message, telling her to go back and give Mr. Jiang a message from him. The MC says, I, Hang Singwang, am ready for whatever comes my way, throwing down the gauntlet to the boss without hesitating for a second. The girl says it won't be that easy, and she leaves and closes the door. The spy passes by the MC's assistant. The two cross paths, leaving a weird vibe in the air. From inside, we hear someone knock and call for the assistant. Jia Wen, we're being watched. Let's talk inside. The woman replies with an okay and knocks on the door. The MC then meets up with the girl. She wonders what happened while she was out. The scene ends with the room in silence, as if nothing had happened there. After a while, the MC calculates there's a 90% chance this Mr. Zhang is Zhang Li, that famous guy for smuggling national treasures. Fixing himself up in front of the mirror, he concludes it's no wonder the crazy dude gets everything he wants using dirty tricks. The lady walks up and comments that he's looking good lately, suspiciously asking if he got plastic surgery because his nose looks thinner. The blonde guy just puts his hand on her head, and she complains saying she's older and she's the one who should be doing that. He lets go of her hand and keeps teasing, calling the lady's sister Gao Wen, ironically commenting he almost forgot she's older. His face lights up messing with the girl, and he calls her kitten. Zhao Wen's face burns red with anger, screaming indignantly how dare he call her kitten like that, and the system says he's playing with fire. The MC doesn't even care about her freaking out and coldly reaffirms that she is just an adorable kitten. He turns his back, leaving the room, and says it's time to go, telling her to hurry up because the car is already waiting for them downstairs. He just smiles and agrees. The scene changes, showing the facade of a luxury hotel while their car pulls up to the main entrance. Cars appear arriving at the event, and soon they start parking in front of the building. The two step out of the vehicle, oozing elegance. On the sidewalk, the MC in an impeccable suit and Zhao Wen in a provocative outfit that grabs attention. The event is full of fancy people. The MC and his partner enjoy some wine while looking around. Walking through the crowd with his partner, the MC focuses his gaze on a specific spot, and the bubble confirms that man over there is Zhang Li. We see this Zhang Li standing out, holding a glass of wine with a smug smile, and the guy is so comfortable he went to the event wearing a purple bathrobe in the middle of everyone. The MC tells his assistant not to stare too hard at the target, saying he's dying to let the guy catch these hands. The MC stays chill sipping his wine, while saying he's absolutely loving all of this. The lady says she's totally impressed with him. The vibe in the hall is pure elegance mixed with tension while they make a toast. At that moment, the target appears chatting, while the MC and the lady watch everything. The man in the bathrobe widens his eyes, noticing the two of them, realizing the night just got way more interesting than he planned. Flashback a bit, and with a vein popping on his forehead, Zhang Li stares at the camera and asks, all irritated, what the hell is that ridiculous outfit she's wearing? Gao Wen, already dressed in the cosplay suit, explains she got dominated by Hang Singwang and he took some compromising photos, but she mentions that luckily, after some negotiating, the MC MC agreed to delete the file. Shocked, he can't believe the blonde guy actually beat her in a fight, remembering she's simply one of the top 3 fighters under his command. Swallowing her pride, the woman admits she did lose the fight, and adds that the MC also asked her to deliver a message straight to the boss. She repeats the message, saying Hang Singwang wanted him to know he's gonna settle the score with Mr. Zhang personally. The man in the purple robe throws his head back and starts laughing like a maniac. His smile turns into a creepy expression, stating he'll be waiting for the kid to come collect that debt. Back at the party, the guy who was with the weirdo excuses himself, saying he saw someone he knows and needs to go say hi. The MC walks up to the man in the robe, who comments suspiciously that the kid looks kinda unfamiliar and he's never seen him at these auctions before, introducing himself right after as Zhang Li and saying he loves making new friends. Zhang Li brags that he's very well known in that social circle and offers help, saying if the MC needs anything, he should feel free to reach out. The blonde guy keeps it 100 right to his face, saying Mr. Zhang sent people to threaten him that afternoon, and now he's pretending he doesn't know him. A golden system window pops up on the screen, narrating the tense moment, warning that the host confronted the big boss directly. The system says there's no way it can't reward that attitude and releases 500 points, but the MC thinks indignantly only 500 points. Are you serious? The crazy guy says he doesn't know what the MC is talking about, and Zhang Li tries to hide his hatred with a totally forced smile, stammering that there must be some misunderstanding. A stat sheet appears on the screen showing the MC, confirming the name Hang Singwang, age 24 pisses, and height 1 meter and 17, plus strength and intelligence stats. The two comment on the weirdo's fakeness, while he's seething with rage. Zhang Li cracks a smile, promising himself that tomorrow, he'll see exactly how the kid plans to go toe-to-toe with him. Then, the villain appears on the phone with a serious expression, asking if the contact on the other end finished investigating this Hang Singwang guy's entire past yet. The henchman on the other side confirms everything is ready and reveals the MC has a live streaming company and a decent reputation, making Zhang Li mock him, saying the guy has no money and still dares to challenge him. Laughing away with a sandwich in his hand, Zhang Li comments on the phone that this whole situation makes him even more curious. The hotel's luxurious interior appears. The assistant takes a deep breath and admits her heart was in her throat since she didn't expect Zhang Li to come talk to them so boldly, and for the MC to say that. The MC replies peacefully that he didn't even think about it that much. The girl lets out an indignant what, seeing that he doesn't even care. The blonde guy keeps his composure and tells her to relax, guaranteeing that, despite the jokes, he knows exactly what he's doing and has everything under control. As they walk down the hallway together, the woman in the red dress wonders mentally where all that confidence comes from, remembering the boss said the kid doesn't have anyone powerful backing him up. Her hand appears leaning against the wall, with a slightly flushed face. Fangua thinks vengefully that she just has to wait for him to lose to the boss tomorrow, promising herself she'll get revenge twofold for everything she went through at his hands. The sun rises, lighting up the day, marking the start of the long-awaited auction day, where things are about to get real. Inside the hall, several guests are kissing up to the villain. Fangua approaches the boss complaining about Hang Singwang's audacity to talk back to his face, and suggests spiking the kid's drink later to make him embarrassed himself. Zhang Li refuses the idea and says he doesn't need that, and that this time he's gonna defeat the MC in front of everyone to prove he doesn't need dirty tricks to get what he wants. Out of nowhere, the MC's voice pops up behind them asking what exactly he wants to prove. The villain duo turns around startled, making that gasp sound, and Zhang Li asks, indignant, where the hell the kid came from. The blonde guy asks if they have a problem, seeing as the only obvious option is that he walked up calmly from the side. He shifts his gaze to the woman in red and asks if she delivered the message to the boss. Fangua scowls with a look of pure hatred and guarantees Hang Singwang that today he's gonna lose big time. The weirdo raises his hand asking for calm and warns Fanghua to watch her tone so she doesn't get too worked up. Zhang Li interrupts the moment with his usual fake smile, noting it's Mr. Hang's first time at the auction and wishing him a good experience. The MC cracks a smile and replies there's no need to worry. On stage, the hostess thanks everyone for attending the beautiful mountains and rivers themed auction, announcing that 60% of the proceeds will be used as a charity fund to help poor children around the world. The woman comments that she's seeing many old friends again today. The hostess continues her speech with excitement, announcing that after introducing the new and old friends, their auction will begin. She introduces a stunning lady rocking a hat. The woman on stage extends her hand to introduce someone else, saying they're also welcoming a fresh face today. And a super gorgeous woman appears, with the caption introducing her as Yumi Fujita, coming straight from Japan. Sitting at the table in his purple suit, Zhongli asks if the MC is the young master of the rich Hang family from Shanghai, adding that there doesn't seem to be any young master with that name in said Hang family. The hostess gets curious and asks about the MC. The MC keeps his cool and replies with a chill smile, saying he can't think of any other Hang who can handle this occasion besides himself. The scene shows the crowd's shocked and tense reaction. The MC whispers to Gao Wen, guaranteeing he already took care of Edward and Fujita, that the other two only have 700 million in total, and that he's definitely gonna win this round today. Meanwhile, the hostess keeps yapping about the event. The villains comment excitedly that it's about to start. The hostess announces the first item, explaining it's a jade gem with a starting bid of 800,000 yuan, and asking guests to place their bids right now. That Katerina girl turns to the lady sitting next to her and asks if she liked it. The white-haired girl looks confused by the interaction, not really getting what's going on. The caption introduces the blonde as Katerina from Country R, and the MC compliments her, saying that jade pendant really matches the girl's vibe today. At that moment, the MC shouts at offering 3 million all at once. Zhao Wen grabs his arm in desperation and tells him to put his hand down, nervously reminding him their target is a national treasure and questioning what the hell he's doing. The MC says if it's a pretty cultural relic, they gotta grab it, cause if he doesn't spend money like a maniac, how's he gonna make more? The pink-haired girl gets totally embarrassed, stuttering that it's way too expensive for her to accept. The MC cracks a smile and replies with total affection that she absolutely deserves it. The hammer hits the table hard, sealing the item's fate, while the auctioneer announces it was sold for 3 million and asks if there's any higher bid before closing the deal for good. Some people comment that he's kind of impulsive. The villain is shocked that he actually has money. The bid is then accepted. The MC raises his hand, getting everyone's attention in the packed hall, and asks if they can deliver the product right now. She says yes, and that she'll deliver the jewelry right away. The lady then heads in their direction, holding the $1 million jewelry. The MC grabs the necklace and takes it to the girl, and she says as long as it looks good, money is just superficial, and we should enjoy the present moment. The system pops up roasting the host, saying the host spent 3 million to buy an item that wasn't even worth 2. The MC says he doesn't care, because he's got money to burn. The girl is shocked, admiring the necklace. She blushes, thinking about whether she deserves all that. The hostess tells everyone to get ready for the next item. The blonde guy turns to Zhao Wen beside him, and says now things are gonna get good. The crazy guy gets excited. Wasting no time, the MC raises his hand and screams, offering 5 million right off the bat to scare the competition and show who's boss. The villain looks extremely pissed and pressured by the high numbers that started rolling out. The MC doesn't even wait for the dust to settle and raises the red paddle, offering nothing less than 15 million. The weirdo starts cold sweating, while the woman in red gets worried about her boss. The blonde guy watches the competition and gives a smirk, noticing the rival boss is pissed. The villain tries to calm down, thinking his background checks never failed before. He reasons that the private investigator said the kid has no cash. The hostess appears with a box to show the next item, and an object looking like gold appears from afar. It's a golden Buddha statue shining brightly, with the caption stating it's the Wanlai Hoagwang, and the starting bid is nothing less than 100 million yuan. The MC knows Zhang Li must have checked his assets, but thinks that the bonus given by the system doesn't show up in any traceable accounting book. With a mischievous smile, the guy decides to have a little more fun, thinking the game can't end too quickly, and he's gonna play it real slow to torture the enemy.